Testing 1, 2, 3.
If that's projecting, we're good. That's all I need.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
These are
Testing, testing.
who are like a Indian British woman who lives in England and a Scottish.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Public Service Commission's proceeding 9707, the petition of the Office of People's Counsel for near-term priority actions and comprehensive long-term planning for Maryland gas companies, which is actually the last time I'm going to refer to it as that. We have actually shortcutted it to the future of natural gas. Because that's essentially what we're going to be trying to determine in this proceeding, to find out what actions we should take and what actions potentially we might ask other entities to take. We're going to be hearing from a lot of parties today. Those of you who filed written comments don't necessarily feel compelled to quote chapter and verse from your comments. We've read the comments, and so we're looking for, I guess, the main thrust of your views as to what we want to hear, we would like to get this done today, but since this is not a rate case with certain defined dates where we have to decide stuff, we want to take time to learn and listen and learn for what all the parties have to tell us on this. So if we go beyond today, we will schedule future hearings on this, and we may have, quite honestly, follow-up hearings based on what we hear today. And so with that, I will turn it over to the Executive Secretary. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Office of People's Counsel.
David Lapp. Mark Shivas. Ryan Shu.
Oh, actually, so I think what we're going to do is just, because we're going to let you guys go first. So,
If you were entered.
and so the Executive Secretary will be sort of introducing who will be the next party. So go ahead. So once you get organized, go ahead and introduce yourselves for the record. So.
David Lapp, Maryland People's Counsel here on the office, for the Office of People's Counsel.
Assistant People's Counsel Mark Shivas.
Assistant People's Counsel Ryan Shu.
Oh, so for the court report, do you need me to have people spell their names, or?
That would be ideal.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and just.
Okay, David, D-A-V-I-D, Lapp, L-A-P-P.
Mark with a K, and last name is S as in Sam, Z as in zebra, Y, B as in box, I, S as in Sam, T as in Tom.
Ryan is in R-Y-A-N. Last name H is in Henry, S is in Sam, U is in Uncle.
Go right ahead.
Okay, good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and the time you've given us to present. We were a little ambitious in our slides, so we have we gave Andrew a large number of slides, and I'm really only going to cover just a few of those and cover much of it orally. And I wanted to start out just mentioning I did a presentation to a group of folks earlier this week on our recent rates report and also on some gas infrastructure. And a question came from the audience in that. And I want to get to that question because I think it's a good way of thinking about this proceeding as we move forward. So the context of that presentation was discussing the declines, widely expected declines in gas use in the coming years. And that's driven, of course, by electrification technologies first. And we've already seen electric for home heating eating into the gas market share since 2010. Electric heat pumps are 4 times more efficient than the most efficient gas furnaces. We have people concerned about indoor air pollution. And then on top of all that, on top of just the pure competitiveness of electrification technologies, we of course have state climate policy that cannot be met without substantial reductions in gas use. And then at the same time, I talked about how much the state is spending on gas infrastructure through the gas utilities, and that is more than $700 million in capital investments this year. It's a rate of $2 million per day. Our largest utility, BGE, is spending twice as much per customer on its gas system as its electric system. And of course, people in the audience say, well, why is that happening? It makes no sense. It's bewildering to somebody, to an outsider, to say, well, why is that happening? there's just, a massive disconnect between the technology, climate policy, and what's actually going on with the state's gas utilities. So the question from the audience was, why would the investor community provide the capital for all these investments? Why would they do that when the product that this infrastructure is supposed to deliver is expected to decline substantially, is already seeing some of its market share eaten by electrification? And the answer to that question is what's really important, I think, as framing this proceeding. The answer is that the investors are willing to provide that capital because the state is approving it, because the state is sanctioning it. And that occurs primarily before this body, the Maryland Public Service Commission. We would argue that that is a state subsidy to the gas utilities, funded by utility customers who have no choice but to pay those rates or to get off the gas system. So in that sense, regulation is failing customers today. Now, the role of regulation, one of the overarching goals of utility regulation is to, as the Maryland Supreme Court has said, utility regulation takes the place of competition and furnishes the regulation that competition cannot give. And it's described utility regulation as pervasive and described the control as extensive control over the rates, services, and operations of the utilities. That is not being exercised today. And that's what we need this commission to exercise that authority moving forward. If you had a competitor in the office building market and they were making the same investments after the pandemic, investors wouldn't look too friendly on that. We have a similar situation now. We would not be installing new telephone lines today when we have most people relying, many exclusively, on cell phones. But that's what we have going on today. And today, our gas utilities are blinding themselves to these competitive forces because regulation isn't requiring it to recognize the competition and the declines in gas consumption. BGE has said, we'll have the same delivery system deliver something different. A competitor doesn't operate that way. A competitor isn't going to build hundreds of millions of dollars, billions, on infrastructure for a product that they don't know is going, for a product, an unknown product, because gas is not that product. Columbia Gas and BGE says the same thing. They're not aware of any heat pumps, electric heat pumps, that work today in Maryland without backup heat. And of course, we know, I know from personal experience, and we know that many Marylanders do not have backup heat and are using electric heat pumps today. Widespread knowledge across the country that heat pumps are very effective, modern heat pumps. Washington Gas, in its recent rate case, said it has conducted no analyses, documents, or studies forecasting the expected gas usage of its customers over the next 30 years. Well, the investments that it's making are depreciated over much longer than 30 years, on average about twice that. And so why is it spending hundreds of millions of dollars on gas infrastructure to deliver a product that it has not studied whether there's going to be a market for that product going forward? No entity in a competitive market would operate that way. So that's just some thoughts to frame this proceeding. What we're going to cover in our presentation here, we're first going to talk some about accelerated spending on what accelerated gas infrastructure spending means and its impact on customers. We're going to talk about gas consumption and the widely accepted proposition that it's going to decline substantially. We're going to talk about some of the myths to perpetuate the continued infrastructure spending, and we're going to talk about the Commission's obligation and next steps. And because we realized we were way over ambitious in what we could cover in our allotted time, and I really want to leave substantial time for you to answer questions that you have, I'm going to probably do most of the presenting here. We had broken it up, but we need to keep it moving and stick within the time frame. So to start talking about accelerated spending, and what's important to understand before we talk about what accelerated spending is to understand what has happened historically with our utilities over time. And utility rates generally stay about the same or grow very slowly. Why is that? It's because capital investments are made at around the same rate that other older capital investments are retired or fully paid off. To the extent that there is new infrastructure necessary, often it is met, the rates stay the same or moderately increase because there are growing sales. There are more sales to spread those costs. We had an electric utility, Potomac Edison, that didn't come in for a rate case for almost 20 years. And we do have a slide I want to show, which shows this proposition that utility rates generally remain close to stagnant, increase a little bit. Sometimes they actually even drop. But you can see Columbia Gas here, their rates more or less stayed the same through 2013. And so what we see after 2013, and of course 2013 is when the STRIDE statute was enacted, we see the effects of the accelerated spending under the STRIDE statute. Yes, the bottom line there is the rate of inflation in orange. The top line is the rates for Columbia Gas. So one way that we considered to think about how this accelerated spending is operating to demonstrate it is to look at what utilities are spending on a per customer basis over the course of a year. So what we found is that for BGE in 2014, BGE was spending over the course of a year about $272 per customer. In 2022, 2 years ago, the numbers are higher now, BGE's per customer spending went up to $690, $272 to $690. Columbia Gas, $445 in 2014, over $1,000 in 2022. Washington Gas, which took more time to really begin in earnest its STRIDE program, its per customer spending was $317 in 2014 and $404 in 2022, much less. And you'll see that BGE was spending $272 in 2014. Washington Gas was actually spending more. Their rates were higher than BGE's in 2014. The opposite is the case today. BGE's rates are today 85 cents for delivery, whereas Washington Gas's are 46 cents, almost half of BGE's rates. So we have the next slide shows on the left-hand side of the screen, this is the annual spending by utility on capital infrastructure, and then on the right we can see directly how that has affected utility rates. So capital spending translates directly into higher rates for the utilities. So we have some slides. We're not going to share them today, but we've considered, looked at the stride spending going forward, and we will be releasing some of these numbers. We had hoped to have them ready by today's hearing. I mean, we do have some slides showing them, but we're going to have a more comprehensive report, updating our gas spending figures. But currently, future stride costs are about almost $8 billion. So that's future stride costs, and that's of almost $10 billion. So the gas utilities overall have spent about a third of the stride program. They have another 20 more years to go to complete their stride programs. We've also looked at capital spending outside of stride, which is also very, very significant. It's actually greater than the capital spending occurring within the stride program. And I should pause and say, when we talk about stride, we're talking about the stride programs, some of which are now being performed outside of the stride statute itself, such as BGE through its multi-year rate plan. And what we found using very conservative estimates, and all of our estimates have turned out to be conservative. Our initial gas report in 2022 turned out to understate the level of gas infrastructure spending because we used conservative assumptions, not the growth rates that are occurring today. But through 2045, utilities will spend approximately $12 billion outside of stride on other capital expenditures. And of course, these are all long-lived assets. And to illustrate that point, we have this slide right here showing how that spending looks as far as what the revenue requirement. And of course, when we talk about the capital investment, we're talking about the principal on the mortgage. And when we talk about the revenue requirement, we're talking about what customers pay, which is a little bit of that principal and even more in the interest, effective interest paid to the utilities of around 9 to 10% after you account for taxes. And what's important to note on this slide is that in 2043 is when stride programs end, but the costs that customers pay for stride will last till the end of the century. This shows the nature of the long-lived nature of these investments that are being made today. So I want to turn to talking about gas consumption. And before talking about that, it's important to know that we would be here complaining on behalf of our clients, residential customers, about these rate increases from accelerated spending, even if gas consumption wasn't going to decline. These rate increases are substantial, and they're affecting in big ways Maryland's utility customers. But the absurdity is because these investments are being made when gas consumption is going to decline. And those declines are a result of technology, and they're the result of climate policy. And we don't think this proceeding, as we move forward, we should really be spending a lot of time debating about those expected declines in gas consumption. BGE has recognized the substantial declines in gas going forward, up to around 80%. In fact, it may be more than that, but 80% is obviously substantial. So this is sort of like what Bob Dylan has described. You don't need a weatherman to see which way the wind blows. And we don't think we need lots of expert testimony and to spend months arguing about whether gas consumption will decline or not. We do have one slide here I want to show that shows that residential consumption has been flat since 2010. That's the boxed area on this graph, and this is from the Energy Information Administration. So gas consumption is not growing for residential customers. So moving to the consequences of declining gas consumption, and I think you all largely understand the problem here. As gas consumption drops, rates have to go up. So we have two things driving rates upward. We have the massive infrastructure spending that even if consumption does not drop, would drive rates up. But then we have consumption dropping, customers leaving the gas system, and that's going to further drive rate increases up. And as customers leave the system, rates will go up further, and then more customers will leave the system. So this is not an economically sustainable path. Moving to our next topic, and I want to, before I just highlight a few of the myths that we call the myths that I expect you'll hear today from some of the gas utilities. We should understand that every strategy that the gas utilities advance leave in place the massive infrastructure spending that is occurring, because that is what's profitable for their investors. It increases rate base and means greater returns for investors. So you won't hear about a gas industry strategy that involves decreasing, at least substantially, the infrastructure investments. So we've highlighted on this slide here 5 of the gas utility myths, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them. One is that electric heat pumps require backup. We know, we have a quote there from the MDE's recent climate pollution plan, which says that, they're more than capable of providing 100% of the heat. The second point is that home electrification is unaffordable. Of course, customers can replace 2 appliances, an air conditioner and a gas furnace, with 1 heat pump. We know that the operating costs of that system are lower. Numerous studies on this point. We have another one: the electrification will break the grid or result in massive investments in the electric distribution system. I don't have to tell you all, you've done your own study that was fully vetted by multiple stakeholders, showing that electrification will not break the grid. In fact, there's a lot of headroom between winter and summer that gives room for, especially for home heating, to grow in the winter before peak demand. And in fact, even using legacy technologies, the PSC electrification study, high electrification with legacy technologies, the peak demand for BGE will still be less in 2031 than the peak demand that they met in 2011. And of course, that was billions of dollars in electric system investments since 2011. The next one is alternative fuels will make the infrastructure useful. We know that alternatives to fossil fuel gas are very expensive. They're not available at scale, and that there will be fierce competition for those fuels from other sectors that are hard to electrify. We're talking about the building sector here, which is substantially easier to electrify, lower costs for new construction already. So we know that alternative fuels is really sort of, it's out there to say, oh, we might be using all this infrastructure for something. The final one there is Maryland should leverage its existing systems. We have a gas system, let's leverage it. Well, let's remember that we still have 20 more years for the utilities to essentially, through the STIDE program, replace that existing system. So leveraging that system is really a myth. I did want to highlight, just 2 things. One is, if you could move to this slide. This graph on the left We just updated this. We had it in our petition itself, but it only went to 2020. And the electric line, which at the left is lower, the dark blue line, didn't quite catch up to the gas line. But the last 2 years, it has now grown, has now increased. So it's actually above. So there are now more homes, or as of 2022, it's probably more today, more buildings being heated by electricity than gas. So I want to move to our next area, which is opportunities and obligations. But first, I want to highlight that in their comments on OPC's petition, the gas utilities mischaracterized throughout their comments our position. They describe us as seeking the elimination of natural gas as an energy choice for customers, that we want to forcibly remove customers from the gas system. And I could go on. There's lots of statements like that. That is not OPC's position. I mean, eventually, maybe there won't be many customers on the gas system, but that's a long time. Our position is that this accelerated infrastructure spending levels, the marketing efforts of the utilities and other policies are not compatible with where technology is heading, with the state's climate goals, and ultimately with the interests of customers. That trajectory right now of infrastructure spending is not sustainable. Ultimately, what the gas companies are presenting to this commission is two extremes. One is the elimination of the gas system versus business as usual. There's a wide spectrum in between that, and that's what we want the commission to look at. So you should disregard statements such as that OPC is here to ban gas, or this proceeding is about banning gas. That's a false choice, and the real choice is about what we do about the accelerated spending and about the marketing efforts and growing the gas system when we should be recognizing those declines. BGE, for example, is spending $110 million the next 3 years through its MRP, extending the system to new customers and capacity expansion. That is not compatible with customer interests going forward. I'm going to try and rush through because even my abbreviated, yeah.
Don't worry. Take as much time as you need. So we're fine.
Thank you. So the obligation of the commission, and we outline this in our petition in the first section of our petition, the obligations of the commission are to set just and reasonable rates, to supervise and regulate the utilities in the interests of the public. Those are the commission's core responsibilities here. And the STRIDE statute fits within, when the legislature adopted the STRIDE statute, it didn't repeal those core responsibilities of ensuring just and reasonable rates, ensuring, supervising and regulating the utilities in the public interest. And it gave the commission discretion. It said the commission may approve a STRIDE plan, may. And it also said it can only approve a STRIDE plan if the commission finds that plan to be reasonable and prudent. So, and 2013, of course, was over 10 years ago. It's sort of like the COVID office building. Things change over time. The General Assembly's statute recognized that things could change over time, which is why it gave the commission that discretion. And it should give the commission that discretion. And so the STRIDE statute has to be read consistent with its own text and with the commission's core responsibilities. I want to just comment on the safety issue. STRIDE is not a statute about safety. It's a financial recovery mechanism. There are alternatives to promote safety other than replacement. There's leak detection, there's repair, there's other non-pipeline alternatives, including electrification, which of course is the safest of all those options. I want to address the point that I'm sure you're going to hear is that the commission should wait to take action in this docket, to really make any substantial decisions about the future of the gas utilities and the gas infrastructure spending. The idea that the commission has to wait for somebody else to set the policy, for the General Assembly to set the policy, ignores the critical point that right now there is a policy, and that policy is one of accelerated spending. It is leading to massive rate increases. It is leading to investments that are highly likely to be stranded and to result in a lot of litigation going forward. And that is the policy. And waiting means the inertia. We'll just keep that going. When we filed our petition in February of 2023. From that day until today, the gas utilities have spent about $1 billion on new infrastructure since that time, or replacement. It's all new infrastructure. It's $1 billion. We can't afford to keep waiting. There is an urgent need for commission action. And there are a lot of things that the commission can do to help protect customers and advance the ball. Now, back to STRIDE for a moment. If the commission were to decide, and we would think it would be incorrect, that it can't do much about STRIDE until the General Assembly acts, then we strongly recommend that the commission make that decision really soon, so that you can tell the legislature in clear and uncertain terms that you believe that your hands are tied. The legislature needs to understand the rate increases, the risk of stranded costs, the incompatibility with the state climate goals, and they need to know it soon. We don't want to wait a year for the commission to decide that, because again, every day is a couple $1 million more in infrastructure spending. And we do have a policy right now. That policy is accelerated spending on gas infrastructure. Now, the critical question that we think the commission should be thinking about and asking the utilities about is, with substantial declines in gas consumption, how is all this infrastructure going to be paid for? Because all those investments are sitting out there, and they're going to be there's just not going to be a base. It's an uneconomic situation, and this came up in the BGE rate case, and what you heard from BGE is an acknowledgement that current rate design does not matter, or is not going to work. Not does not matter, but is not going to work, because rates are just going to keep going up, consumption drops, and that revenue requirement for the capital spending is fixed in place. So the question is, how are we going to address this problem? And the idea that the only idea that BGE said, in its testimony in that case is, well, maybe we go to a subscription model. We do something sort of like Netflix, and that's for backup heat. So customers would be having a gas furnace to provide heat 5-10 days a year, and they would have to, then they would have a heat pump, so they'd be maintaining two different appliances and using the gas furnace just to, address the coldest days, but they'd have to pay a subscription fee over that year. And so we just did some math, some quick math to see what that might cost in 2031 when rates, will gradually keep, we keep doing the spending, they'll be higher than they are today. And what that showed is in 2031, assuming every customer stays on BGE's system, 100%, no migration to electric, that's going to be in 2031 about $1,000 a year for a customer. But as customers leave the system, that's going to drop. And so with 30%, if BGE would lose about 30% of its customers, it's going to be closer to $2,000 a year in 2031. That would be the subscription model. We don't think that's sustainable or realistic, that a customer is going to maintain two appliances and then pay a subscription for $1,000 to $2,000 for heat for a few days a year. But we haven't heard any other alternative. And that's fundamental to this proceeding. How is this infrastructure going to be paid for with declines in gas consumption? I want to move pretty quickly to some recommended next steps for the commission, and I'll just really flag these so we can get to your questions. One is that we have talked in different cases with Washington Gas and BGE about notice and processes for customers to electrify. It's not easy for customers today. That's one thing that should be easy. We should be having clear processes, notice requirements ahead of time so customers who are going to electrify can do that with sufficient time, but also just having clear processes and information. The utility should be tracking customers who are fuel switching. Gas line extension policy, we've talked about that the commission has sort of kicked that to this proceeding. We shouldn't be subsidizing new customers connecting to the system. Those customers are, it's not benefiting those customers. They're buying appliances with long-lived lives when gas rates are going to go up. It's likely that a lot of those customers will electrify before those appliances are, fulfill their useful lives, or it's quite possible. And it's, undermining our goals. It's also not fair to existing customers to subsidize those new customers when the revenues upon which those extensions are very uncertain. We think they should be eliminated altogether. Alternatively, you can look at the cost-benefit analysis, and it should not be 30 years of expected revenues from those customers. And, this has all been briefed in other cases. Another area we should address, that this slide here, by the way, shows how much BGE is spending and how those numbers have gone up from 2018 around 39 million to 2022 70.6 million. And then we have the forecasted on the right going all the way up to 76 million in 2026. So that's capital spending for new customers. Another area we think the commission should address is utility marketing of gas. We do have a slide with some images here. This is something that we think the commission should address sooner rather than later. We're sort of cautious about work groups. Some of these issues could be sent to work groups, but we think there should be clear directives for those work groups as well as timetables. And an example of why we need that guidance is on the next slide, which is an image from BGE, and it says switch and save with natural gas. Did you know that you can save hundreds of dollars a year by converting from electric, oil, or propane to natural gas? This is a 2023 image, and in discovery, BGE's position is this is not marketing. And this is why we need the commission to give guidance, because we think that is marketing. And if you just, without clear direction, you send this to a working group, we're going to be arguing about whether this is marketing or not. Whatever you want to call it, it's about growing the gas system. Another area that we think the commission can move quickly is information, data. We have some slides in our appendices which outline some of the data that we think should be covered to the extent that it's not covered already. We have been doing these reports on gas spending and putting a lot of information out about rates and the effects of the infrastructure spending. And, whether the utilities, we've never seen any evidence that the utilities dispute that. We actually think we're understating it. But to the extent that they are going to speak today and disagree with any of this, let's see what their numbers are. The commission should be requiring them to be more transparent about this spending. The other areas, Empower, we recognize that's going to be addressed probably in the Empower docket, but of course that's incredibly important. We should not be subsidizing gas appliances. We need better midstream programs. We need to also stop subsidizing central air conditioners. That we should be, other states have moved in that direction to stop incentives for central air conditioners, because those should be replaced with heat pumps, which will help in the cold as well. Procurement, we've identified that as an issue that aspects of that we think should be addressed in the near term as opposed to the longer term. And I think with that, I'm going to stop. I could talk for longer, but I want to make sure we have time for your questions.
Well, actually, before we turn to the commissioners for questions, let me make one request. As you mentioned, your petition was filed in February of last year, so it's been quite a while. And part of your petition included a list of actions going on in other states. So I think it would be helpful to us if you could provide us at some point in the future, not today or tomorrow, sort of an updated list of what's happening around the country on that.
We can provide that today because we actually have in our appendix to the slide deck, which I think will be shared with you. We have information about what's been going on in other states, that's more up to date. So hopefully you'll find a lot of what you're looking for in the slide deck in the appendix. We have
All right,
Massachusetts, New York, Colorado, a number of states.
Okay. All right, so let me start with Commissioner Sushman, and then sort of that way.
Good morning, Mr. Lapp. I'd like to actually go to your slide deck and page 5. Okay. So, according to your statement, much of this is based on the increase in rates is based on the increases in infrastructure spend. Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have a sense of how much the increases, it could be based also on reductions in the number of customers that would share in the utilities revenue requirements? So are we looking at increases there because you understand what I'm asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm sure Columbia can speak to this, but my understanding is that Columbia has gradually been increasing its number. There hasn't been a drop in Columbia's customers, but a small increase in the number of customers.
Okay, so we look at this slide and we can have assurances that this is not based on increases that each customer is feeling because there's fewer customers to share on the spend. Okay.
Yes.
But according to your submissions, that we're going to start to see reductions in the number of customers that are going to be relying on gas. We're going to be seeing a shift to electric usage.
Yes.
And so we should expect that number, the line to substantially increase. The rate of the increase will increase because there's going to be fewer customers that are going to be sharing in the spend. Okay.
Yes.
So my question to you, and this is actually not anything that you have to answer today. I'm not expecting you, and actually I would be disappointed if you answer today because I think this is something that we need to be thinking about. And in the transition, and this is even assuming that we were to take all of the actions that you're requesting that we take. So, no more stride spend, no more support for new customers. There's still going to be this spend that's already been incurred. And as we see reductions in the number of customers, those customers that are still gas users are going to be seeing their bill go up substantially. And given that a third of the customers in Maryland are low and moderate income, I'm concerned about what we're going to be seeing in terms of the gas bills for existing customers in the transition. And you know that we have an affordability docket coming up at the end of August where we're going to be focusing on addressing issues around affordability for both electric and gas. Have you given any thought to how we deal with the transition issue? Even if we stop, we can't undo the spend that's already happening. So we have a large spend that's already occurred under stride. Assuming we have this transition away from gas, how do we assure low and moderate income customers that they're not going to get hammered in terms of the bill? And I don't know if I assume you've given some thought to that. If you have any ideas or things that you're thinking about now, that would be great. But as the chair said, we're probably not going to be done today, and maybe we'll have several more of these. I think this is going to be a significant issue of concern for the commission, and this is something that I'd like you to be thinking about. And this actually goes to the utilities as well. Thinking about the transition period, how do we protect low or any ratepayers, but particularly low and moderate income ratepayers?
Yeah, we obviously very much share that concern. I do think that the legislature is going to have to be involved. I mean, ratepayers can't be responsible. I mean, for addressing all those issues. So there definitely has to be General Assembly involvement in that. We need policies that help low and moderate income people electrify earlier rather than later, and policies to address renters. But I would say that the first step is to stop the bleeding. And that's what we have going on now is today, another $2 million is going to be spent. A year from now, we'll have another $700 million. And so we should be concerned and thinking about that. But that electrification, we think it's going to happen no matter what. The question is what the pace is going to be. Economics and competition from electric technologies is going to make that happen. Now, whether the state and federal climate policies accelerate that, we think they probably will. That'll increase the pace of it, and we certainly need to address the death spiral issue that's going to hit low and moderate income.
Right, and I think we can do all of this at the same time. All I'm suggesting is that we can't forget about low and moderate income customers as we move forward. And I mean, there's going to be stranded investment that the utilities are facing, but the alternative can't be to put all of that stranded investment on the backs of the declining number of gas customers that we're going to start to see. Okay. Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for setting this this hearing up today, and thank OPC for their petition and for their presentation today. I think you framed this very well in the opening, that this is really about how we immediately start setting, ensuring we're setting just and reasonable rates, that we look at prudency in capital expenditures, and especially in this context of the energy transition, and as we look at state policies. So I'm interested in really the question of what our authority is at this stage to begin to take on some of these that task at hand. It's been suggested we may have some limitations on or otherwise our broad authority that comes under the supervise and regulate framework to 113 in the statute. Is that where you see the primary authority of the commission to take on some of these policies that would be implicit in in making any kind of changes in how we look at in rate cases or stride proceedings?
I mean, that certainly the supervise and regulate language in 2113 in the public, in the interest of the public, in 2113, we do, there's our petition does mention numerous other statutes in the public utilities article that also support, including on long-term planning itself. But you shouldn't underestimate those authorities. They're significant. I mean, the just and reasonable rate authority, that is a core authority of the commission. And let's look at something like gas line extension policy. That policy is one just adopted by the commission, and it's a financial policy. The legislature hasn't spoken to it. It's something that the commission has that's developed over time. And if the commission were to say, we're not going to subsidize new customers anymore because the rate impacts of that, it's not just and reasonable for existing customers, and it's not in the public interest of those new customers to be locked into the gas system, and the commission drafts an order to that effect, it's going to be affirmed. I mean, you should keep in mind that the deference that the courts give to the Public Service Commission is greater than any other agency in the state, and the court has said that explicitly actually in a recent decision and in prior decisions. The statute that governs judicial review of Public Service Commission decisions is greater than that under the State Administrative Procedures Act, because the statute says, I believe it says that Public Service Commission's decisions are prima facie correct and shall be affirmed unless. And then it has some of the reasons why it may not be. But it's substantial deference. And if this commission says rates aren't just and reasonable, this gas line extension policy is not just and reasonable, for example, that's something that the commission, the courts are going to affirm. This commission has very broad authority, and I don't think that the STRIDE statute does not change any of that. When the STRIDE statute was enacted, the legislature didn't say 2113 doesn't apply to the STRIDE programs. In fact, it incorporated it. It said they need to be reasonable and prudent, and gave the commission discretion, may approve a plan.
Yeah, thank you for that. And there have been some of the filings suggested that maybe there are potential conflicts between the our duties under the supervise and regulate between the with the most recent that we consider the environment and IPCC and findings, but also that there are others about the economics of the states, the health of the utilities, the obligation to serve. So I just want your opinion on that. Again, it's been stated that we need to again balance everything, and that at times that would again mean that we have to again be cautious in how we look at our requirement to consider the environment. How do you respond to that?
I think it's important to look at 2113, and it says the commission shall supervise and regulate. And then when it talks about the environment, that's a consideration in making those evaluations. So the shall is and to ensure their operation in the public interest, economic enforcement, and then of course we have just and reasonable rates. Now, some of the utilities are saying, I believe it's Washington Gas brief, and I didn't really want to go here because it's sort of premised on this notion that this petition is about, terminating Washington Gas as a corporate entity, and that's not what that's sort of the extreme painting of this petition, and that's not at all what our petition is about. Planning makes sense from everybody's perspective, and you can look at. FERC is a good example. FERC issued Order 1920 requiring long-term transmission planning, and it did that using it said rates aren't just and reasonable unless there is long-term planning. That's the authority for Order 1920 from FERC. And that's the same sort of authority that, the commission can exercise here. Now, the Washington Gas sort of argues that this commission has a responsibility to make it profitable. And of course, we need the utilities, all of them now, to have the financial wherewithal to provide safe and reliable service for a long time to come. And we certainly want our clients, residential customers, to have safe and reliable service for a long time to come, as long as any customers are on the system. And we need Washington Gas and other utilities to have the, to be healthy to do that. But that does not mean that this commission's responsibility is to ensure ultimately Washington Gas's success as a business entity. This commission or state commissions and regulators across the country, they've regulated different things over time. Cable cars, telephone. I mean, there are industries that, basically technology moots them out over time. And it's not the role of regulators to insulate them from economic forces that are sort of outside the commission's control. And, if you want to really explore that, there's a Supreme Court decision, Market Street Railway, which really discusses all that. And it was decided after Hope, and the court, and the challenge was, oh, well, you need to keep increasing rates. Well, the streetcar company, as they increase rates, they'd lose customers because customers had other transportation alternatives. And at some point, that's what's going to happen here is the gas utilities, we may be reaching that point in part because of all the rate increases that have already happened. But as rates increase, it's going to drive customers away. And it's not the commission's responsibility to make sure that Washington Gas or any of the gas utilities continue to have customers going forward. At the same time, it is the commission's responsibility to make sure that existing customers have safe and reliable service.
Great, thank you. And just a last question, just really about state policy. Some of the filings suggest that it's really not been determined yet what precisely our state policy is, and so that we as a commission should be cautious in interpreting that. It was further suggested by at least one of the filings that we should be very careful even looking at the Maryland Commission on Climate Change recommendations and reports, and even the MDE report. Do you think that there is still some ambiguity in where we're going, and does that put any brakes on what we might do here, waiting for legislator to rule on, say, the pathways we might pursue?
I mean, we also have language in the Climate Solutions Now Act about electrification and that being the path forward. We have the goals set forth in the Climate Solutions Now Act in 2022, which set very aggressive greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals. And we know, I mean, BGE's study, despite some of the flaws in it, acknowledges that we can't meet those goals continuing to burn fossil fuels the way we are today. So there is state policy. To accept that argument, you have to disregard the Climate Solutions Now Act. And, in a sense, that is what is happening now. Gas utility infrastructure spending has gone up significantly since 2022. And so we do have a policy. We have a policy in place today, and that is accelerated gas infrastructure spending. And so to say that we need to wait for policy is really to say, let us continue our policy. And it's not the utilities who should be setting the policy. It's this commission, along with the legislature. But we think the legislature has provided the guidance that you need.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Lapp and the OPC team. Appreciate your presentation today.
Mr. Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me anticipate the counter arguments so that you can respond to it. The utilities will argue that 100-year-old pipes, especially cast iron pipes, need to be replaced for purposes of safety under the regulations of PHMSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. They will also argue that leak detection of underground pipes is extremely unreliable, extremely difficult, and also extremely expensive. So the argument they're going to make, I don't disagree with extensions, but the argument that they are going to make with respect to very old pipes is that they at least need to be replaced for purposes of safety. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Under the PHMSA guidance, replacement is just one strategy. And there are less expensive strategies, including repair. We are not taking the position that there should be no replacement, first of all. I should say that. But we don't think replacing the entire systems is prudent at this point. And there are alternatives under PHMSA guidance. Repair, of course, is not a capital expenditure. It doesn't go in the rate base. It's I read something recently, I think from DC, where it's cost about 25 times less than replacement. But it doesn't go in the rate base. And so there's a strong preference for replacement because it is profitable. We do have advanced leak detection technologies. I don't think they're anywhere near as expensive as replacing pipes. That is the most expensive. So we need to look at these less costly alternatives. We also have 20 years to go. And so to the extent that there is a safety issue, hopefully if it's a real safety issue, it's being addressed today and not in 19 years, because that's how long it takes that these programs are taking. So it can't be true that we have imminent safety concerns when the programs are going to last another 20 years. We also can see, and I think this is something the Commission should consider, that Washington Gas, they're trying now to accelerate their spending, but their rates were higher than BGE's in 2010, and they're almost half of what BGE's are today. And so BGE's rates have gone from 26 cents a therm to 85 cents a therm, largely because of infrastructure spending. Does that mean that Washington Gas's system is unsafe? We haven't seen any evidence that it's unsafe. So the idea that there's like a safety issue, we should be like seeing that today, given the substantial differences between Washington Gas's infrastructure program where it is today versus BGE's. And we're not aware of any, big differences in the safety of the two different systems. That tells you, I think, that we can slow this down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, I mean, I realize you're not an expert on all these new technologies, but I take it your view that you're dubious of the viability of these suggested alternatives that could be put through the natural gas pipes, like renewable natural gas and some of the other things. Now, is this because they don't work or they're just too expensive?
No, some of them we do think work. We don't. We think that they're still carbon emissions that, and a lot of the analyses of them, call them zero, but they still burn, and they still have the same leak problems, but our slide deck includes a quote, and about a year and a half ago, I think Commissioner Richard was the only commissioner here at the time, but Columbia Gas proposed this Green Path Rider, which was a green product that they wanted customers to either buy, 50% green or 100% green, and most of that product, I think around 98%. Don't hold me to that, but almost all of it was carbon offsets, which had numerous problems. They wouldn't have helped Maryland meet its own climate goals. There's all kinds of problems with that. But about 2% was renewable natural gas, and I think in response to one of the commissioner's questions, the executive from NiSource, Columbia's owners, spoke, and he said, and the question was, why aren't you doing more RNG in this? Why is it only just this minuscule amount of RNG? And this wasn't that long ago, and the response was, it's quoted here at the bottom of the slide. Renewable natural gas is very expensive and cost prohibitive to offer for customers. It is very expensive. One of the appendices to our petition is the study that Synapse did for us on climate impacts, and we go through the problems with the alternative fuels. They're massively expensive. They aren't available at scale. Even if we said, okay, that's a solution, and we're going to ignore the cost, they can't just substitute all the fossil gas we're using with RNG because it's not there. Then the other issue, of course, is that for what is there, the limited amount that is available, there's going to be heavy-duty transportation, heavy-duty manufacturing that is really hard to electrify compared to buildings, which are relatively easy to electrify. So they're not a solution. And there's the compatibility with the pipes issue for hydrogen. It causes embrittlement on the pipes. Hopefully some of that responds to your question.
Regarding modern heat pumps, it's your view that the heat pump technology now is sufficient, that there's no necessity to have a natural gas backup, that people can buy a heat pump and it'll supply all of their heating needs. Does that even include the times when we have these polar vortexes where we have relatively long periods of time of significantly lower temperatures than we have during the wintertime?
Yes, I mean the temperatures we're seeing in Maryland, the heat pumps are more than adequate. We had a lot of cold days this past winter. The heat pump in my house worked great. We were comfortable. It's a lot more quiet than our gas furnace. It heats a little more evenly, and my wife actually likes it a lot better. But there's a recent study, I think it was ACEEE, which said in a climate like Maryland's, which is a moderate climate, it's not northeast, it not only found that backup heating isn't necessary, it said that you don't need a cold climate heat pump. That if you buy, the top of the class non-cold climate heat pump, that's sufficient without backup heating. And there are lots of studies that show this today. And, MDE's report reflects that.
Okay, and finally on stride. So given the fact that the General Assembly, for whatever reason, has decided not to repeal stride, that it's still on the books, and while you indicated that it's discretionary to a certain degree, do we run into some problems if a utility files a stride proposal that meets that secondary part of the statute that says the plan has to meet these criteria? If we deny it based on the idea that it's essentially counterintuitive to these larger concerns that we have regarding the environment, do we run into legal problems by denying the company's stride application because of these larger issues?
We don't think you do, because one of those considerations is it to be reasonable and prudent. And I don't know how. I mean, it's just the question that I was asked by the audience. Like, how does this make sense? And reasonable and prudent, suggests that you take the circumstances as they are, and circumstances change, and the legislature gave the commission that discretion, and so today the commission has that discretion. And times have changed since 2013. We understand more about the implications of methane on climate change. But even apart from that, we also have seen dramatic changes in electrification technologies over the past 10 years. And so, the competition is, both of those things are things that the commission should consider in terms of whether it's reasonable and prudent to do this wholesale replacement of the gas systems that is going to take another 20 years, and that locks those costs into rates, should there be customers to pay those rates for many, many decades to come.
Okay, so last issue on this marketing stuff. I mean, it's your view that we should not allow the gas utilities to aggressively market people changing to natural gas. Do we also need to go down the road of requiring them to actually encourage people to switch away from that product?
Certainly, we think you have the authority to do that. One thing to keep in mind is, there are different revenue streams that pay for marketing, and there are different, legal considerations between, something that ratepayers pay for and that shareholders pay for. Of course, even for marketing that shareholders pay for, it can't be misleading, and you can certainly take a look at that marketing as well, even if it's paid for by shareholders. But certainly, in your supervision of the gas utilities, you can require the utilities, through the Empower program, to promote fuel switching to electric. We think you can do that.
Okay. Oh, actually,
One other
Sure.
follow-up, and that is, did you have any comment on next steps, the recommendation, the suggestion, I guess, from BGE on having it proceeding, I guess, something that's supervised by a law judge or a senior staff, or I think there was also a suggestion from our staff that we model something along the lines of the deregulation proceedings that this commission held in, I guess, the late 80s, 90s.
Well, consistent with our petition and what I said earlier, we think that there are certain things that the commission should not delay. And we're very concerned that, what happens often in work groups, if there's not sufficient guidance, instruction from the commission, is that ends up being, a source of sort of waiting around. And we know from, you can see it from the filings, you can see it when we talk about, notice to customers before stride work is done, that the utilities, this is core to their profits for their shareholders, the infrastructure spending. So they're going to, put up roadblocks everywhere they can to prevent progress. So, we're concerned about just, kicking the can. So we think you should identify the things that that can happen sooner, and so we can, move forward on those. And there are also, more challenging, longer term issues that, perhaps sending that to a public utility law judge. Ultimately, we think the commission should be adopting regulations for gas transition plans, and to file transition plans and a process for approving those plans. But that is going to be a longer term. It doesn't have to be a really long time, though. We would strongly encourage you to take the lessons learned from other states. We don't have to, these processes can take a long time, but there's a lot of information that's already been out there. We have a lot of information even within the state, reports and studies. You have the electrification study. There are lots of building blocks already in place that can help move things forward quickly. And we just have to remember that every day is a lot more money spent on long-lived gas infrastructure.
Very great. Thank you, Mr. Lapp. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we actually now are going to turn to members of the public who have signed up to make comments. And what we'd ask is, we got two podiums here, so if folks could come to either one of them. And I'm going to have the executive secretary call your name. And so maybe we might do like 3, just so people can get sort of teed up on it. So this may take a while for people to get there. We'd like you to hold your comments to 2 minutes or so, but we don't have a gong that's going to sound, so don't feel intimidated by that. And with that,
Okay.
Mr. Secretary.
The first 3 folks on the list are Sari Amiel, Emily Scar, and Clara Vondrich.
And I would ask each of you, for the court reporters, for the transcript, to spell your name so that we get it accurate. So. Go right ahead.
Good morning. I'm Sari Amiel. First name S-A-R-I, last name A-M as in Mary, I-E-L. I'm speaking on behalf of Maryland Sierra Club. I'm sure many other speakers today will be explaining why opening a future of gas docket is essential for complying with Maryland climate laws and protecting Maryland ratepayers. So I'll briefly focus on discussing some lessons learned and best practices from other states' gas dockets. First off, on the procedural side, On the procedural side, it's important for a future of gas dockets. Thank you so much. It's okay. I'm used to being short. It's important for a future of gas dockets to allow ample stakeholder input and be led by commission staff supported by independent consultants, rather than consultants selected by gas companies. Substantively, this commission can and should conserve resources by taking the Maryland Commission on Climate Change's Mitigation Working Group's 2021 study on building electrification as a starting point. That study found that the most cost-effective way forward is for Maryland to electrify its buildings with technologies like heat pumps, and it rejected scenarios with gas backups or alternative fuels, like so-called renewable natural gas or hydrogen blending. Rather than recreating these findings, this commission should just pick up where the study left off and begin tackling the many other decisions that lie before it. These decisions include how best to change or cancel programs including the STRIDE Accelerated Pipeline Replacement Program we were just discussing, and gas line extension policies, subsidies for gas companies' interconnection costs, any fees that burden customers who exit the gas system, and any fees for market and gas services that utilities are able to recover from their ratepayers. In the longer term, this commission should require utilities to replace gas systems with increased electrification and other non-pipeline alternatives, including geothermal systems, energy efficiency measures, and demand response programs, and potential processes and timelines for decommissioning the gas system. Importantly, a future of gas docket should also avoid the death spiral while winding down the gas system, which I know Commissioner Suchman just recently mentioned. In other words, this commission should protect low and moderate income gas customers from paying steeper rates, as higher income customers can more easily afford the upfront costs of electrifying their homes, which leaves the fixed costs of gas pipelines and other infrastructure, stranded assets, spread over a smaller pool of total customers. Thank you for providing this opportunity to share Sierra Club's recommendations on a future of gas docket. We hope this commission will open this docket promptly, and I look forward to continuing to participate in these important inquiries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Hoover, Commissioners, my name is Emily Scarr, Emilyscarr. I'm the director of the Maryland PERG Foundation, which is a statewide, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization based here in Baltimore. With public debate around important issues often dominated by special interest, Maryland PERG Foundation offers an independent voice that works on behalf of the public interest. We urge you to protect consumers by opening a proceeding to plan for the future of gas with near-term priority actions and comprehensive long-term strategic planning for Maryland gas companies. Gas delivery rates have escalated in the last decade, some at 3 times the rate of inflation, due in large part to investments in new gas pipes and equipment. The People's Counsel estimates that the average customer using BG&E and Columbia Gas has seen their gas delivery charges double in the last 10 years, jumping from just under $500 to roughly $1,000 a year. When you find yourself in a hole, you stop digging. So we're asking you to put the shovel down and exercise your authority to require utilities to serve the public interest by providing safe, reliable, and affordable energy. We can only achieve that goal with proper planning and data-driven decisions. The cost of inaction is clear. Maryland gas utilities are planning to spend an additional $20 billion of ratepayer money on infrastructure investments in the next 20 years. At $1 billion annually, that's more than double our current state deficit. We simply can't afford to spend billions of dollars on updating the gas system, especially when our state has other critical priorities that need funding. While downsizing our gas system won't happen overnight, Marylanders are already choosing to make the switch away from gas because of the financial benefits and the benefits for our health and planet. And by joining the 12 other states engaging in the strategic gas system planning, you can direct investments wisely in the projects that will lower energy bills, keep Marylanders safe, clean up our air, deliver better comfort in our homes, and reduce climate emissions from our buildings. You have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I hope we get it right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing us to present. My name is Clara Vondrich. I'm with Public Citizen. We're a nationwide organization with about 500,000 members, and
Actually, so just spell your name
Oh,
for
apologies.
the courtroom. No problem.
C-L-A-R-A. Last name is V as in Victor, O-N-D as in David, R-I-C-H. As I said, I'm Clara. I work with Public Citizen. We're a nationwide group with 500,000 members, many from the great state of Maryland. I'm here today because I've watched, as personally a native Virginian, in great awe and envy as Maryland has moved forward with some of the most progressive climate policies in the nation. And especially and this has happened under the leadership of both Democratic and Republican administrations, showcasing the fact that the great state of Maryland understands that protecting the future is not a partisan priority. And especially under the governor, Wes Moore, I feel like this promising trend is only continuing. However, the state can't have it both ways. Currently, the energy policy, as manifested through the proceedings and decisions of this Honorable Commission, as well as through legislation like the STRIDE Act, are incompatible with the state's climate goals and, in fact, may make them impossible to meet. We understand today, with all the data and evidence, that gas is neither a transition nor a bridge fuel. Methane leakage rates all along the system, from the wellhead to the transmission to the compressors to the smokestack, all make gas emissions worse than coal from a climate perspective. This is now very well known, and when you look at the liquefied natural gas terminal build-outs, we see that climate impact is even worse because you have tremendous energy use for liquefaction as well as transport to far-flung corners of the world. So again, the Commission has a truly historic opportunity. It must pivot decisively away from gas, and only pivoting in this way is consistent with not only protecting ratepayers, protecting the climate, but also really importantly, having a leadership position that Maryland has carved out for itself on these issues. I just want to note the amount of energy and the folks in this room. This is tremendously important to a lot of people. I just came from a press conference in Raleigh where we had the youth alongside the elders and many people from all diverse walks of life coming together demanding a cleaner future. And I think that the first step is obviously agreeing with the Office of the People's Counsel to launch a formal proceeding. And once all the evidence is in, I'm certain that the conclusion will only be that there is no long-term future for gas in Maryland. And I'll just conclude with a tiny little anecdote. I live with my mom. She's 85 years old. She is tremendous, but she's getting a little forgetful, and she occasionally leaves the gas stove on. And I came downstairs the other morning and found that the gas had been on all night. And unfortunately, my mom is not only forgetful sometimes, but she also doesn't have a sense of smell, so she didn't smell the methane. So it's just a small anecdote, but one that just showcases that we're no longer in an era where we need to take these kinds of risks. There are cleaner, safer alternatives. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next three folks signed up are an Ethan on behalf of Zeke Cohen, Andy Hintz, and Joelle Novi.
Thank you, Chair Hoover and members of the Commission. My name is Ethan Hasek. It's ETHANHASIUK. I'm Legislative and Community Affairs Director for Councilmember Zeke Cohen. Councilmember Cohen is also the Democratic nominee for Council President. Councilmember Cohen wishes he could be here today. He had a council hearing come up at the same time, unfortunately, so I'm speaking on his behalf. Today, Councilmember Cohen is calling on the Public Services Commission to open a future of gas proceeding, and we're proud to stand with our coalition partners in making this ask. According to provisional data from the Copernicus Climate Change Service, Monday was the hottest day on record since the record-keeping began, I believe, in 1940 or so. Councilmember Cohen is a politician, but he's also a parent of 2 young children. He wants his kids to grow up on a livable planet. He wants that for all of our city's kids, and we're deeply concerned that we're not doing enough to get there. Councilmember Cohen is proud that our city and state have set ambitious climate goals. To meet them, we need a plan, and we need to have our utilities and regulators as partners in this plan so that we can get there in a clear and intentional way. 12 states all across the country, from New York to Georgia to Missouri to Nevada, are already doing this. If they can do it, why can't we? If we do not change course in this moment, analysis from the OPC shows that the typical BG&E customer could see their monthly bill double by 2035. Our city's working families cannot afford to pay for BG&E's excessive expending on gas infrastructure, and we can no longer afford to pay for our own demise in the face of climate change. Last year, we stood before the PSC asking them to reject BG&E's multi-year rate plan. While the PSC largely granted the multi-year rate plan, it did say in the decision that some of the questions that were raised would need to be answered in a future of gas proceeding. So the question is, when is the time for this proceeding? And we feel that the time is now to open this proceeding. Now is the moment to change course, and it starts with a future of gas proceeding. Thank you to everyone, and thank you to Chair Hoover and the commissioners.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Hinz, Andrew, last name Hinz, N as in Nancy, Z as in zebra. I'm here today as a lifelong Maryland resident and ratepayer. I'm a retiree who has chosen to live out my life in Baltimore City. When the excuse me, the way I'm reading this. When the Commission opens a future of gas proceeding, as requested by the Office of People's Counsel, the evidence will convince you to redirect as much capital investment as is practical and safe away from methane infrastructure to investments in solar energy, energy storage, and grid modernization. The latest climate science will prove damage being done to the biosphere by human methane release and burning is immeasurable in cost and societally unacceptable. Data on energy burdens will demonstrate households and businesses installing solar have the lowest burdens by far. Health and economic data on local impacts from both fracking and methane extraction from CAFO animal waste will document the human and environmental degradation caused by methane infrastructure. Health and economic data on household impacts from inadequately vented homes and apartments with methane appliances will document the additional health and economic burdens imposed on unwitting ratepayers. Socioeconomic data demonstrating the effects on Marylanders of rapidly rising energy burdens will underline that investments in infrastructure directly lowering energy burdens will multiply benefit throughout the Maryland economy. Financial forecasts comparing sustainable and steady investment in truly clean and fuel-free energy to extending infrastructure for market-priced methane will overwhelmingly support responsible and safe disinvestment from methane. Reassessment of fundamental commitments to public necessity and the applied definition of public necessity in a climate emergency will render methane expansion pernicious and possibly illegal. Data on the external cost of methane infrastructure versus the cost of electrification will favor directing all investment practical to electrification, which will outscore less efficient, more harmful, and less economic methane on all tests of public necessity. So, as a ratepayer and a retiree who has chosen to remain in this state, and a very worried biosphere inhabitant, I urge you to open this proceeding and examine this data that I just described. I know that Governor Moore is data-driven because he says he is, and I believe he wants this commission to be data-driven as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Oh, I have to oh, I see, okay. There we go. Joelle Novi, Joelle, N as in Nancy, O, V as in Victor, EY, from Silver Spring, and I'm here with Interfaith Power and Light. A fossil fuel company has been advertising in my ears during my favorite podcast recently, peddling an insidious lie. They say that in questions of energy production, it's and, not or. They want us to believe that there is a way to keep burning fossil fuels and somehow still preserve a livable climate. The climate crisis is not a have your cake and eat it too situation. We have to stop burning fossil fuels and choose a different path. Opening a future of gas proceeding marks this crossroads. When it comes to the future of burning gas in Maryland, it's or, not and. Burning gas indoors is not consistent with a healthy future for anyone. We know because we are measuring the pollution ourselves. We have been using handheld detectors like this one in hundreds of Montgomery County kitchens to measure nitrogen dioxide, a respiratory irritant generated by gas-burning stoves. The Environmental Protection Agency's outdoor standard for nitrogen dioxide is 100 parts per billion. We are finding that NO2 levels often reach 2, 3, even 4 times the EPA's safe exposure limit during routine cooking in Marylanders' homes. So in this proceeding, the commission faces a choice. You're facing a real moment of or. Either you will serve the people of Maryland who breathe air and want a livable climate for our children, or you will serve our only opposition, businesses without lungs or children of their own that will keep selling us gas to burn no matter the consequences. How should you choose? Well, remember that what the P in PSC stands for. You are accountable to the public, not for obsolete products or to juice anyone's profits. As we discern the future of gas burning in Maryland, it's us or gas. So choose us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three are Marceline White, Zoe Gallagher, and Dave Arndt.
Hello, Marceline White couldn't be here today, so I'll be speaking on behalf of both of us. My name is Zoe Gallagher, ZoeGallagher. Thank you, Commissioners, for holding this hearing and giving attention to this issue. I represent Economic Action Maryland, a Baltimore-based nonprofit organization that works to improve economic justice in Maryland and beyond through advocacy and direct services. I'm here today to urge you to open a proceeding plan for the future of gas in Maryland. As Marylanders across the state are struggling to cope with the increase in the cost of living, the rising cost of utilities is causing hardworking families to adjust their already tight budgets to afford these essential services. Last December, the PSC approved a multi-year rate price hike for BG&E, which means the rising cost of utilities has just begun. This cost crisis is only going to worsen unless we take action soon. Expanding gas infrastructure is antithetical to our state's climate goals. The state of Maryland has committed to becoming net zero by 2045, but as service providers continue to raise rates to pay for gas infrastructure that will soon be obsolete, Maryland ratepayers are stuck paying off these costs for decades to come. Investing in fossil fuel infrastructure locks us into a dependency on non-renewable energy sources, which undermines our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and transition to sustainable energy. This contradicts our climate commitments and places an unfair financial burden on consumers, delaying the progress needed to achieve a clean energy future. Although many Marylanders are already benefiting from the cost savings and health improvements of switching from fossil gas appliances to electric alternatives, this transition cannot be effectively or equitably achieved on a house-by-house basis. As more Marylanders electrify their homes, low-income families that will be left to struggle with the costs of the stranded fossil fuel gas infrastructure that utility companies continue to build, further increasing their energy bills and financial burdens. We must be taking action to ensure that clean energy is not a luxury but the norm. To meet our climate goals and ensure no one is left behind, we need a managed phased transition towards clean heat. Therefore, it's crucial for the Public Service Commission to initiate a proceeding plan for the future of gas in Maryland. We urge you, as Maryland's utility regulators, to lead the way in implementing a managed phased transition towards clean heat. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Dave Arndt, D-A-V-E-A-R-N-D-T, a resident of Baltimore, a chemical engineer, a retiree of the National Institutes of Health, and a co-lead of the Maryland Legislative Coalition Climate Justice Wing. I want to thank the Public Service Commission for listening to my testimony today. We need to repeal STRIDE, period. This would not cause any safety issues because STRIDE does not address safety directly in any way. Of course, safety is of the utmost importance. However, safety is a core obligation of the utilities. STRIDE is not a piece of safety legislation at all. OPC delivered a great rate impact report which focuses on the huge rate increases which are driven on the gas side largely by STRIDE. We are really concerned about the ratepayer impact of continually building out two different energy delivery systems when we only really need one. Right now, BG&E is spending twice the rate per customer on its gas system than its electric system, and that has only accelerated since the Climate Solutions Now Act has passed. Obviously, this is backwards. The CSN Act, the Climate Commission study, and the Maryland Climate Pollution Report all point out that electrification is the key, while also pointing out that we need to substantially reduce or eliminate fossil fuels. We need to require that all new buildings be electric. That would be a tremendous step forward, and it would be really cost effective. We all know it's cheaper to build new buildings all electric than gas, but the fact that Maryland still allows new buildings to use gas is just ludicrous. Let's not invest in last century's technology to solve this century's climate, environmental, and social justice issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three are Lindsay Estes, Jose Coronado Flores, and Deline Hinton.
Lindsay Estes, Lindsayestes. I'm here today on Interfaith Power and Light DMV's behalf. We are an organization through which faith communities are greening houses of worship all throughout the DMV. But on the morning of August 25th, 2019, I was at a previous job at Remedy Medical Dispensary in Columbia, Maryland. As we entered the shop to prepare for the morning shift, my colleagues and I felt a blast. The ground shook, and we learned that a gas explosion had leveled the Social Security office in the Lakeside Shopping Center. This was just a quarter mile down the road. It damaged many surrounding businesses, but thankfully, someone had reported the gas leak, allowing our community and our families to avoid a much more terrible cost than lost business and destroyed buildings. Today, Remedy has relocated to the same shopping center where the explosion occurred. And today I wonder how many of my young colleagues might have been harmed had that move occurred sooner. Would they still be here to care for their patients and their community? Would I still be here? What was supposed to be a normal day at work became a critical moment in my mind because the truth is it was a normal day. It was just the one that went wrong. The one on which we could see the danger that always existed beneath the ground. The truth is that even when everything goes right, gas puts our health and our future at risk. And whether or not we can see the impacts of fossil fuel combustion or not, we know that they are real, and all of us who breathe air. Gas leaks everywhere, from the pipes delivering it into our homes, to the appliances inside our homes, and into the air that we, our children, and our elderly breathe. So I want to ask, how can gas have a future when it threatens our own? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners of the Public Service Commission. My name is Jose Coronado Flores, JOSECORONADO space FLORES. And I'm a research and policy analyst for the organization CASA. CASA is the largest services and advocacy org in Maryland with a membership of over 150,000 immigrants and working families. And they're mostly low-income ratepayers served by BGE, PEPCO, Washington Gas, and Potomac Edison. In my public comments today, I want to urge the PSC to open proceedings on the future of gas and reconsider the STRIDE program. To guide my appeal, I want to paint a picture of what's going on in our communities. I want to use a specific example of Langley Park, which is right next to our office. According to statistics by the Washington Post, 89% of homes and apartments are powered by natural gas in that area. In this area, you will also find aging and inefficient infrastructure. These 2 points, which are the fact that we're gridlocked to gas use, as well as occupying old and inefficient buildings, is key to understanding the disproportionate financial burden that residents in these types of communities face in relation to gas utility rates. During the winter months, when our members try to heat their homes, they struggle to achieve comfortable temperatures. When old apartments have unsealed windows, cracks in the walls and floors, and broken doors, it's difficult for heaters to warm the space. This results in tenants running appliances for longer at higher intensities just to get minimal heating. This drives up their commodity costs, resulting in even higher bills paired with the increasing distribution costs. My last point is focused on environmental injustice, and the issue is the proximity to major gas transmission pipelines in Baltimore. The BGE Spring Gardens LNG facility's major gas transmission line goes through low-wealth and minority communities like Westport, which are already overburdened with traffic, energy production, and industrial pollution. The route of this pipeline is public information, as well as all the other pipelines in Maryland through the National Pipeline Mapping System. To protect low-income ratepayers and address environmental injustice, we need to start investing in phasing out gas, not expanding it. Thank you for your time.
Good day. I am Reverend Delene Hinton of Central Maryland Ecumenical Council and the lead pastor of the Northwest Baltimore Cooperative Parish of the United Methodist Church. I come to you today to tell you, I'm sorry?
Spell your name, please.
E-L-L-Y-N-E-Hinton. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Go ahead.
I come to you today with a situation that I experienced just a few years ago. The furnace went up in our home. We had a repair person come in during the regular business hours to fix the situation. And it was around Thanksgiving time. At 10 o'clock at night, both my son and myself were in our respective beds and we heard a big boom. We jumped out of the beds to see what was going on, and where the boom had come from, we could not discover. We were looking outside for what was happening. As we came down the steps, we could smell gas coming up from our basement. The coupling that had been installed on our furnace had not been installed appropriately. It's a little after 10 o'clock at night, and I have to call BG&E and everybody else to come out and to investigate my home. I was kept out of my home for several hours, sitting in my car with all of my important papers and my dog. And even when we were allowed to go back in, we were not allowed to turn on the heat. It was the end of November, the beginning of December. I come to you today to say that we have not been able to replace that furnace, nor have we been able to move over into electric, but rather we are still utilizing gas. And as I see myself in this situation, with gas prices going up, was something that scared me and caused all of my issues around anxiety, around gas and its presence in my home. I am constantly operating from a place of fear. This is a personal experience. It's not one that happened to someone else. So the cost of electrifying my home is more than I can personally bear. And the cost for staying with electric may be more than my body, soul, and mind can bear. So please consider the future of gas proceedings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Ruth, and then David Saunders, and then Monica O'Connor.
Oh, Ruthie Ann Norton. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, right.
I assume I'm the Ruth?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so, yeah. So
Good afternoon. I'm Ruth Ann Norton. That's RUTHANNNORTON. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission. I am Ruth Ann Norton. I'm the president of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. We are here today to talk about our strong support for an electrified future and to urge the PSC to help plan for this transition so that the changes to the gas system we protect, through the changes to the gas system, we protect and support low-income households and our most disadvantaged communities across the state of Maryland. Our work is deeply grounded in equity, environmental justice, and health. We know that for far too long, the gas infrastructure has undermined the health of our most vulnerable children and our seniors in Maryland through cognitive impacts, through cardiac impacts, through well-documented respiratory impacts, and reproductive health. And it's time that we need to ensure that we are investing in communities for their health and for their economic opportunity. The work of electrifying homes is moving forward across the state and the nation, and we are confident in the benefits of electrification and confident that it is an achievable goal. We're part of the Green and Healthy Task Force at DHCD that is moving Maryland to a whole house approach to ensure that we are better able to electrify homes and deliver better health and safety outcomes. GHHI is leading the work with the Board of Public Utilities in the state of New Jersey, where we are electrifying and decarbonizing homes and better aligning resources, lowering the state's cost, and improving the economic outcomes and the health outcomes for citizens in New Jersey. And here in Baltimore, we are leading the way with a whole house program in East Baltimore, grounded in those principles of health, economic, and social outcomes. What we are finding is incredible results improving housing values, improving housing stabilization, lowering hospital rates, hospital admissions, and emergency room visits for asthma, and ensuring a better and more equitable future. But most of all, our residents who we work with are having a better quality of life. The impact on seniors who do not have to move out of their homes but can live with dignity and health can also have their grandchildren visit and feel safe in their home as they move forward. And they feel safe against other issues that you heard even from the Reverend before me. We are showing that we are saving well over $1,000 per family annually in their electric bills. We are showing by hard data improved health and better housing values. And these are powerful stories that matter, and they matter built on things that we have long known. Gas and carbon emissions in homes is bad for human health. We need to move to a zero emission standard. We need to move quickly because the urgency of the health and quality of life of our residents is high. Low-income households and communities of color have been poorly served by gas infrastructure systems. They have higher energy burdens, actually more extreme heat, and in the summer, much poorer indoor air quality, and have not had the access necessary to the resources that those of us in the middle and upper income communities can have to easily access heat pumps and electrified futures. We need to continue to improve that access so that we can, in the words of our own governor, leave no one behind, but have demonstrable benefits in improving the lives of people in Maryland. We urge you to have a hearing on the future of gas. We urge you to think for the future and think about it on the evidence before us. We thank you.
Thank you.
David, D-A-V-I-D, Saunders, S-A-U-N-D-E-R-S. I am a BGE customer. Today's hearing is not about gas. It is about fire. The gas company sells gas, but the gas only functions when it combines with oxygen and makes fire. For thousands of years, humans have depended on fire to warm our homes and cook our food, and it's worked very well. I would like to thank the gas company for providing safe, reliable, and inexpensive fire, and I mean that sincerely. They've done that for 100 years, and we thank them. They've done a good job. But just as wine turns to vinegar, a benefit can turn to a risk. Let's do the numbers. My wife and I, we burn 1,000 therms of natural gas annually with a visible cost under $700. Well, what is the hidden cost? I was shocked to learn that 1,000 therms of natural gas, how much CO2 do you think that makes? 1,000 therms of gas that we burn a year makes over 5 metric tons of CO2 that goes in the atmosphere for 100 years. Just my wife and I. 5 metric tons into the atmosphere for 100 years. Now, there are 16 homes on my street, and over the past 20 years, well, let me say, what a hidden cost. Okay, there are 16 homes on my street. Over the next 20 years, we will collectively burn 320,000 therms of natural gas. We will generate, our street will generate 1,600 metric tons of greenhouse gas, and this is just one street. And I might mention, I skipped a line, that BGE has officially notified us that Operation Pipeline will excavate my street and will install gas pipes, reinstall gas pipes. It's only 20 years old, and they're going to put gas pipes in. And they hope that we will continue to use fire to cook our food and warm our home. So that gas line will result in 16 homes over the next 20 years. 320,000 therms will be generated, and that will be 1,600 metric tons of greenhouse gas for just one street. So what's the alternative? Should we continue to rely on gas, or should we switch to electricity? A modern heat pump is more efficient than a gas furnace. An induction stovetop is quicker than a gas stovetop. So instead of investing $1 billion in gas, let's spend $1 billion on substations and transmission lines for clean wind and solar. Now, Exelon states, right in their website, we're committed to providing innovation, best-in-class performance, and thought leadership. This is an opportunity to help Exelon live up to its stated values by shifting energy from fire to electricity. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll do the right thing.
Thank you.
Good morning from the last 5 minutes. My name is Monica O'Connor, Monica Oconnor. I'm a co-chair of the Maryland Legislative Coalition Climate Justice Wing. We are a grassroots organization of 30 groups and more than 100 individuals statewide. And we're very grateful for this opportunity to ask the Commission to initiate a future of gas proceedings. Through STRIDE, Maryland law incentivizes utilities to make the bulk of their profits on the replacement and growth of its methane gas infrastructure. It does this by taking the financial burden of capital investments away from the utilities and puts it onto the consumer. Because of these capital investments, Marylanders have seen their bills skyrocket over the last 10 years. This seems like a very good deal for utilities and a very bad deal for the consumers. It's also a very bad deal for our environment, since STRIDE will allow for methane-polluting capital investment projects to continue for another 20 years. As Maryland households take advantage of IRA funds and transition their homes to cost-effective electric heat pumps and heat pump water heaters, we know that many Marylanders, especially those least able to afford high energy bills, will be left on gas. What's more, as the pool of gas consumers shrink, those left on gas will be stuck paying higher and higher delivery fees based off an infrastructure debt driven by STRIDE for 50 years. The future of gas proceeding is an opportunity for the PSC to step in and jumpstart a managed phased transition to cleaner, more affordable energy solutions. Instead of burdening consumers with billions in debt for infrastructure that will become obsolete before it's even paid off, regulators can help unlock billions to upgrade homes, especially low-income homes and apartments, with highly efficient heat pumps. This approach will save Marylanders money and ensure that no one is left behind in the transition towards clean heat solutions. Thank you.
Next is Liz Fainer, Aaron Oldenburg, and Miller Pipeline.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Liz Fainer, L-I-Z, F as in Frank, E-I-G-H-N as in Nancy, E-R. I'm speaking on behalf of HOCO Climate Action, a grassroots organization representing approximately 1,400 subscribers. For the last few years, we've been advocating for electrifying new buildings in Howard County and at the state level. Meanwhile, utilities are actively testifying against these efforts and fighting for continued and expanded use of methane gas, even though delays and reductions are incompatible with Maryland's climate goals. Instead of focusing on maintaining safety of our gas system, Maryland gas utilities are spending billions on new pipelines and equipment, many of which could soon become obsolete. In fact, in my neighborhood, built in the late 80s, so it's only around 30 years old, has had gas lines replaced, not for safety, but for increased capacity. This makes no sense in this day and age and climate. The outdated STRIDE law encourages gas utilities to squander billions on gas systems, driving up costs for consumers and locking in a reliance on fossil fuels for decades. The PSC has a unique responsibility to regulate and protect customers, while the gas utilities monopolies answer primarily to their shareholders. The PSC needs to act quickly and lead in planning for a better future in Maryland, providing a well-researched and planned transition away from gas use in our buildings. By leading the future of gas proceeding, the PSC will put its energy policy in line with the Climate Solutions Now Act reinforced by Governor Moore's executive order on climate and energy. With your swift action, Maryland residents can access lower energy bills, cleaner air, and better comfort, all while reducing pollution from our buildings. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaron Oldenburg. That's AARONOLDENBURG, and I'm a Maryland ratepayer with Constellation Energy, with Clean Choice for my electric and Shipley for my gas. Thank you for hosting this hearing and taking this issue seriously. Our house is 100 years old and came with heating, oven, and dryer as natural gas. We've spent about $8,000 so far upgrading our electric panel and outlets to make it so our house can handle an electric dryer, electric stove, eventually electric heat. It's a lot, but it will be worth it to install appliances that aren't poisoning the air in our house, are less of a fire or explosion risk. Our old dryer is especially worrying and will be the first to go. And most importantly, aren't contributing to the methane emissions that are warming our planet. And just looking at our bills during the winter, during the summer, it's clear that our electric-powered air conditioning is much cheaper than our gas-powered heat. The cost of this endeavor shows that not only do we need to move away from natural gas infrastructure, but we need to move away from building new homes that rely on gas. Changing the infrastructure is important too, though. When we lived on Leverton Avenue in East Baltimore, a small block with a lot of families, we would regularly smell a gas leak on our block. Eventually, BGE would come out and work on it, but it would come back. I hear about areas where there are large explosions destroying multiple houses and killing people, and thankfully that never happened on our block, but I don't know how close we came. We're already experiencing the effects of climate change and know that methane gas is one of the most destructive pollutants when it comes to our climate. We also know that if we address it quickly, it doesn't stick around as long in the atmosphere, so making changes now will have a big effect. And it's clear that this can't just rely on individuals making expensive changes to our houses or builders voluntarily making the right choices. We need a plan for collective change going forward. Thank you for your time, and please open a gas proceeding.
Good afternoon. Chris Klein with Miller Pipeline. It's CHRISTOPHERKLEIN. My name is Chris Klein, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Every workday for the last 20 years, I set my alarm for 4:45. By 5:20, I'm out the door to ensure I'm at our yard or job site early to check my equipment and get ready for the day ahead. This routine isn't about me being punctual. It's about the pride I take in my work and responsibility I feel for the safety, reliability, and affordable of Maryland's energy system. I am a superintendent at Miller Pipeline. I started my career in the natural gas industry around 20 years ago with another contractor, where I went from laborer to operator, later moving to Miller Pipeline, where I moved from operator to foreman to general foreman to superintendent. I've also been a proud union member my whole career. I'm a member of Operating Engineers Local 37, previously serving as shop steward. I also completed my electrical apprenticeship through IBEW Locals 24. My wife, Mandy, works for the Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 486 Apprenticeship School. My older son, Tyler, is 21. He works for Miller Pipeline also as a laborer. He's been there for 2.5 years. He is a member of the Laborers Local 710 and wants to continue his training and move up the chain just as I did. My younger son, Camden, is 13 and already talks about becoming a welder for Miller Pipeline when he grows up. Working in the gas industry has not only provided my family financial stability, but also a sense of community and belonging. Many of my coworkers are incredibly meaningful to me. We look at each other both on and off the job site. I've had multiple coworkers, weddings, and many of them have shared meals at my dining room table. These are not just colleagues, we are a family. We are also a diverse workforce. Miller Pipeline has over 130 employees in Maryland, representing 20 different unions, doing approximately $30 million in revenue across our state. Our workforce in Baltimore is 70% Black and Hispanic. Last year, we had done nearly $10 million in diversity contracting spent with Baltimore Gas and Electric. We are a company that lives our core values and offers chances for families of all backgrounds to achieve the American dream. Safety and reliability are paramount, in our work, and maintaining Maryland's aging gas infrastructure is crucial. I've personally worked on mains that were installed in the 1800s and are still in operation today. These systems need constant maintenance to ensure they remain safe and reliable. I've seen cast iron pipes so deteriorated that the bottom section has completely fallen out, and steel mains that are so rusted, merely cleaning them causes them to crumble in your hands. There's a lot of talk about moving to renewable energy sources like solar and wind, and I understand the environmental concerns. But the Commission also has an obligation to ensure our energy grid is safe, reliable, and affordable. Our natural gas system provides the reliable, safe, and affordable base power necessary to keep homes warm during cold winter nights, and hospitals, factories, and schools running even during fierce windstorms when above-ground electrical wires commonly get knocked down. The reliability is the result of thousands of men and women doing hard work and dedicated to fixing leaks and repairing aging gas pipes. Abruptly stopping our ability to fund this critical work is not the answer and could result in catastrophe. I urge the Commission to consider the importance of maintaining our current gas infrastructure. The industry supports thousands of families, provides job security, and ensures the safety of our community. Let's work together to find a balanced approach that represents both our needs for reliable energy and our emission goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next three are Stephen Topping, Tammy Bresnahan, and Chris Parts.
My name is Stephen Topping. It's S-T-E-P-H-E-N, last name Topping, T as in Tom, O-P-P-I-N-G. I want to thank the commissioners for providing me this opportunity. I'm a 40-plus year Baltimore City resident and customer of BG&E. I am someone who has experienced the obstacles of attempting to transition to electric. The process is lengthy, expensive, and at this time I remain a captive gas customer. As a gas customer, I do not understand why the consumer should bear the cost of BG&E's imprudent investments. The status quo will mean that we will continue to subsidize their bad choices in the future. A cogent, forward-thinking strategic plan needs to be presented that is transparent and puts consumer and climate benefit before investor profit. The Commission should act now so ineffective policies are discontinued and there is a change of course. Planning must be more thoughtful, must be backed by appropriate data, and be intent on achieving both federal and state climate goals. Without a long-term comprehensive plan, BG&E's future spending requests are without merit. I fully support the OPC's petition request. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Public Service Commission. My name is Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP Maryland. AARP Maryland advocates for more than 2 million Marylanders over 50. AARP is the largest, as you know, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization, and our key priorities include helping all Marylanders achieve financial and health security. I don't have to tell you that in 2011, we applauded the Public Service Commission's ruling at that time when Washington Gas asked for a surcharge on gas. That was short-lived because in 2012, they took their case to, the gas companies took their case to the General Assembly. 3 of us fought back that surcharge in 2012, but they came back with a fierce vengeance in 2013. The Office of the People's Counsel, the Apartment Buildings Association, and AARP were 3 organizations that opposed that stride go into effect. I think it was 3 or 4 years later, the gas companies came back and wanted more money because 14 cents at an accelerated rate wasn't enough, and they needed more. And I think our worst fears came true, that ratepayers would be paying more. And as the Office of the People's Counsel has proven to you, they are. We think it's time to really look at Stride and the effect that it's having on the Maryland ratepayer. We think that there is no more suitable agency than yours to look at Stride and to make sure that the Maryland ratepayer is paying what they should be, that they are able to age in place. And we thank you for opening this case and looking at it and being deliberative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Chris Parts with AIA Maryland, representing architects across the state of Maryland. And I'm here to share comments from professionals helping to design structures and systems for new and renovated buildings, for which this presumable gas expansion would be in place for.
And if you could just spell your name, I realize it's
thank you.
Pretty simple, but go ahead.
CHRIS, parts like auto parts. Thank you. First, I'd like to share comments from Ben Rausch, a sustainability leader at FSI Engineers. He can't be here today because his wife just delivered a new baby yesterday. So
Thank you.
He's an experienced and mechanical engineer and experienced in designing, modeling, and commissioning projects. First of all, Ben, I'd like to share that we can get off fossil fuels right now in a way that's safe for our power grid, creates many jobs, and is technically sound. Over 20 years of experience, Ben wanted to share a few thoughts on regarding heat pumps. First is there are only a few things that truly require fossil fuels and can't use heat pumps, and all of those are in heavy industry. Secondly, heat pump total cost of operation for their 20-year anticipated useful life is 50% less than a traditional furnace with AC. Third is that heat pumps operate at 3 times lower carbon emissions than furnaces, generating the same amount of heat. And lastly, regarding heat pumps, is that they readily heat down below any expected temperatures here in Maryland. So we can be comfortable using heat pumps. Secondly, on behalf of AIA Maryland, I'd like to share that all electric projects are happening locally and beyond. Sharing some information for our AIA National 2030 Challenge program, which shares data from 428 participating companies started in 2005. It shows a 134% increase in all electric projects just from 2020 to 2022, with over 80.10 million square feet of space. It also shows a 345 increase in net zero energy projects from 2018 through 2022. My office, based here in Baltimore, has market sectors in education, healthcare, senior living, market rate, and affordable housing. Across all sectors, we have projects being designed and built that are all electric. I close with 2 thoughts. First is that slow movement toward full electrification allows owners to choose fossil fuel-based equipment because it's what they know, and I can tell you that's happening now. It ties them to that equipment for 20 plus years, and it ties us as a state to emitting more carbon due to inaction and continued expense on stranded infrastructure. And secondly, is that we have technology and the knowledge, and we simply have to have the will to move away from gas. It's been said the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have Zippy Horowitz, Lori Welch, and Ann Haveman.
Hi, my full name is Zipporah Horowitz. That's Tzipporah Horowitz. I am a BG&E ratepayer, and I want to thank the PSC for holding this hearing. So far, we've heard about safety, reliability, and affordability, and I'd like to address each. My first real experience with a gas stove was visiting my cousins. Their son Isaiah had a habit of playing with things if he could grab them, so they removed the dials from their stove to make it a little harder. Late at night, I tried to light it up, but couldn't figure it out and went to bed. Luckily, my cousin woke up because I turned it the wrong way and the apartment was flooding with gas. Things could have ended very badly that night, and I'm very lucky they didn't. Even when used correctly, though, gas stoves pose health risks. They cause dangerously high levels of methane inside homes and are estimated to cause up to 19,000 premature deaths each year in the United States. Products this unsafe simply shouldn't be sold. A gas pipeline incident related to reliability. A gas pipeline incident occurs somewhere in the U.S. approximately every 40 hours. Between 2010 and 2021, there were an estimated 630,000 gas leaks each year, 2,600 of which were serious enough to be reported to the federal government, 328 of which resulted in explosions. Those explosions and fires killed 122 people and injured 603. Programs like STRIDE incentivize BG&E to replace infrastructure instead of to repair it, charging us instead of their shareholders for equipment that policies like the Zero Equipment Heating Emissions Standard are phasing out anyway. A system this reliable and unaffordable shouldn't be allowed to exist. Anyone who works in the gas industry has known for a long time that it's time limited. They've known all along that the dangerous energy and infrastructure that they were selling us came with a shorter lifespan than advertised, but they sold it to us with a smile anyway to make a quick buck. And they're back to upcharge us one last time before fracked gas and other dirty fuels are gone forever in favor of cheaper, cleaner, and safer energy. Ratepayers can't afford to replace infrastructure that they don't need and shouldn't need to pay for equipment they didn't ask for that harms them, their families, and their communities. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Welch, Lauriewelch. I am here with a representative of Third Act, which is a relatively new pro-democracy and pro-climate group for seniors. And many seniors have joined Third Act with the idea that there's no time to waste. We were part of the generation that benefited from energy expansion in this country and the building out of the economy, and feel we have to take our time, our efforts, our resources to help undo some of the damage that we caused. So Maryland Third Act, along with the rest of the organizations who testified here, are encouraging the commission to hold a hearing on the future of gas and to address many of the questions that have been raised. I'm also a retired physician, and I worked for 12 years with an organization in Montgomery County that provided health care for low-income families without health insurance. And we all know Montgomery County has an affordable housing crisis at the moment, and those families that we were seeing were often in that circumstance of coming to essentially a free clinic because the rent was so high they couldn't afford medications. And as hearing about the potential increase in utility costs, I really fear for what will happen to families that are on the edge already financially. We wouldn't want to be causing any additional homelessness, but their resources are limited to address people who are in that circumstance where they can no longer afford their rent. So I think that's really important, in addition to all the other reasons, to look at the future of gas in Maryland, particularly with these rising utility rates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ann Havman, A-N-N-E, H-A-V as in Victor, E-M-A-N-N. I'm here today on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. CCAN's the largest and oldest grassroots organization dedicated exclusively to advancing solutions to the climate crisis here in the Chesapeake region. We have over 22,000 members who are committed in Maryland, who are committed to moving away from fossil fuels and tackling the climate crisis. I'm going to use my time today to focus on the urgency of opening this proceeding by focusing on Washington Gas's recent rate case before this commission. In May 2023, Washington Gas Light Company asked the PSC for permission to raise rates by more than $45 million. CCAN and others intervened to raise concerns about the misalignment between Washington Gas's spending on gas infrastructure and Maryland's climate goals. We pointed out that the Maryland General Assembly was already moving away from fossil fuels. The Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022 requires Maryland to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 60% by 2031. This is one of, if not the strongest climate reduction goals in the whole country. that Climate Solutions Now Act further requires net zero emissions by 2045. To achieve this goal, Maryland must decarbonize all sectors of the economy, including its building sector. Fossil fuel use in buildings represents 13% of Maryland's greenhouse gas emissions, and Maryland leaders have demonstrated a clear commitment to reducing emissions from the sector by electrifying Maryland's buildings. For instance, in 2022, legislators directed the Maryland Department of the Environment to develop building emissions performance standards to reduce direct greenhouse gas emissions from buildings 20% by early 2030. In the WGL rate case, we presented this evidence and more to show that the company's future gas sales will decline. We urge the Commission to take declining gas use into account when evaluating WGL's rate increase request. In its decision, the Commission noted that interveners raised, quote, important issues regarding the future of gas and gas planning, particularly in light of the state's goals addressing climate change and GHG reduction. This Commission, however, deemed the gas policy issues out of scope and deferred meaningful consideration to case number 9707, this future of gas docket. Since that rate case 7 months ago, Maryland has taken further steps to ensure that gas is phased out of buildings. Governor Moore issued an executive order in June directing MDE to develop zero-emission heating equipment standards and a clean heat standard. These regulations, which are beginning to be in process, will jumpstart the process of heating buildings with clean, efficient electric heat pumps instead of gas-powered boilers and furnaces. 7 months later, we cannot defer these important issues any longer. We urge the Commission to promptly open a proceeding to help align gas spending with gas policy. Thank you.
The next three are Erica Puentes, Brittany Baker, and Ruth Keating-White.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Erica Puentes, E-R-I-C-A, P-U-E-N-T-E-S. I'm here both as a lifelong Baltimore City resident as the legislative coordinator for Progressive Maryland. Progressive Maryland is a member-based organization advocating for working-class residents and communities of color. For the sake of working people and our planet, we must transition to clean and renewable energy. For this reason, Progressive Maryland supports the Maryland Office of People's Counsel petition to open a proceeding for long-term gas planning. Our state's aging gas system has particularly deleterious implications for our working-class membership. High utility bills financially distress working people who are already having a difficult time keeping up with the cost of living. Utility companies continue to sink money on outdated gas infrastructure and equipment. If Maryland policymakers do not intervene, in order to pay for this, utility companies are projected to drastically increase bills and saddle the ordinary consumer with this financial burden. Working Marylanders should not be on the hook to pay for outdated gas infrastructure that is detrimental to their own health. Pollutants emitted by gas appliances and fossil fuel heating equipment can cause or worsen respiratory illnesses and have a negative effect on indoor air quality and outdoor air quality. This has a particular effect on communities of color, as Black Marylanders are exposed to 70% more pollutants from buildings than white Marylanders. Additionally, Maryland has seen firsthand the dangers of gas after multiple communities in Silver Spring, Gaithersburg, Columbia, and Baltimore were rocked by gas explosions just in the past few years. Most of these explosions occurred in low-income people of color and immigrant communities, where many lost their homes, multiple people were injured, and some lost their lives. Maryland must be proactive in transitioning to clean and affordable energy solutions for the sake of working people and for our planet. Progressive Maryland urges the Maryland Public Service Commission to open a proceeding to create a plan for our gas systems so that consumers are not forced to pay for aging infrastructure that will not only hurt them financially, but also negatively impact their health. Working class Marylanders deserve a clean and healthier planet. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Brittany Baker, B-R-I-T-T-A-N-Y, Baker, B-A-K-E-R. And I thank the commissioners and the chair for being able to hold your attention all this time and allow everyone to speak today. And I don't want to go into, again, all the public health benefits, economic benefits of this switch, but I did want to mention two things. One, I know that Chair Hoover asked about the reliability of heat pumps. I just want to bring up to the room a reminder that in the winter storm of 2021 in Texas, what failed was the natural gas infrastructure. And so natural gas infrastructure is not resilient when it comes to those very, very deep freezes. And the second thing I want to mention is last year in the General Assembly, the Warmth Act was passed, and the Warmth Act gives gas companies the opportunity to experiment their business models, use the same right-of-ways and use the same workers, but use natural network geothermal instead of the natural gas. And so there are opportunities for the utility companies to become part of this transition. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Ruth Keating White, RUTHALICEKEETING-White. I'm active in 5 or 6 of the statewide and Howard County groups represented here today supporting decarbonization and electrification. And I followed the development and passage of the Climate Solutions Now in 2022, which began a massive energy policy reorientation in Maryland. 2022 was the year that the IPCC again addressed methane, publishing a new report bolstering evidence that methane reduction and decarbonization are key to preventing climate catastrophe. This information from the UN and what I learned in Maryland informed my decision in May of 2022 to replace my old air conditioner with a heat pump. That was too early. I did not know that the Inflation Reduction Act would pass in the fall and that I would not be eligible for the money, which is available to Marylanders now, to do similar things. And also for the health of those in my home, I plan to replace my gas stove with an induction stove soon. But in the meantime, I use an inexpensive portable induction burner instead of turning on the gas. Average citizens like me, like David Lapp, like many others here that I know, have done the same thing. And we must learn from the long-term planning that we as citizens are making for Maryland to act. The deregulation created utilities that are distribution monopolies. I don't have a choice for my energy distribution. As a regulator for these monopolies, the PSC needs a robust and well-informed planning process to manage the energy transition already begun, as many have said, and continued by Climate Solutions Now, the Moore administration, Maryland localities making decisions to support electrification. And as David Lapp said and others, we need short-term solutions like repealing stride and moving forward. Thank you.
Just 2 left, Taylor Smith Hams and Megan Shook.
Hello, members of the Commission. My name is Taylor Smith Hams, TaylorSmith -HA, M as in Mary, S. I am a senior organizer with 350.org, which is a global climate justice organization dedicated to ending our dependence on fossil fuels by ushering in a fast and just transition to renewable energy. I'm here today both in my professional capacity and as a Baltimore resident and BGE ratepayer to urge you to plan a managed transition away from fossil gas in Maryland. The climate crisis is here. It's hitting us in the face every single day. From all the sweltering heat here in Baltimore and all across the country to the earliest Category 5 hurricane on record, just scan the headlines or walk outside and it's very clear. 350 local groups in Maryland and Montgomery County and Baltimore City conduct regular gas leaks monitoring and have found high readings of methane in multiple counties. These leaks cost ratepayers millions of dollars a year while harming public health and the planet. We all know that we need to rapidly transition away from fossil fuels and move towards renewable energy. But our utilities in Maryland are blocking this transition. Despite the incontrovertible evidence that we have to stop using fossil fuels, these for-profit monopolies continue to build new planet-burning fossil fuel infrastructure. BGE alone is spending $1 million a day on fossil gas infrastructure. And they're raising rates on working families to pay for it, which only compounds the impacts of the climate crisis on our state's most vulnerable residents who have to choose whether to turn on the AC or pay for groceries. We all know why they're doing this, but I want to make it perfectly clear. Investor-owned utility companies prioritize profit over people and the planet. They make a lot of money on capital expenditures like fossil gas infrastructure. So they are going to keep building it unless you do something to stop them. The PSC must use its authority to put Maryland on a path toward climate justice by opening a future of gas proceeding to jumpstart this transition off of fossil gas. Ratepayers across the state are depending on you. Thank you.
Alrighty, well, I think that may be all the public comments we have. So we're going to actually take a lunch break now until 1:15. No, 1:15. 45 minutes, so as opposed to an hour. So.
Yeah, from involved with Washington Gas. Maybe some Zoom coffee. All right, so fangirl. Okay. I think that'd empower you. Okay. Oh, really? Enjoy your
Okay, back on the record. And we're going to start, I think actually we're going to start with BG&E, if you don't mind. So, yeah. So,
Actually, this is Bev Sikora over here. I'm going to introduce from back here, let the people who know things actually sit at the table. So, good afternoon, Chairman Hoover, Commissioners, Bev Sikora on behalf of BGE. Today, I have with me John Frayne, who you all know, but I also have Lauren Urbanek, who is new to BGE. She's the Senior Manager of Decarbonization Strategy at BGE, and I'll let her say a few things about herself, and then we'll get to the presentation.
Great. Thanks, Bev, and thanks for having us, Commissioners and Chairman. So as Bev said, my name is Lauren Urbanek. I joined BGE in February, and I actually joined from the Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC, where I worked on decarbonization policy. And prior to that was at the Maryland Energy Administration for a number of years. So this feels a little bit like coming home. So next slide, please, John. So really wanted to start today emphasizing. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I need to spell my name, right?
That's it, yeah.
All right. Lauren, Lauren, last name Urbanek, U-R, B as in boy, A, N as in Nancy, E-K. Sorry about that.
And I'll just give you my spelling as well. John, John, Frayne, F-R-A-I-N as in Nancy.
Great. Well, like I said, to start, really wanted to emphasize that BGE is in full support of Maryland's decarbonization goals. And the state, as you've heard from many today, has set that really strong policy directive. But there's also further action that is necessary to actually enable the needed investments, enable the needed emissions reductions, as well as really figuring out how to focus utility investments. And BGE, as you know, a combination gas and electric utility. We have 1.3 million electric customers, 700,000 gas customers, the majority of whom are residential gas customers. But we're really uniquely situated to help facilitate this, to help scale decarbonization technologies, and want to be a real partner in this effort. Through things I'll talk about in a moment, but through things like pilot projects, through incentives, through new types of infrastructure investments as well. And as it has also been mentioned today, we do expect that there will be significant reductions in the throughput in coming years based on a number of different projections. But also just want to highlight that doesn't necessarily mean that there would be a proportionate reduction in gas infrastructure. That's really dependent on the geographic nature of where customers may choose to electrify and whether they would choose to electrify completely or partially. Potentially maintaining gas as a backup for some of the winter peaking days. And we also agree with a number of points that have been made that these decisions have to have a strong focus on equity. We really want to ensure that this transition to decarbonization happens in a way that is best for customers, particularly those that are the most vulnerable. And it's really ensuring that both the impacts and the benefits of decarbonization accrue to all customers as well. So I do want to highlight as well, safety remains and will remain our number one directive when we're talking about anything related to the system. And of course, we do have legal and regulatory obligations, both at the state level, at the federal level, that we have to adhere to and that we have to prioritize. And maintaining that safe and reliable gas system for existing customers is of the highest priority. So I wanted to take a couple moments to highlight some of the actions that we're really already taking to promote decarbonization. I know the Commission knows about a number of these, but so certainly from the customer side, BG has been fully supportive of really moving toward a greenhouse gas goal for Empower, and we intend to file later this summer programs that do include building electrification. So would include some of those programs to incentivize residents and businesses to electrify, as well as some of the EV programs, and also working to really ensure additional distributed energy resources on the grid and all of the interconnection and other pieces that go along with that. Then, on a company operations side of things as well, there is an Exelon-wide goal that BGE is fully, fully committed to, that we are committed to net zero operations Exelon-wide by 2050. So that has to do with our buildings, the fleet of vehicles, and really the biggest component of this is the gas pipeline operations that we've heard a lot about today. And while the pipeline replacements are driven primarily by safety and by state and federal requirements as well, they do result in greenhouse gas emissions reductions from replacing old leaky pipes as well. So since 2015, we've seen about a 25% reduction in those leaks. And we are also using other technologies, satellites, that kind of thing, to detect those leaks and to repair or replace. And we have also, we did recently begin, the state's first renewable gas facility is now connected to the BGE system as well. Getting next into really the evolution of the gas business model, this bucket of initiatives I think is perhaps among the most relevant for what we're discussing today. We have a number of pilot projects that are underway to look at non-pipeline alternatives. Network geothermal was mentioned. We're really excited about that as part of the Warmth Act. We're also assessing the cost, the feasibility of renewable fuels, including hydrogen blending, including, as I mentioned, the renewable natural gas facility as well. Battery storage is another one that we're actively piloting and should, getting some really good information out of that as well. And I did want to highlight, we have a forthcoming study that we are just kicking off that's focused on targeted electrification. So, I'm personally really excited about this. This is going to help us better assess what the potential is on the BGE system of geographically targeting heat pumps, network geothermal, other technologies in the BGE service territory with a look at reducing gas system investment costs. It's information that will be really, really useful as we continue to talk about what the future of gas does look like in Maryland. And this study is going to help us understand if there are where there are cost savings to be had that could either be used to support building electrification potentially, or be returned to gas ratepayers as well. And we'll look at the scalability, the cost effectiveness, and potentially, hopefully getting to the point of identifying potential pilot project sites. So like I said, that's just getting underway, and we're hoping for some information that can be shared perhaps by the end of the year. So, lots of good pieces that have been raised today, and the goal of this particular study is just to give us an idea of the scale and the feasibility of targeted electrification. Also wanted to highlight a couple of the studies that we have completed, including looking at some of the pathways for decarbonization, as well as the regulatory levers as well. So we've been looking into some of this proactively. Next slide. Like I said, we're already working to do a good number of things related to decarbonization, and the high-level goals are really clear for the state. But there's also multiple pathways of how we could potentially get there, each of which have different impacts on customer affordability, reliability, and equity. And we certainly don't debate, high levels of building electrification are a part of any of these solutions, and we don't want to delay in getting programs underway. Like I said, we're actively filing those programs later this summer. But the questions really remain in the longer term, and the reality is that BGE and the other gas companies have the obligation to serve current customers, to serve future customers that want to connect to the gas system. And even in targeted electrification scenarios like we're planning to study, at this point in time, that would rely on customers moving away from the gas system voluntarily. So longer term decisions like this, and I don't think this is the only particular decision, but those are really the purview of the General Assembly. And also really want to highlight that there is the substantial need for customer education about why this is important in terms of climate goals, the benefits of heat pumps, how they can decide if heat pumps are right for their home. Similarly, the workforce needs as well, something to highlight in terms of needing more HVAC contractors, more electricians. That's something that's an issue nationwide as well. And we'll need to get creative with some of the financial and regulatory mechanisms. I think, like you've heard, the way that things are done right now just doesn't support where we need to go with the goals that need to be achieved. I believe, next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, could you go back for a second? Sure. I did also, want to highlight as well. This is certainly set against the overall backdrop of electricity generation retirements, which do result in making some of these issues just that much more challenging. And there are regulatory levers that we could potentially lean on. Potentially rate design changes and changes to depreciation. We've put a couple of those options in an appendix slide, but it is far from comprehensive.
Yeah, and I'll just mention that just like the decarbonization study that I think you've seen that E3 did on the BG service territory, looking at the impacts to infrastructure and costs and peak load, we recently did complete a study that actually looked at impacts on actually customer rates for each of the 3 different pathways that we've been looking at, and also the impacts on gas costs. And the good news from that study is with the use of some of the regulatory levers that we're talking about in terms of rate design and depreciable lives, gas remains an affordable and competitive fuel option for customers into the future.
Now we can go to the next slide. Thanks. So really, to conclude, BGE, as I think one of the commissioners mentioned, we are supportive of some kind of working group or other forward-looking proceeding that really does relate to the future of gas. And as you've heard, you'll continue to hear these issues are complex, and Maryland is not alone in looking at this. And we recommend that Maryland does take best practices from other states when structuring a proceeding. But really, emphasizing that BGE intends to be a partner in helping to achieve these goals, but really just under the decisions still to be made by the General Assembly about the exact pathway for which to follow. So we do expect changes to the gas business, but these really have to be planned for in order to ensure a smooth transition, both from the customer perspective and from the utility perspective as well. So happy to answer questions.
So before we do that, anything from you, Mr. Frayne? Or?
Nothing else from me.
Okay. Commissioner Sushman.
So good afternoon, Mr. Bannock. Is that that? Okay, and welcome. So Mr. Frayne has just thrown you into the fire. In your presentation, you talked about that BGE anticipates significant reductions in throughput over the next couple of years or sort of long term. I mean, and this is in response to the directives or the goals that the legislature has set for you. Okay, so I think it's really important when submitting information to us to be clear, because in the letter comments, I'll just read the one sentence that had me concerned. So looking forward, the company forecasts gas customer growth to continue on a pace similar to the forecasted growth in the company's number of electric customers. That doesn't seem to be the position that you are representing now. Is that correct?
So I think there's a distinction between growth in the number of customers and the actual usage or throughput of those customers. So today, I think what we were intending to communicate in those comments, and we may not have been as clear as we really should have been. Today, we see about a 1% growth annually in the number of gas customers that we have. We don't see a reduction, and that's actually in line with the percentage growth that we see in electric customers as well. What we do anticipate in order to meet the state's decarbonization goals is that the behavior and the uses that customers have for gas is going to change in the future. So just because a customer may be on the gas system in the future doesn't mean that they're necessarily using nearly as much gas as they might today.
Okay.
In the future, if it's used as a backup source, they may actually only be using gas on a couple days a year.
Okay, so let's just talk about numbers of customers. And so you anticipate as a company increases in the number of customers over the next number of years. Is that correct?
That's what we're seeing. That's what the forecasts tell us. Customers as well are telling us that they still want gas. If you look at the developers of new communities here, about 90% or more are choosing gas when gas is there as an option. So we're not really seeing right now a reduction in the customer desire for gas.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought up the E3 study, because when I read that comment in your letter, I do remember, and maybe some of it is that it's always going to be burned in my brain because it was my very first rate case. And I thought that was really
Talk
kind
about
of
throwing you into the fire, right?
That's
Yeah.
exactly, I was thinking the same thing. So BGE will always regret having to, anyway. So I, one of my intrepid advisors sitting to my right, was able to locate that while we were on break. And he's going to pull up a slide that I would like you to comment on. So this was your the decarbonization pathways presented 3 scenarios: limited gas, hybrid, or diverse. And if you look at that, the chart there, each one of those scenarios anticipates, this is not throughput, this is a actual reduction in the number of customers. So tell me how you reconcile that with the statement that you anticipate increases in the number of customers.
Well, I think what we're talking about there is probably short-term increases in what we're seeing today. And we see growth in customers. It's not slowing down. We haven't seen a slowing in the growth in customers that we have. But certainly looking at these pathways, there may be scenarios and pathways that the state might choose, and that hasn't been decided yet, as far as I'm aware, by the state. And some of those pathways, such as the limited gas pathway, the first one on the left, would see a much greater reduction in the number of customers than other pathways. If you look at the one all the way to the right, there is a reduction in the total number of customers, but it's much more gradual.
So you're saying those pathways haven't kicked in yet. So no one is responding to the legislature's it's not a requirement, but they're pretty clear goals. And so you're saying no one in the state of Maryland has responded to those yet.
No, actually, each of these pathways would actually all of them achieve the state's decarbonization goals that have been set forth in the CSNA. So even in this diverse pathway, those goals would be achieved with the number of customers that are remaining there on the gas system.
Right, but I'm not seeing any increases in the number of customers on any of these charts. And if you look down at the bottom on the x-axis, it's 2025. So that's short term because that's next year. And I'm not seeing any. And this was 2 years ago. I mean, the concern I have, you didn't, it wasn't qualified, the language wasn't qualified looking forward in the short term. So when you're looking at this statement, it's saying to whoever's reading it, which is me, that the company doesn't anticipate reductions in the number of customers. And that's not what BGE testified to in the rate case. And that's the concern I have, is that the language suggests a situation that
Sure.
the company doesn't seem to be making in another proceeding. So I think that.
Yeah, and I apologize if we weren't as precise and clear as we really should have been there.
Okay. So just to be clear, the BGE anticipates even if we take short-term off the table, I'm not sure, I mean, you anticipate not just a reduction in throughput, but you are anticipating a reduction in the number of customers going forward.
You know, I don't know that I can say that the total number of customers is going to ultimately reduce. I think it may reduce some, but, you know.
But there's only 3 charts there.
Right,
I mean, if you
and-
could, it would have been nice to have a 4th chart that shows an increase, but, and you paid a lot of money to your consultants, and they're only showing reductions in the number of customers.
And I'm not trying to say that there's not going to necessarily be a reduction in customers. These are scenarios, future scenarios that are forecasted. They're not necessarily actually predictions, I'm sorry, of what actually will happen. They're actually scenarios looking at what, if under these different, like, you know, kind of assumptions, what would happen. And
Right,
so,
but you as a company, I mean, you use, I'm assuming you rely on forecasts like this to make decisions about what your company's going to be doing in the long term in terms of build out. And in fact, in looking at the E3 study in the beginning, it talked about the importance of doing planning and looking to the future so that you're not misspending money.
absolutely. And because we need to serve the 700,000 customers we have today, and you know, because we have not seen our obligation change in terms of providing safe and reliable natural gas service for them, we need to maintain the gas system. And as Ms. Urbanek, you know, said, that safety and reliability of the system is our number one.
Right, and I'm not talking about the safety or reliability. I'm mostly just talking about numbers of customers. And it seems that I mean, no one knows for sure what's going to happen tomorrow. So you know, forecasts are simply that forecast. But based on the E3 study, it seems like we're going to be expecting a reduction in the number of customers. And I think Ms. Sikora wanted to.
This is, well, let me just say one more thing. This is looking at what would happen if there was these scenarios and what would happen in terms of the, you know.
Yeah, but you didn't offer any other scenarios. And so these were it seems like these are the most logical scenarios.
Right. I think the important point, though, as well, that I probably haven't been as clear in expressing here is something Ms. Urbanek mentioned earlier as well, which is that, you know, whether we have like 700,000 customers today or whether we might have 400,000 customers in 10 years on the system, if those 400,000 customers are geographically located across the BGE service territory, we very well may need the entire gas distribution system that we have today. And so the investments that we're making in that system today may, and we think will be needed in the future.
Okay, and I'm actually glad you made that point. So, Mr. Baker, can you pull up the next slide? Okay, so this slide.
Your Honor, can I just, I wanted to interject quickly, you know, and I don't honestly remember that study, all the details, because it was so long ago already, but, you know, I don't know what the assumptions were. You know, a lot of this had to be done in somewhat of a little bit of, I don't want to say a vacuum, but, you know, will counties, you know, say no new gas? Will the state say no new gas? Will the counties say certain customers have to get off? I mean, I think when we were going through those studies, we were making certain assumptions about what.
No, I appreciate
and
it.
so that, you know, it could be that, you know, if the state says, if no other counties say we're not going to put a ban on new gas, it could increase. And that one, I think we may have assumed that there were, you know, changes to building codes and that said, hey, you can't add customers because, you know, you can't have new gas customers or new gas service to new buildings. So, you know, there's things that have to, you know, there's assumptions that were made, and I just think maybe the assumptions were different in what we were discussing.
Well, I understand, but let's, you know, this is not actually a rate proceeding. Right. And so you don't have the burden of proof, and to the extent, no, I understand, but let me just finish. So to the extent that the company, in response to questions that we ask, wants to provide us more information to help explain these things, I'm perfectly happy to get that. I mean, we're at the beginning of the journey, not the end. So to the extent we want to explore these things, and if you think, you know, that there's a need to give some context to what what's being asked and some of the responses, and you want to fill in more details, feel free.
Okay, and so this was actually a slide presented. I don't think that OPC presented this actual slide, but this is one of the slides that was presented this morning. Although Mr. Lapp did talk about the fact that gas rates more than tripled since 2010. And if we take this, and he believed that this was a different. I think my question was to Columbia, but I guess the question here is probably the same answer, which is that the spend is really based on investment that you've made, and increases in the investment that you made, as opposed to reductions in the number of customers. So the concern I have going forward is if we go from 700,000 gas customers to 400,000 gas customers, what's that line going to look like?
And that is actually a question that we had as well, and that's why we continued pushing forward with further studies beyond the E3 study to look at what I mentioned earlier, was what would the impacts be on customer rates and overall gas costs, and are there levers, so to speak, such as rate design, depreciable lives, other things that we could use that could help in that transition and help customers in that transition, quite frankly. And so there is, and I don't dispute necessarily OPC's numbers here. It's not surprising to me that our gas distribution rates have risen over that time period. The beginning of that time period is when PHMSA started coming out with their new regulations. It was the beginning of the DIMP, Distribution Investment Management Plan requirements, and it was the beginning of when basically we started to actually replace, and the replacements we're doing right now of our aging gas infrastructure we're only replacing less than 1% of the system a year. We're not talking about replacing wholesale the natural gas system over a short period of time at all. But we're essentially doing what you would normally think someone would do with a house that's 50 years old, 60 years old. Things start breaking down. You're going to have to start investing in it and replacing things in it. And so it's not surprising to me that doing that is going to mean that overall rates are going to have to go up.
Right, and it just seems to me that knowing, sort of understanding this and understanding the future and not confusing the issue. So sort of a recognition that based on state policy, we're likely going to see. No one knows for sure anything, but when you're planning, you're looking to see the likeliness of certain scenarios. So recognizing the likeliness of a reduction in natural gas customers, I think, is important for us to then be able to explore the kinds of approaches that can ensure that we're not going to saddle the small number of customers, if we have a small number of customers left, with a huge bill.
No, and we completely agree, and that's why we pushed forward to do a study ourselves on what that would look like. I would also mention that OPC had mentioned earlier this morning New York as a state that was an example of another state that's moving forward with some pretty strong decarbonization policies and efforts. What wasn't mentioned there, though, was that New York is taking a holistic approach, and they actually are requiring their gas distribution utilities at the same time as these decarbonization policies, and as part of them, to replace 70 miles of gas main a year. And they're doing that because I think they recognize that the replacement of the gas main also contributes to the reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions and is an important part of ensuring that we have a strong energy future in the state.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Richard.
Thank you for being here this afternoon and for your presentation. I have to say, Commissioner Suchman, I handled very adroitly some of the issues on what happens in the circumstance that, I would say it's the likely circumstance that our policies succeed and we do see a reduction in the number of customers. How do we make sure we avoid that kind of death cycle where, there's just no one left to pay for the improvement? So, on that, maybe picking up there, we discussed a little bit the managed transition. You mentioned that you were thinking we do need some creative financial approaches, regulatory levers, maybe different regulatory and rate-making techniques going forward. Can you maybe be a little more specific on what you mean, and are these things going to be available or proposed by the company in the time frame that we need them to be proposed, so that again we can hopefully avoid that kind of death spiral?
Do you want to pull up the slide? We actually have a slide on this.
Okay.
There we go. So these are some of the regulatory levers and considerations that we've been thinking about. I'd mentioned before rate design, right? As the throughput itself decreases, we're going to need to really think about a transition from where we are today, where there's largely recovery happening through a rate that's assessed per therm used, and think more about rates that continue to reflect cost causation, reasonableness, and equity, which may be something more like a fixed monthly charge, or perhaps something even different than that. The depreciable lives, I think, as we consider what the future use of the gas distribution system may be. Today, the mains that we have that we're putting in, they're depreciated over very long periods of time, right? They're 50, 60 and more year assets. Well, if we, even if we assume in 30 years that the gas system is still going to be used in some form or manner, do we really know that in 40 years, 50 years, 60 years that it's still going to be around? Is it going to be the same technology, or is there going to be something more like network geothermal that comes along that might be used? And so we, in order to avoid, the impacts on customers that remain on the gas system, and to make sure that the costs of using the gas system actually are paid for by the customers who, really do end up using it, we need to really consider the depreciable lives and shortening those lives in the future. We're also looking at other ways to evolve the gas business model, like Ms. Urbanik was mentioning before, actual different uses for the gas system itself, alternative fuels, network geothermal, and is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think just on your question about equity, I think that's a hugely important point to come into this kind of discussion with. And I think that there is certainly a role for some of the programmatic side as well, to ensure that the lowest and moderate, even moderate income customers have access to the incentives they need to start to be able to take advantage of decarbonization, be it through electrification. And I do think, that's a little bit outside of the other pieces on this slide, but just something I did want to underscore to ensure that those customers are also being served.
Okay. You mentioned that you see a possibility of having to maintain the same size of a system. I guess I don't know if that was the term you used, given the geographic dispersion, I guess, of the various customers. I guess the question in my mind is, well, how is that going to be at all affordable? Are you thinking about new approaches other than replacement? Are you looking to how we can use detection devices, repair?
Absolutely.
And yes, I'm going to use the word contraction, which is something that I know at least one filing question, how much we should weigh the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, but they specifically call out contraction. Are these all in your planning, and are these things that also we will see when we have to face questions about capital expenditures?
Yeah, the targeted electrification study that I was mentioning before, which again we're just kicking off, but will give us a better idea of really looking holistically across the system to say where are pipeline replacements potentially planned, what could be alternatives to those? Where do they make sense from a cost effectiveness perspective? What are the demographics of the communities that those are impacting? So right now, we a lot of this information is just really, it's not in one place. And so what we're hoping to do through this study is to make it a lot easier to even start to think about what the different criteria could be to think through some of these decisions. So, I don't want to say that it's some kind of silver bullet, but it will at least give us some more information to be able to think through and start putting in place some of the potential plans or programs that could address that.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And again, at least for me, I think that this is I would say it's very urgent. We need to not just take these and just, mold them and talk about them in work groups. I think they need to be developed quickly in a proceeding, and hopefully we can start addressing and using some of these ideas, these concepts, and rate design in upcoming. And I want to say also that I think BG, more than any other entity, is in a unique position, given that you're both electric and gas. I think you can be not only a leader in Maryland, but for the country, and how we achieve a good managed transition plan. And I'm very impressed also with your background in the PIO community, that hopefully you can help bring some of those ideas and urgency to the company.
That's the goal.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Marvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A number of questions. Let me start off with this whole concept of maintaining pipes and replacing pipes. So the first question is, describe for me the nature of your leak detection process. How comprehensive is it? So that's the first thing I want to know.
Yeah, I'm not sure that either one of us can probably answer that question for you from a technical perspective.
Okay, so let me then ask this. The impression I've been left to believe over the last year or so with respect to pipeline replacement is that you base it primarily on the life of the pipeline, the remaining life of the pipeline, and what kind of a pipe it is, whether it's steel, cast iron, is that the primary function that is guiding your decision on what to replace and what to inspect?
You may take sure. Yeah, I mean, so it really focuses on pipes that are comprised of either poor performing, outdated materials like cast iron, but also the higher risk, the low pressure infrastructure as well. So that's also taken into account.
Well, okay. Well, let me ask the question. Okay, and that makes sense to me. But let me just say this. Let's say you have a pipe in your inventory. You know that it's cast iron. You know that it's 100 years old. Before you replace it, do you actually make an effort to see if it's leaking or not? I ask the question because a plant manager of a factory, before he or she replaced a machine, would first want to make an assessment of whether the machine was performing well, rather than just saying, oh, it's 30 years, it's fully depreciated, off with you.
Yeah, and so I think what I would say to that, and this is me speaking sort of like, from experience in talking with engineers, not necessarily having the expertise myself, but I would say that we know, based on actual experience and data, that certain materials and certain ages mean that pipe is leaking today. Whether it's leaking at X percent or not, maybe another question, but it is leaking and it is going to fail, and it is at much higher risk of failure than other pipes. And so it is and this, I believe, is a PHMSA requirement, that we take a risk-based approach to how we're approaching the assessment of our system and what we need to do in terms of maintaining it and replacing aging infrastructure. And so that's really, I think, how we approach it.
So, okay, I understand that, but you're leading me to believe that there isn't then an intermediate step before you make the decision to replace of using detection technologies to see whether or not a leak is in fact present, or do you?
Well, I think we know that, like, and this is where I'm probably getting a little bit over my skis in terms of what I understand. But
you can always email us stuff.
If you think about it, yeah. If you think about a mile of like gas main, every, I think, like 10 feet or so, there's going to be a joint. Those joints on that mile of gas main, we know that there's going to be multiple joints leaking if it's a certain type of material, age, and it's been in the ground for however long, 50, 60, 100 years. So we know, based on, our experience and based on the leak data that we have, where we are looking at leaks on the system, what is happening. But, to your specific question of before we actually dig up the ground in a specific area, are we actually kind of looking to see if there's an actual leak right there? Sometimes, because sometimes the reason we're replacing the main is because there's an actual leak that's been found there. Other times where we're proactively replacing under our, PHMSA plans and risk-based plans, we may not have actually, kind of seen if there's a leak right there on that specific part of the system, but we know from the actual experience and data that we have and the fact that there's so many joints there within that mile that there are leaks there on that pipe.
Okay, let me move on to a little more strategic view of this. In game theory, there's always an assessment of what the improbables are. And as I see it, the big improbable is public policy with respect to decarbonization, how aggressive it is from the legislature and from us, for that matter. And so there are only three scenarios. Either one, or the outcome scenarios would be either one, the number of your ratepayers increases, two, stays the same, or three, it declines. Now I have to say, my understanding, I spend a lot of time reading the studies on the new technologies that are being developed, and it appears to me that there is a very clear trajectory of cost reduction in electrification strategies, whether it's battery storage, whether it's heat pumps, whether it's transmission technologies. All of these things are getting cheaper, cheaper, cheaper. And in my experience, at least with respect to large office buildings, more and more developers are choosing to go into the direction of all electric build. And so I'll just say that I think that as electrification becomes cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, regardless of regulations, market actors are going to go and move in that direction. And so, given the fact that we have these three scenarios of, most likely electrification becoming cheaper, which means fewer customers, or at best the same number of customers, how do we build a strategy to contain our capital costs? I mean, it seems to me, I know that this year you may have had a 1% increase in natural gas customers, or I don't know if it was the actual cubic meters that you sold. I can't remember now, but it seems to me the trajectories are toward market decarbonization. Whether it's fast or slow or medium, to me, is really the only question. So in designing a system, how do we accommodate that? And have you thought about that? Because I don't think in the next 10 to 15 years you're going to have a dramatic increase in customers. I just don't think it's going to go that way.
Yeah, and I don't think that, the 1% increase we're seeing in the number of natural gas customers each year is what I would call a dramatic increase in the number of customers either, necessarily. And you're right that as the, technologies and electrification technologies move forward, if the costs do decrease, we very well may see, customers responding to the market and choosing to go with more electrification. But that's not what we're seeing today. And today we have the obligation to ensure that the system is safe and reliable. And so, the gas system is not something that we can, just necessarily say, well, we're going to make a wholesale change to how we're planning for it, in 1 year, right? When we're making decisions on sort of where we're investing and what we need to be doing, even in terms of, things like gas procurement, right? Gas procurement, when we're entering into transportation or storage contracts, capacity contracts, those are going to have to be longer term contracts that we're entering into, right? Versus supply, where you're maybe purchasing that on a much more short term basis. And so it's, there is going to be an art to how we consider those things as we kind of move forward and perhaps begin to see changes like you're talking about. And it's certainly something that we want to make sure that we're discussing and that we're, collaborating with.
Well, let me ask the question a little more specifically then. I mean, does it make sense collectively, not just us, but the legislature, does it make sense collectively to take the attitude of saying we ought to have a strategy to contain the expansion of rate base?
I think the first thing that has to be decided is what sort of pathway does Maryland want to take towards decarbonization, and what does Maryland want to do with natural gas? BGE, we certainly feel like there is a very critical and important role for the natural gas distribution system for the foreseeable future. And so we believe that that's the best way towards meeting Maryland's decarbonization goals would be to actually use the natural gas system. It might be as a backup in the future, but it's still going to be there. And so under that pathway, it would be prudent to continue to invest in the system to ensure that there's a safe and reliable system there to serve customers into the future.
Okay, and my last question, I'd like you to respond to the People's Counsel made the point that renewable methane and hydrogen are just not going to be viable large volume sources of fuel. In the case of renewable methane, of course, I suppose it's primarily sourced from landfills and sources such as those, and there's only so much methane you can get out of a landfill. And when it comes to hydrogen, the twin problems with hydrogen are, number one, the lack of energy density. I've heard it described that putting hydrogen into your natural gas stream is a little bit like trying to put a little bit of water in your gas tank to get more mileage, and also the issue of embrittlement, which is a real problem with the universe's smallest atom. So I'm just going to give you an opportunity to respond to that charge, that assertion that was made by the People's Counsel.
Yeah, I mean, those are newer technologies, and all of those concerns are things that we're actually looking at in pilots where we're looking at using hydrogen. Those are things that I think are still to be seen. But I think it's reasonable and prudent for us to continue to look at whether those are something, technologies that actually might evolve and be able to be used in the future.
Okay, so you're not necessarily disagreeing with the contention of the People's Counsel that renewable natural gas is kind of going to be a very limited fraction of what the total inventory of your product is going to be.
Yeah, I'm not a predictor of the future myself necessarily. Okay. I know that we have the one renewable natural gas facility that's interconnected to our system. That's not a lot, right? So, I know that renewable natural gas is there, and it's somewhere where there might be an opportunity in the future, but I can't say what, that opportunity and the size of that opportunity might look like.
Well, if only you could take paint fumes and put that into a pipe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, Mr. Frayne said that part of the problem is that, you have the existing natural gas system in place, and it's sort of geographically spread across your service territory, and so therefore you need to make investments to keep it operating. And I guess I don't want to read too much into this study that you had talked about earlier, but is it hypothetically possible that one of the results of that study might indicate to the company that, look, it really doesn't make sense to preserve this part of the natural gas system and this part of the service territory, and we actually should move people off of the natural gas and onto electricity? Because I guess from your standpoint, if they're using electricity or using natural gas, I suppose you're not indifferent, but you get money either way. So
Yeah, no, that's absolutely something that could come out of this kind of study. We've seen this type of study in various different places, and we are very interested in learning that kind of thing. I think the thing to underscore, though, is that would have to be voluntary on the part of the customer at this point. I mean, we could certainly, there's ways that you can incentivize folks, but at this point, we don't have a mechanism to tell people they would have to do this. So that's really, the policy piece that I think we want to underscore.
Okay. And this is more for Mr. Frayne.
Right.
It strikes me that in your last rate case, a lot of the request for investment in the natural gas system was actually included in that would have normally gone in a stride proceeding. And maybe you can't answer this, but I mean, does the company still think that stride is a necessary part of the regulatory process?
Well, we do think that it's necessary to replace aging natural gas infrastructure that we have on our system, and so we do think that the safety and reliability underpinnings of stride are still really critical for Maryland and for our customers and for the state.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else from? All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
So why don't we turn to Columbia, since you're right there?
Washington Gas, it's okay.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. I'm sorry.
No offense to my Columbia friends. But, good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to offer some comments today in this important proceeding before the Maryland Public Service Commission. My name is Jim Steffes. I'm Senior Vice President for Washington Gas, JIM-STEFFES. I oversee public policy, regulatory, and rates, as well as energy supply activities for Washington Gas. By way of background, I've been in the energy business over 30 years, working at energy trading firms, power generation companies, and was lucky enough for a little while to help lead a small solar company. My comments reflect my understanding of the U.S. power and natural gas industries learned over these 3 decades, as well as Washington Gas' ongoing focus to serve our communities and customers. Washington Gas did file comments in this docket, which I'm incorporating by reference. My remarks today build on the information previously submitted. I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Just a little about Washington Gas. The District of Columbia was a small town when Washington Gas first brought light to its first customer, the U.S. Capitol, in 1848, when we were established by a congressional charter. As the Washington metropolitan region has grown, so has Washington Gas. We care deeply about the 1.2 million customers we serve today throughout the Washington metropolitan region, with more than 500,000 customers located in Maryland. We are proud to deliver affordable energy to our customers so they can heat their homes, cook their dinner, and enjoy hot showers. This safe and reliable energy is very easy to take for granted, but is only available because of our more than 1,400 dedicated employees, including our valued union employees, our extensive contractor network, and our repeated investments to maintain a vast network of essential infrastructure. We are proud to be there for our customers and will continue to work every day to earn their trust and confidence. As we've done for more than 175 years, we're committed to meeting the changing energy needs of our customers. Respectfully, Commissioners, while People's Counsel has framed its request around the future of natural gas, I would suggest that the better frame for this analysis should be on the future of energy. It is the power and natural gas system in all of its complexity and interdependencies that must be this proceeding's focus. Without a holistic understanding of Maryland's energy system, the Commission cannot properly assist Maryland in achieving its goal of net zero decarbonization. Without this focus, the Commission may be embarking on a process that compromises affordability, reliability, energy security, a term forgotten in the past couple of decades, and even worse, the wrong framework of analysis, could move Maryland further away from achieving its net zero decarbonization goals. One of the key considerations in this proceeding must be on how Marylanders continue to enjoy affordable energy today and tomorrow. Affordability is critical to any future progress. If energy customers cannot pay their bills, progress on any goals, whatever they may be, may stall or stop entirely. We must focus on energy burden in addition to reducing economy-wide emissions. At Washington Gas, we're proud that our distribution rate changes since 2006 are in line with overall inflation, and that our total delivery charges are lower than inflation over the same period. Since 2010, our yearly distribution rate increase is 1.9%. These are facts from OPC's analysis earlier this year. We appreciate the need to remain affordable for our customers. One option put forward by many people that seems very appealing is the electrify everything approach to net zero decarbonization. But it is critical to remember that forcing the entire economy to convert to electricity for all purposes, heating, hot water, cooking, industry, will require multiple billions of dollars across our country in new energy infrastructure, on top of what it takes to keep the current infrastructure working. An all-electric future requires new interstate transmission lines, new distribution lines, new feeders, new substations, significant construction in both utility scale and distributed power generation. These costs will ultimately be borne by energy customers in the form of increased electric rates. In fact, looking at the OPC analysis that was referred to earlier, the majority of electric utilities regulated by this commission have seen annual distribution rate increases since 2010 of 4.5%. Scaling the power infrastructure growth to meet an electrify everything plan would need to be thoughtfully considered and managed to avoid creating an affordability crisis for customers. In addition, an all-electric future will require individual homeowners and businesses to spend thousands of dollars on new appliances in potentially significant home and building renovations. These costs, while not directly on my utility bill, on Washington Gas's utility bill, will be borne by homeowners, families, and businesses across Maryland. Second, and just as critically as the first point on reliability, future of energy policy discussions and regulatory proceedings must consider the future of reliable energy in Maryland. Washington Gas is proud that it reliably serves more than 500,000 Marylanders every single day. In fact, nearly 99.9% of Washington Gas's customers did not experience any service outage in 2023. And those customers who unfortunately did face an outage, most of the outages that occurred were due to third-party damage to our facilities. This is something we continue to work on with non-gas construction trade in our service territory. On the power side, reliability, as you know, involves not just the delivery infrastructure, but the capacity to produce power to meet the ever-changing needs of customers in Maryland and in the region. Why the region? Because, as you know, Maryland participates in PJM. It's important for the Commission to note that PJM itself has stated recently that the future demand for electricity, driven by growth in data centers, electric vehicles, and electric heating load, quote, cannot be met simply by renewables, and that new natural gas generating units provide, quote, a critical reliability role. It is amazing the economy-wide conversation now occurring related to the demand growth in AI data centers, all of which this conversation has occurred since OPC filed its initial petition. One only need to look at the significant risk of the power delivery network in recent years, such as Winter Storm Elliott, to understand that a single energy delivery system is less reliable and clearly less resilient than an energy system leveraging two networks. Our bill, built on the understanding of how our customers view reliability, is that any policy action by the Commission or the General Assembly must ensure that customers will experience the same or greater reliability in the future. This must be a fundamental building block for any energy policy in Maryland. Third, any policy dialogue, including this proceeding, must consider the effectiveness of a range of net zero decarbonization approaches and solutions. It must understand the reality of today's energy system, both the gas industry and the power industry, and have a fact-based view of the future energy system. This is a key point for considering replacing efficient natural gas used in homes with power remotely generated. Heating a home with natural gas generation that loses a significant amount of the energy value as it moves down long electric transmission lines versus installing a high-efficiency gas furnace and relying on a modernized gas grid may not be the best option for a customer or for Maryland's path. As the Commission well knows, PJM's electric generation portfolio today is comprised of a majority of fossil fuels, including more than 70,000 megawatts of natural gas generation. This means that currently, whether a Maryland customer is a gas customer or an electric customer, their energy reuse relies upon natural gas. To make the point, this morning I woke up and looked at the supply stack in PJM. I don't know if you have the PJM Now app, but if you don't have it, it's pretty. You could see this morning there's about 95,000 megawatts of customer demand. Over 45,000 megawatts of that was being delivered by natural gas, and over 15,000 was being delivered by coal. Nuclear provided the vast remainder. Less than 2,000 megawatts and 1,000 megawatt demand this morning came from renewable resources. This isn't to say that we're not evolving the power grid and the power supply grid, but today's environment is vastly different than I think some people understand. According to the EIA, direct natural gas distribution system consumption is a far more efficient and less wasteful use of fuel than reliance on the electric grid. And what about the energy system of the future? While there will be surely improvements in the power grid, there are many advancements occurring also in the gas industry that can help move the gas system toward a net zero decarbonized future. Both the natural gas network and the electric grid can deliver advancements in lower carbon technology. Finally, as we work as an industry to assist Maryland with its goals, I'm informed by our own customer behavior that natural gas continues to be a popular option for an affordable and reliable energy future in Maryland. In fact, as you know, 40% of Maryland households use natural gas as their primary fuel. Let's focus on achieving Maryland's goals without taking away energy choice. Before I conclude, I'd like to just make a few comments on OPC's petition. While we will continue to be open to fact-based and reasoned conversations on the future of energy, we do not agree with the idea put forward by OPC that there is a need to take priority actions on 4 key points. First, we do not believe that taking such action will be reasoned decision-making, as any conclusionary statements in OPC's petition or presented by others must be considered in light of a fulsome administrative process, with an ability to explore facts and fully develop sound analysis. Second, even if the Commission wanted to move forward with taking some form of action, a sub-docket or other form, we do not believe that gas procurement or energy efficiency, via power, needs to be in this. Both matters are subject to extensive reviews in separate dockets. If the Commission does deem it appropriate, we're open to having new proceedings specifically on marketing and line extension policies. While we believe both of these policies are understood and provide benefit to customers into the communities, we're open to reviewing this and making sure that this is true and that you're comfortable with those outcomes. In conclusion, it's imperative to public safety in the economic success of the state of Maryland that we think about this through a comprehensive policy lens, evaluating the energy system, not just natural gas. Washington Gas recommends that the Commission should expand this proceeding so that it truly and fully explores the future of energy in Maryland. In closing, millions of Marylanders are trusting our industry, the people in this room, including my company, to ensure affordable, safe, secure, and reliable energy future that supports addressing Maryland's net zero decarbonization goals. We must not mistakenly undermine today's existing, reliable, safe energy system while we pursue that future of net zero decarbonization. This is not, as some people said, an either-or decision. This should be viewed more accurately as a both-and. Balancing this three-legged stool of climate, affordability, safety, reliability, and security must be the core of how we move forward to help this state and energy customers today and tomorrow. Thanks, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, Commissioner Richard.
If I could just very quickly, I'm Todd Chasen. It's okay, I don't have any comments. I'm just going to ask for questions, but just to identify myself, I'm Todd Chasen from Gordon Feinblatt, here today on behalf of Washington Gas, and I've already given you my card.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you for your statement, and I think the paint fumes are kind of making tired or something. But I guess what I'm just really interested in delving into your points about Maryland policy and how your company is going to help achieve that. With reliability, I think I would say Maryland's second to none in working to assure energy reliability. In fact, we're having proceedings next week, like we have every year. So that, of course, is important. But I think right now this hearing is about how we make sure that we are aligned with Maryland state policy as it's coming out of Annapolis, and how we are going to efficiently make this transition so that we can provide economic energy to our customers. At this point, with success in reaching 2031 and 2045 are I think more than likely, I think high probability, going to reduce the number of gas customers in the state. So we're going to have to, again, we talk about aligning the investments we make today with that reality. So can you just maybe be specific about how is your company planning for a future with fewer gas customers, and still provide that reliability that you talk about, that safety, and also keeping it affordable?
Yeah. So our focus is really built on 4 key areas as we think about supporting our communities and their net decarbonization goals. It's a net decarbonization goal as we understand Maryland has. But so really it's infrastructure and operations, and a lot of what BG&E said was on the board. So we're making sure that our assets are operating in a modern way, that our fleets are operating, that we're running our business, we're focused on scope 1 and 2 where we can have an impact. A big piece of that is STRIDE. Replacing aging does have a greenhouse gas benefit. 2, energy efficiency and end use. We're seeing a lot in Empower, and we're going to hopefully see more in Empower as we move forward. I think the state is driving in the right direction there. So we're looking in that vertical as well. 3, sourcing and supply. So we are looking, and we do believe a little bit more strongly than others that RNG will have some meaningful impact. We think in our service territory there's somewhere 5 to 10% locally produced RNG. Prince George's County itself is now thinking about an RFP on capturing at the landfill and what should they do with that biogas. And we should move that to market using our delivery network. I think that's a very valuable thing to do, has to benefit. And then 4th, new ideas and new questions. Transportation is something that we've done a little bit through compressed natural gas. As we start to bring RNG into that, there's an opportunity there. There is, I think, unique opportunities around medium and heavy duty transportation. We're also thinking about data centers. So it's a range of things that we're doing today. I will tell you again, the relevant data shows that customer growth is in fact going up slowly, and it's not changing. Where in fact the scenarios go and how the directions happen, again, balancing the trilemma of affordability, sustainability, and security, reliability, safety is going to be absolutely key as we do this. We see a very long future for the natural gas industry, but more importantly, to bring it back to where I am, I think your questions really, I think, align, which is we need to think about this holistically as an energy industry, and how do we make sure whatever the needs of these customers are. And I think AI is a great example. I don't think anyone that wasn't in probably that space 3 years ago ever understood that this was going to happen. And maybe somebody that was close to it, but now we're getting lots of people coming and saying, what can you do to help me? What can you do to help me? So I think we just want to make sure that we're going to be flexible and we're going to be holistic as we approach this challenge, which it is a challenge. And I think we have to just keep focused on that trilemma and move forward together in a productive way.
Okay. With due respect, and I'm not as prepared as Commissioner Sushman with charts
Yeah.
but in the data you talk about how the company can be more efficient and some of these new ideas, but it's still the actual usage of gas, in our society, in homes and business. That's where it's having the impact. That's where it's having the adverse impacts on the environment. So it is going to require, if we're going to meet the 2031 and 2045, a real reduction in the usage of gas in the state of Maryland. So, I mean, how are we going to get to that reduction by the consumer? Not just what you might be able to do around the edges as a company, but as, real usage.
Yeah, I mean, so go to the power supply stack. What are we going to get rid of those thousands and thousands of megawatts of natural gas? We're either going to figure out a way to somehow convert that and store that carbon that comes off of it, or we're going to figure out somehow how to do something else. That's a big question that's as big a question in terms of dealing with greenhouse gas. Now, one of the benefits we've seen in the last 15 years is that natural gas has displaced coal rapidly. That's been a benefit to helping our economy decarbonize. I think we need to keep pushing there. It's not really my space, it's more on the power side. But the same is true. I mean, where technology goes and what the actual usage is at someone's home, what they're looking for is not a therm or electron. They're looking for heat or the ability to have energy to cook. And so energy efficiency has to be a big piece on both sides across the energy spectrum. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. I also think there may be new technologies around how we deploy carbon capture, which I think is something that is being talked about across the industry. So a lot to do, but I would also just say again, Commissioner, as we make this transition, this evolution, because I think it's more of an evolution. Again, our first customer was a light customer, right, where we manufactured energy for them. As we make this evolution, let's make sure we're leaving ourselves the flexibility to provide what we need today and tomorrow, but also then recognize that there will be new things that will change as we go forward, just like AI demand growth. Who would have thought about that 3 years ago?
Okay. All right. Well, I think that we still have a lot of dialogue to do with WGL, and really I think the impacts of our state policies are going to have on the amount of gas that we're going to use in the state, and specifically how it is going to impact the economics of your system. Because again, I fear that we're in this kind of potential death spiral as we continuously ramp up the amount of investment in the infrastructure while we know that the number of customers will be declining, and I just don't think that's not sustainable. So you're free to comment on that. Otherwise, I will turn my time over to my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Morvay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Noteworthy in your comments was an admonition for us to not be seduced by electrify everything. But as a practical matter, do you really think isn't that sort of a straw man? I mean, is that really a likely scenario that we would take the position of saying, as of the year 2030, literally everything has to transfer to electricity? I mean, is that really a realistic scenario that we should be building policy against?
No, I think we should build policy around holistic energy, the future of the holistic energy platform. So I'm agreed. If everyone is okay with that, we're not going to do that. I think that makes perfect sense.
No, I just wanted to understand in the testimony from you and from everybody else what the most realistic scenarios were for us to base policy on. That's the reason I asked that. Since you bring up the topic of looking at energy holistically, then I would presume that what you mean is that as a commission we should be very engaged in making sure that lots of electrons are produced, lots of clean electrons are produced in the state of Maryland and transmitted into the state of Maryland, would you not?
I think we should understand where the electrons are going to come from to provide the energy that customers need, absolutely. In the state of Maryland or not, I think the benefit of PJM is a diverse marketplace of opportunities. I mean, the wind will move differently, and I think that's a great thing. But there's a lot of work. I mean, my experience in the power generation space is all generation is hard, and we need to think about it effectively. So let's make sure as we're displacing gas use at someone's house as a throughput or as a demand site, let's make sure we're thinking about that and we understand how that's going to go. And I was just referring to PJM's own comments about what they expect the supply stack to look like for the foreseeable future.
And finally, I asked this question of BG&E, so I may as well ask it of you as well. I mean, as a utility commissioner, it's my job to keep costs as low as possible. In addition to pursuing the climate policies of the state of Maryland, it's also my job to keep energy prices as low as possible for ratepayers. And would it not make sense to adopt a strategy of trying to strategically curtail the amount of rate base that we have going into the future in order to accomplish that?
I mean, my understanding, and again, I'm not an attorney, but I don't think you should optimize for the size of rate base. You should optimize for safe, reliable service. I think it's a fallout of how much rate base, and I think you should challenge utilities, as you do in all of our rate cases, on prudency, right? If we can put a mile of new pipe in for 10 million or 2 million, we should do it for 2 million. So I think all of that, I'm not sure that I would say that and advise this commission, if you're asking me, to optimize based on minimizing rate base. It may be a part of the decision, but it's a multivariate calculus problem. It's the public interest that you're trying to serve, to find the balance of all of those things in the energy trilemma. But I wouldn't say just saying smaller rate base is better, because that could be unsafe, that could be unreliable, and it could ultimately then, with all those problems, could be unaffordable for customers.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, looking ahead, do you anticipate reductions in the number of customers you're going to be serving 3 years out, 5 years out, 10 years out?
In the next 3 to 5 years, not really, Commissioner. I haven't seen any data that would show that.
And have you looked beyond that period of time?
We really are, we're thinking about supply at that kind of scale, and it's sort of, that's more about a throughput question as opposed to a specific customer question.
But you don't think about that in terms of your infrastructure and whether you have to build out your infrastructure to accommodate perhaps increases in load?
Well, building out versus, again, and I guess we should be, when I say build out my infrastructure, for instance, Stride is not about, a lot of conversation about Stride. Stride's not about building out. There's no incremental customers because of Stride. It's because it's replacing current infrastructure to serve current customers. So we think about Stride in terms of safety and reliability, about mitigating risk units. Commissioner Barvet, I think we should have more conversations on the DIMP process, and really getting into how the technology and the algorithms work, that we try to incorporate a lot of information on thinking what is the best risk reduction activity we can take on our system. Going into new ads, like saying, are we going to build up into Frederick County or not? Again, that's the line extension policy question. I think that I'm open to having conversations about.
But
we believe that the line extension policy properly balances current customers and new customers in making sure that they're indifferent to that. But again, we would be happy to have that conversation. But I do, building out is one thing, but maintaining a system using Stride or Betterment to maintain the current system to serve the 500,000 customers, that's about safe, reliable, more than.
No, I appreciate that, but so as a company, you're an investor-owned company, so some of your mandate is profit, internally, not our mandate, but it's hard for me to imagine that your company is not looking beyond 3 to 5 years. I'm assuming the company is looking to where you think you're going to be in the next 10 years, or maybe even 20 years. And so, have there been internal discussions about where you think you're going to be in terms of numbers of customers?
Again, over the 3 to 5 time horizon, as we plan the business and operate the business, we do think about customers and count of customers. Deploying capital into Maryland, Virginia, D.C., we're thinking about what are the requirements that we have to meet every day. Some of the capital is like an IT system. We had brought an IT system back from it was not cloud-based. We decided to invest to make it cloud-based. That capital, that technology could probably last 15 years, but we need to have that to provide the right service this commission desires for our customers, that we desire for our customers. So most of the investments, if you think about Stride, what are we doing? We're looking to mitigate risk against the risk units that's based on facts and figures from our operation. It does happen that when we do replace a 70-year-old piece of cast iron, we're replacing it with modern steel and plastic, and there are 30-plus years useful lives there, Commissioner.
Yeah, but maybe I'm not being clear. So, and I'm a government employee now, but at times in my work life, I represented companies that had sort of business visions, and their business visions didn't stop at 5 years. They looked 10 years, 20 years ahead to see where they thought they were going to be. They didn't think after 5 years the business was going to shut down. So,
Yeah.
so I'm asking, does WGL internally look to where you think your company is going to be 5 years, more than 5 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years?
Yes, of course we do. We're thinking about that strategically, right? And
Yeah,
we
and where do you-
believe that we're a going concern as a natural gas business that's continued to evolve.
Right, and do
to
you think-
to support customers in the way they best need it?
Right, and do you think that there's going to be a growth in the number of customers that you serve over the 5, 10, 15 years?
After 5 years, I don't have a hard number to give you, Commissioner. I don't have a number.
Well, other than serving customers, what else? You don't do anything else other than serving
We
customers.
think we're going to have a going concern providing energy in our service territory. Now, if the state wants to change its policy and say, today I get calls, we get thousands of calls a year to add customers. We have I appreciate that there is a net zero decarbonization goal of the state. If other statements are made and saying we need that, then we will have that conversation.
I feel like I'm not getting either. I'm not being clear, or you are, or I asked a BGE, and BGE sort of, we had a conversation about where they thought things were going to go for their company, and they forecasted that it's not a definite, but they saw reductions in the number of customers they serve.
Yeah.
So they're internally looking at that, and they're thinking about it, and presumably they're doing planning based on that. So I'm asking you, does WGL anticipate reductions in customers after 5 years? It's hard for me to believe, as big a company as you are, that you're not thinking beyond the 5-year period.
Well, again, do I have a forecast over the next 25 years? I do not have a forecast for 25 years. Do I anticipate that customers, mandatory electrification or beneficial electrification, do I think customers will continue to find new technology? Absolutely. And in fact, we would love, as one of our 4 pillars is end use and efficiency. We would love customers to use less therms if that gives them the same amount of heat and energy they need to live their lives. That's not an issue for us as a company. But I just don't want to say that BG&E referenced a study they're doing and scenarios and everything. I don't have that right now at Washington Gas, is what I guess I'm saying.
Okay, so you not engaged external, to the extent, maybe you can take this back to WGL, to the extent that you have in place anything that you can share with us about sort of where you see the company going long term. I think that would be useful. And I guess that, so to follow up on that, my questions, I actually would like to pursue a little bit more where you're going with Commissioner Richard. So you've identified these sort of 4 areas, and sort of recognizing that the legislature wants us to be 60% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2031 and net zero by 2045. How are you as a company going to help us to get there based on these 4 areas? I mean, that's what, 60% reduction in greenhouse gases in 7 years is a lot.
Economy-wide.
Right. Are you going to be able to get there with those 4?
I mean, so I think that's why we need to do this holistic conversation about what does the future of energy look like. And we're happy to have that conversation. Do I know that I can achieve, again, I don't know, I'm not sure if that's target for WGL or for the economy. I think it's for the economy. So, again.
But then you'd have to have some other company do better than the 60.
Although, right, I mean, so for instance, if you have electric resistance heat, if anyone in Maryland is using electric resistance heat today, the state should aggressively pursue to remove electric resistance heat and put air source heat pumps in. I think that would be that to me would be a very early step. If someone has a 15-year-old gas furnace, if we can bring that up to a high efficiency gas furnace today, that will be a wonderful near-term step to take. if there, again, go across the industry, if there are always low hanging fruit that we should all address to get the near term actions. If Prince George's County has a landfill that is sending out greenhouse gases that we could capture today and use that and recycle that into our own and displace out of state energy, we should definitely do that today.
Okay, so
against all four of those pillars, if we're using diesel trucks, we should consider electrification, RNG or CNG or some other truck. So all of those things, we should take the lowest hanging fruit and go after them now across the economy.
Okay, so what I would love to see, I thought it was really helpful to have this E3 study, mostly because I got to use it against Mr. Frame, but no. But I also like the study because it gave us numbers, so we could actually look to see how they anticipate ways of getting to 60% by 2031, to the extent that you have numbers or you've engaged with some company in doing this analysis, rather than just sort of identifying the pillars, actually giving us and I love looking at numbers. So to the extent that you have numbers in place that we can look at and see, this is what WGL thinks they can do to get us to where, you want gas to be part of the future. And if you want gas to be part of the future, I think you're going to have to talk to us about where you think you can go to get us to that future. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard, I think, for you to be able to make the case that gas. I mean, you heard testimony this morning from consumers all over Maryland, and so you're also going to have to convince them. And I think words are not going to be enough. I think you need the numbers, and we need to see where you think you're going to be able to get to that net zero number with gas.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Commissioner. I think, again, opening a future of energy proceeding and having a shared set of assumptions, a shared set of frameworks, a shared set of scenarios where you can do and have those kind of conversations. Again, a forecast of what my customer count is in 2048 is about as good as it's going to be. A scenario-based thinking, also thinking about taking near-term opportunities on all four of our pillars, right? I mean, I appreciate Commissioner Barbe. Is hydrogen the solution? I think. Anyway, well, I'll let him respond to that.
Is that a rhetorical question?
It was a rhetorical question for the Commissioner. I think, but I would say for some heavy-duty trucks, it may be something that's for specifically there. Do we move hydrogen through methane and then we crack it at the refueling site? Potentially, there's things that we can think about doing in a different way as we address, which is beyond our capacity, because that's getting into transportation, which is that fourth pillar for us, which is new areas of the economy that we would like to participate in. So the company is trying. I mean, I will only have to say, that the network geothermal bill, that conversation, we were supportive of seeing where that would go and how that would work, and worked with the political leaders there. So the company does want to see that. I don't have a scenario, but I think if we open this proceeding and we have a thoughtful Maryland-based proceeding about what the energy future of Maryland is, which is different than New York, which is different than Colorado, which is different than Texas, because we're starting at a different point and we have a different energy system than those markets. So then let's see how we can together build a bright future that's not just those two dates, 2031 and 2045, but every year in between. How do we make incremental improvements along the way?
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, so at the risk of oversimplifying your service territory, your company, given the fact that demographically you have very high income customers on your system and also, lower income customers on your system, is there a concern that the higher income customers are going to want to take advantage of the incentives for electrification from the federal government, the state government, and everybody else, and leave your system, in which case you're only left with the other end of the customer pool, and what impact does that have on you trying to cover the cost of operating the business?
Well, I mean, we are concerned about energy burden, by across. And you're right. Our geography, all of our territory has a very diverse, economically diverse customers. So it's something we think about, and I think as we talk about the future of energy, we look, I hope you see from OPC's numbers, we've focused, and we do focus on affordability. Our increases over the last few years have been relatively moderate against inflation. We do think about balancing capital in our rate base growth and how we can best provide. I do think we need to think about meeting the needs of customers. There was a proceeding earlier this summer because some of the funding, the funding had run out. And I think we need to make sure we're addressing the needs of customers who can't meet their energy burden. That's something that's going to happen independent of the future of gas, the future of energy. So we are considering that and how that goes. We haven't seen at this point, again, Chair Hoover, that the homes that are being built or rebuilt are not coming back on where they're not participating. Again, the line extension policy ensures that when we add that new meter, when we add that new main, those customers are not burdening current customers unfairly. But if we need to revalidate that with this commission through a proceeding, I think we should do that to make sure we're not leaving a small group of people, especially those least well off, unable to manage it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Ted, you want to go? Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Ted Gallagher, that's TED GALLAGHER, on behalf of Columbia Gas of Maryland. We filed joint comments with Chesapeake, and I will just say some brief few words on behalf of Columbia. Being the third presenter in this panel affords me the luxury, or should I say the luck, of expressing my agreement with many of the points made by our brethren in the natural gas utility industry. In particular, Columbia appreciates comments made about the proper scope of a commission proceeding, that it should address Maryland's whole energy future and not just focus on the future of natural gas. The focus should not be based upon a foregone and unsupported conclusion that natural gas should be or will be phased out in order for Maryland to achieve its GHG emission reduction goals. The comments by WGL in particular are consistent with Columbia and Chesapeake's written comments, where we stated that we would welcome the opportunity for a robust, realistic, and fact-based discussion concerning the future of energy in Maryland and the critical role that natural gas has played and we think will continue to play in the state's progress toward lowering greenhouse gas emissions. There's been a lot of discussion here and back and forth questions to this panel about how realistic is it to consider that customer numbers are not going to decline in your service territories. And I can just say based on our statistics, I know that since 2016, the share of homes using natural gas for space heating in our service territory, and that's in Allegheny, Garrett, and Washington counties, has grown from 35% to 40%, compared to a decline in homes using electricity for heat from 38 to 36%. And although the number of our customers has been increasing, natural gas emissions have been declining. From 2005 through 2002, our total number of customers has grown by 9.7%, yet our emissions have declined. Their emissions have declined by 5.7%. You've heard and read commentary from many interested parties. about the need for the commission to give serious consideration to the costs associated with natural gas infrastructure replacement. But we'd like to stress that consideration needs to be also given to the daunting costs involved in upgrading the electric grid to accommodate future demand should natural gas be phased out or severely decreased in the future. And these costs will be particularly harmful to customers served by Columbia and Chesapeake, those customers who reside in the most economically disadvantaged areas of the state. And for Columbia's statistics, based on 2020-21 U.S. Census data, 16.4% of Allegheny County residents are considered to be living in poverty, with 14.5% of Washington County residents and 11% of Garrett County residents also living in poverty. And so, to the extent that we are concerned about, we got a much smaller population of customers to spread any such costs over. We serve 34,000 customers, so we recognize and are concerned about the cost impact to our customers, particularly since they live in economically disadvantaged areas of the states. Columbia's, we submit that the cost to achieve the state's goals can be greatly diminished by including natural gas companies as partners in achieving the state's GHG reduction goals, rather than removing or reducing them as part of the equation. For companies in the NiSource footprint, like Columbia Gas of Maryland, we share Maryland's goal of zero emissions by 2045, and we're confident that natural gas can and should be a partner in achieving that goal. I invite interested parties to review NiSource's 2024 ESG report, which can be accessed at NiSource's homepage, www.nisource.com. And to highlight some of the items in that report, in 2022, NiSource announced a goal to achieve net zero scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. This goal demonstrates our commitment to sustainability and reflects what the company believes is achievable with supportive policy, favorable stakeholder environments, and the continued advancement of existing technology. It is an extension of the company's previously announced goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from direct operations by 90% from 2005 levels by the year 2030. By the end of 2023, NiSource had reduced Scope 1 GHG emissions by approximately 72% from 2005 levels. Now, of course, a lot of that is attributable to an electric utility located in Indiana. So, and I will concede that. And but we also have it's also part of it is also attributable to transitioning to renewable energy, reducing methane emissions from gas distribution operations, and we're on track to achieve the 98% reduction in Scope 1 emissions by 2030 from the 2005 levels. And significantly, NiSource was the only utility parent company to receive an A grade in the Sierra Club's 2023 report on the clean energy transition. NiSource plans to achieve net zero primarily through the continuation and enhancement of existing programs, such as ongoing pipe replacement and modernization programs, deploying advanced leak detection equipment. NiSource also plans to leverage other low or zero emission energy resources and technologies. These may include hydrogen, and I know there's skepticism about that here, but we have a facility in Pennsylvania, in our Leaktown facility, where we're testing that out. And if there's a concern about how that causes brittlness, I'm not aware of any particular conclusions about that, but I am sure they're looking at that. Renewable natural gas, and I know that a fellow from my company was quoted here today for the proposition that it's just not affordable. But back when I was 5 years old, it was a transistor radio was extremely expensive to buy. And 5 years later, everybody had them. So this is a new thing, and we're looking at making it affordable. And we're also looking at long duration storage and or carbon capture and utilization technologies when they become technologically and economically feasible. And I don't want to use up Chesapeake's time. I might have already cut into it.
No, not at all. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Brian Quinn. I'm a lawyer with the Venable firm. I'm here today to represent Chesapeake Utilities. Chesapeake is the only natural gas utility serving the eastern shore of Maryland. Currently, we serve 32,000 customers across 6 counties and the town of Elkton. We serve Caroline, Cecil, Dorchester, Somerset, Wycomico. And just to remind everyone, Dorchester, Somerset County are 2 of the poorest counties in the state of Maryland. But we're proud to have them, proud to provide natural gas service to those counties that have been seeking it for 20-odd years now. The companies appreciate the opportunity for a fact-based discussion concerning the future of 1.3 million natural gas customers in the state of Maryland and the critical role natural gas has played in the state's progress to lowering GHG emissions already and into the future. I've been to enough legislative hearings, so I'm not going to repeat anything my Commissioner Barve knows. A common phrase down there is "me too," but I'm going to say a couple things if I could. I associate Chesapeake with most of the comments you've heard today. But I want to communicate from the eastern shore and the rural counties perspective. Natural gas is increasing both in Maryland and the rural service areas we serve. Chesapeake is adding natural gas customers. We're not losing them. Across our 3 divisions, we've experienced annual customer growth of anywhere between 1% to 3%. What this says is that we are delivering affordable energy that customers want and need. Chesapeake's sustained average annual customer growth over time is particularly relevant on the eastern shore, which I said, again, is home to the state's critically important agricultural, food processing, and poultry industries. Large portions of the rural areas of the shore have never had access to natural gas. As a result, many residents and businesses have historically utilized more carbon-intensive fuels, such as fuel oil, believe it or not, wood and wood chips. Over the past several years, Chesapeake has extended gas service to numerous businesses and homes previously served by these more carbon-intensive fuels. These efforts to introduce gas to customers not previously served have created immediate emission reductions in the state. And Commissioner Suchman, I know you like numbers, so I'll give you an example. So a couple of years ago, we extended the natural gas line from Salisbury, 13 miles, down to UMES, the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, and ECI Prison. For the past 20, 30 years, the historically black college UMES has been served by fuel oil, propane. ECI Prison, believe it or not, was served by a 30-year-old wood chip boiler. By delivering natural gas service to those 2 institutions, we immediately reduced their carbon footprint. ECI Prison was served, we immediately took 12 diesel trucks, delivery, every day, would drive into ECI Prison to deliver the wood chips. Those trucks are now off the road. So that's some of the benefits that we can provide, at least in areas where we serve on the shore. And again, the fact that we've said this in our filing, natural gas usage, or at least customer usage, is increasing, but GHG emissions are going down. And again, that's a result of a lot of different things, but including energy efficiency appliances. So that's a good thing, and we hope to continue that trend. We take our decarbonization goals seriously at Chesapeake. Each year we publish a sustainability report. It's available on our website that details our strategy for reducing carbon emissions, and you can look at that. And with that, I will also give you one other example, or 2 other examples quickly that just apply to us. So we put our money where our mouth is. We're investing in an RNG. We have invested in an RNG facility in Somerset County, or Worcester County. It's called the Planet Found, and they've come up with a technology to take chicken waste and turn it and extract the methane and turn it into renewable natural gas. The Eastern Shore is full of poultry houses that up to now have been powered by more intensive carbon fuels. Those are now switching over. Mount Air, Purdue, they're switching over to natural gas. We've blended hydrogen as a 4% mix of hydrogen in a turbine, not in Maryland, but in a turbine in Georgia that the company's looking at as a pilot program, and it was a successful blend. Commissioner Barvey, President Biden's, whatever you say about hydrogen, there's a hydrogen hub, and the federal government and Department of Energy is looking at investing in hydrogen technology right now. So I associate myself with the comments you've heard up till now, and I want to hopefully come in under our 10 minutes. So thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Barvey, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gallagher, is that your name,
Yes,
sir?
sir.
Yeah, I guess it's only fair. Can we go to have you comment on the chart that was offered by the People's Counsel? It was page 5. Do you have the ability to put that up?
It's
or?
page 15.
No, page 5, the one about the impact of accelerated spending. Yeah, just go down to page 5. I think it's only fair for you to have a chance to address that.
Okay, well, again, with our accelerated infrastructure replacement, obviously, our rates have gone up. I think if you went further to the left of that, to years prior, the lines might cross, because before 2000, we came in for a rate case in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the first time I think we'd been in 11, 12 years.
Mhm.
So I can't say for sure, but I think the lines might cross, whatever significance that might have. And I will say this too as well. We began the acceleration of our infrastructure replacement in 2009, before the enactment of the STRIDE statute. So that might, with or without STRIDE, I think that line, if it wasn't as, and I hate to use the word stark, but I'll use it, if it wasn't as stark as that, it would be on a similar trajectory, because we are about providing safe and reliable service. And in order to do so, the company determined that it needed to implement a policy and a program to accelerate the replacement of its aging infrastructure. And again, this predated STRIDE. So,
Okay, I just wanted to give you a chance to address it. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Commissioner Richard,
No questions.
Commissioner Sussman.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to go very quickly because for Mr. Gallagher, if you could sort of take back the question that I had asked WGL about the things that you can do, if, assuming you gas is part of the future, what is it that the company can do, so NiSource or Columbia, to lower our GHG footprint? And Mr. Quinn, that would be sort of the same for you. And also, I would love to get some more information on your current programs to change out incredibly inefficient generation with gas. I think that would be a real benefit to us if you could get some information on that. So if you could sort of take that back, and to the extent that NiSource has done that kind of analysis, or sort of moving forward, assuming a future includes gas, how can gas help Maryland get to the numbers that the goals that the legislature has set out for us? Okay, thank you.
Will do.
Thank you.
So your service territory is primarily Hagerstown in Washington County and Cumberland and Allegheny County, correct?
Yep.
So has your customer, and I'm talking about not customers switching to other services, but customers actually leaving the territory, has it changed dramatically over the last 10 years or so?
I wouldn't say there's a dramatic change. And I'm, as far as the movement in and out of human movement, I don't have my finger on those statistics. So I'm not sure about the context of it.
Okay, so I guess what I'm thinking about when it comes to your company is not so much people switching from natural gas to electrification, but people moving out of the area and the reduction in population, particularly in Allegheny County, and how that is impacting your situation.
Okay, that's not something that I've seen us having looked at, but I can ask the question and get back on that. I hate to answer a question that
No,
way,
I
but
understand,
I don't want to make up stuff and be proven wrong later. But I will say, if we're having a population reduction, and yet we're still seeing an increase in our customer population, I think that further goes against the grain of the conclusion that natural gas usage and customer base is declining.
Okay. And are there proceedings in Pennsylvania that are examining this issue too, that you're participating in?
No.
Okay. All right. I think that's everything from us, so thank all of you. So let's see. Why don't we take a 10-minute break for 3:15, and then we'll switch to Rewiring America, MRI, Advanced Energy United, and Center for Progressive Reform, Nonprofit Coalition, and IBEW. All right. Thank you. the record. So why don't we start at my left?
Really?
Yeah.
Unless you don't
Unless you want to.
I'll go, but that wasn't the order you announced it in. That's what's.
Oh, no, I mean,
He wanted to mix it up.
That's
So,
it. That's-
okay.
Make it a little bit more exciting.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for this opportunity. My name is Susan Miller, SUSANMILLER, perhaps one of the easiest names to spell today. And I am a senior attorney with Earth Justice. I filed a letter and then separate comments in support of OPC's petition on behalf of a total of 26 nonprofit organizations. These nonprofits included public health organizations, environmental organizations, consumer and faith-based organizations, as well as low-income advocates. Today I would like to start with a brief discussion on the obligation to serve and the regulatory compact, because the utilities describe the obligation to serve as rather absolute, which is not true, and the description of the regulatory compact also is not accepted in the industry, and quite frankly, the regulatory compact is by and large a myth. First, with regard to the obligation to serve. The parameters of the obligation to serve are set forth in each state statute and differ significantly from state to state. In Maryland, the obligation to serve has never been interpreted to allow a customer to demand gas service in all instances, nor has it been interpreted to require a gas company to provide service to any and all customers. The gas companies relied on Section 5-303, which simply says a public service company shall furnish equipment, services, and facilities that are safe, adequate, just and reasonable, economical, and efficient, considering the conservation of natural resources and the quality of the environment. All that does is require you, a public service company, when it provides services, to meet those requirements. It does not make any statement with regard to the obligation to provide service. So reliance on that is misplaced. And that should be contrasted, for example, with the Massachusetts statute, which states that a person may petition the Massachusetts Department if a gas company has refused to provide service, and the department may order service. So that is an obligation to serve. The Maryland statute is not an obligation to serve. And the Commission has never recognized an absolute obligation to serve. This is demonstrated by the fact that, and I'll give an example, I live in BGE service territory, but my neighborhood does not have gas. If I want gas, I can go to BGE and ask them for it, but they don't have to give it to me. What I have to do if I want to get gas in my neighborhood is I have to have a high percentage of people in the neighborhood. I think it used to be 70%. I have to be honest, I'm not sure if that's still the number. Make a binding commitment that they also want gas service in order to get gas service. So it is not an absolute that anyone who wants gas service who happens to live in a gas service territory can get it. I also would point out the PSC discontinuance statute, which is at 5-103, which states that the Commission may authorize a public service company to discontinue or abandon a service if it finds that the present or future public convenience and necessity allows the discontinuance or abandonment. So it's not an absolute. It's pretty much in Maryland a non-discriminatory. If my neighbor has gas, you can't say that I can't have gas and things like that. But it's not an absolute that everyone in a service territory is absolutely entitled to get gas in all circumstances. With regard to the regulatory compact should just be a shorthand description of the then effective regulatory model. It's important to bear in mind that the term regulatory compact does not appear in any Commission orders or court decisions until 1982, 75 years after states first passed public utility laws. Public utility regulation does not emerge from a compact, but from a consensus among industry, politicians, financiers, and academics. This consensus was codified into state laws, which have since served as the legal basis for Commission regulation. Gas companies incorrectly suggest otherwise. There is no separate compact that governs relationships among utilities, commissions, and the public. Essentially, over the years, the utilities have used the concept of the regulatory compact as a cudgel to beat back any kind of innovation, or any kind of change that they don't agree with. They claim it violates some mythical regulatory compact, which simply isn't true. OPC mentioned this Supreme Court case, and I wanted to mention again. that the Supreme Court precedent, which occurred in 1945, does not even guarantee a utility's continued existence. In the Market Street case, the court ruled that a public service company that made bad investments, employed bad management, or was made obsolete by innovation could and should be allowed to go broke. So there is no compact that ensures that a utility will continue. The next thing I would like to address is the contention of the utilities that we have to wait for the General Assembly to speak. The General Assembly has spoken. The General Assembly has said we're to reach 60% reduction in GHG emissions by 2031 and net zero by 2045. The statute specifically leaves how to reach that to regulatory agencies with expertise. Maryland Department of the Environment, Maryland Energy Administration, and this commission. The General Assembly did not anticipate filling in the details itself. It left that to people who have the expertise to do so. It's disappointing that the utilities have failed to mention the pathway report recently issued by MDE, which states how to achieve those objectives. And they also essentially ignore the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, which is a statutory created body to make recommendations. They've made several recommendations that they thought the commission should do. And quite frankly, what's more disturbing is BGE continues to push its self-serving study, E3 study, while failing to mention that the Maryland Commission on Climate Change rejected those three scenarios and developed its own fourth scenario, which actually called for new construction to be all electric and for all existing buildings to have heat bumps by 2045. And so that is essentially the direction that Maryland is supposed to be going in. And to say that we still have to wait for more direction is just simply a delaying tactic in my view. Finally, I'd just like to take a minute to, not finally, I have more after this, to address the STRIDE program. I think it's important to bear in mind the STRIDE program is not a leak fixing program. As came out in the BGE rate case, BGE was able to provide no written documentation regarding how specific projects were even selected. The BGE witness testified that the company considers a variety of factors and uses its engineering judgment to determine which projects would be considered for replacement, but could not provide any specific documentation on that, only provided a list of 12 unprioritized factors, and more disconcerting, they stated they do not identify specific assets for replacement more than a year in advance. This is not a planning program, this is not a leak fixing program. And so that is important for the commission to bear in mind as it moves forward and as it considers what STRIDE should look like in the future. And finally, I wanted to address work groups. And I'm hesitant to do this, to criticize work groups, because as many people here know, I've worked for the commission for 20 years. I have a lot of respect for work groups. They do a lot of good work. But I think they, by and large, work best when they're considering regulations that the commission should adopt. They don't work well when they're considering what policy the commission should adopt. They need to be told what policy the commission has adopted, and then they can address and determine how that should be implemented through regulations. So I think that the commission should also bear that in mind as it determines what should be sent to work groups and what should be left for either comment hearing or evidentiary hearing for the commission to decide. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. I'm trying to think who I've. Why don't we? Commissioner Suchman?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today, Ms. Miller. Just a couple of things. You talked a little bit about the state policy and how we should look at it at this stage of the process. You've heard from the utilities, and they're largely it's, looking at this as a system-wide, and that while the Maryland Climate Change Commission and MDE put their reports out, as far as getting into the specifics as to what portion or what role natural gas, distribution and usage in the state what portion they should play in meeting those standards is something still at question. Is that accurate, or do you have an opinion on that at this where we are when we look at the current work that's been done by state agencies to date in trying to articulate state policy?
I think to a certain extent that has been done. Essentially, the MD plan for achieving the objectives states that buildings should be electrified and things like that. The how to get to what they state should be done has not been decided. And that's what this commission has to decide, is the best way to get to the mandates through the pathways that MDE set up, and how you do that with the least disruption, with protecting low-income customers and things of that, and you may find, quite frankly, that some of the things you want to do, you don't have authority to do. And then you have to go to the legislature and say, we really think this is one of the steps that needs to be taken to achieve the pathways that MD set forth. But you need to discuss that to figure out which you can do with the authority you already have and which you need different authority to do.
Okay. So when I hear that answer, when we look at the largest emissions emitting sector is, of course, transportation. And even if you take all of gas, it's still I think if I got the number here, 24 million metric ton of CO2 comes from transportation, and then if you add up all the gas, it's 19.46 million metric tons. So when you look at that, how do we already have an allocation that that is contemplated in policy that's been sanctioned by the legislature, and what our share, I guess, what share that we should be concerned about here at the commission?
Yeah, I don't think there's been like an allocation, like 35% should come from transportation and 15% should come from gas. I think what the state anticipates is that people while 60% is statewide, I think they anticipate that the agencies and the stakeholders will each work to reduce the GHG emissions in each of those sectors as much as they reasonably can.
Okay.
To achieve the 60%, but there's not like, oh, we've achieved 15% in the gas reduction, so we don't need to do any more. So I think, and I failed to mention before, and I wanted to point out that in response to the pathways, Governor Moore, and I believe one of the commentators today mentioned this, has required MDE to do the zero emissions appliance standards and the clean heat standard. So agencies are taking steps, and the commission needs to take the steps that fit within its responsibility in order to achieve the pathway that MDE has issued and set forth. That was requested by the legislature.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Barbe.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so this morning when OPC was making their presentation, they made a fairly strong argument that, given how the regulatory structure is set up for our authority, that we actually have the ability to not undertake a stride proposal that is made by a gas company. As you mentioned, you've been in this field for a number of years. I mean, what's your view as to our ability to not undertake a stride proposal that's presented to us?
Oh, I think you absolutely have that ability. The word may was chosen for a reason, and the legislature chose not to use the word shall. So even if they meet kind of a listing of requirements that they argue is in the statute, you still don't have to approve it. You have to justify why you didn't approve it, but you still don't have to approve it because the legislature gave you the authority to ultimately determine whether any stride proposal should be adopted or not.
Okay. And in your comments, you indicated that you weren't that enamored of using the work group process as a way of trying to evaluate this going forward. And I guess, I don't mean to put you on the spot, and if you actually want to think about it and send us something later, that's fine. But, do you have a suggested process in mind that we should undertake because my view of this is that this is not a one-day deal, that this is going to be a continuing set of hearings, meetings, whatever. And so if you've got suggestions on how we ought to proceed,
Yeah,
Let me know.
I certainly would like a chance to think
Sure.
about that, and I will point out the Massachusetts process, I believe, took 2 years to achieve there. So it's not a one-day process. And I think one of the things the commission has to think about is OPC provided 3 or 4 discrete issues. And as you go along in the process, rather than wait till the end and make a huge order, you may want to make stepping stone orders to achieve the end result order. So, but I will think about it, and I will file something that suggests kind of a process that the commission might want to consider.
sounds great. All right, thank you very much. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joel Rosenberg, Joel Rosenberg, and I'm from Rewiring America, a national nonprofit dedicated to delivering the upgraded standard of living and positive climate impact that comes with electrifying everything for everyone. My colleague Jamal Lewis submitted comments to this case, and we hope that a gas planning docket will afford us the chance to bolster the electrical grid and divert risky investments in gas pipelines towards electrification in order to meet our state climate goals while improving health and safety and reducing consumer costs. Under the current status quo planning paradigm, ratepayers are spending billions of dollars for energy gas companies like BGE and Washington Gas to replace those pipelines as part of the STRIDE Act. STRIDE was passed in 2013 following a gas pipeline explosion in San Bruno, California in 2010. In the aftermath of that incident, utilities and regulators around the country understandably took a closer look at safety concerns associated with our aging gas system. In many cases, though, utilities opportunistically pitched safety as a reason to replace all the pipelines, thereby locking in billions of dollars in new rate-based infrastructure. STRIDE, which stands for Strategic Infrastructure Development and Enhancement, was strategic at that time. But back then, solar and wind weren't yet the cheap alternatives they are today, and the U.S. was in a fracking boom, so nobody was thinking about reducing fossil gas use. Since then, Maryland passed the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022, requiring the near elimination of natural gas use in homes by 2045. This makes STRIDE extremely unstrategic, sinking cash into what should soon be a stranded asset before the end of its useful life. So maybe we should be calling it UNSTRIDE, or at least make sure we see it as a stride in the wrong direction. The 2021 Consideration of Climate and Labor Act requires the Public Service Commission to take climate change into account when making decisions. Essentially, this is a law helping to define your strategy. In that spirit, the Maryland PSC should take note of the DC PSC's decision to both deny funding for their STRIDE equivalent called Project Pipes, and also their order to the Washington OPC to investigate Washington Gas's leak reduction practices. DC is working to modernize their strategy by fixing what they have. In Maryland, we recommend the PSC go further and endorse targeted electrification investments in places where the gas pipelines will otherwise need to be extended or replaced, or where it saves ratepayers money. It's my understanding that the utilities only announce pipeline replacements 6 months ahead of time, but the PSC should consider requiring utilities to give at least a 2-year lead time to allow for thorough evaluation of non-pipes alternatives to meet customer needs in the lowest cost manner. Electrification paired with gas decommissioning is a winning strategy for Maryland's climate goals and its residents' pocketbooks. Towards that end, we should fix broken pipelines instead of replacing them. Much of the public does not realize that utilities make money by spending money on new equipment and not on repairing their existing equipment. As Office of People's Counsel David Lapp put it in a guest commentary from February, quote, "This way of profiting means that Maryland's gas utilities have an interest in disregarding and obscuring the mounting customer costs of spending billions for gas infrastructure despite widely accepted projections of substantial declines in gas consumption due to electric technologies and climate policy." End quote. Another thing the public does not realize, is that me? Where's the, push this back? All right, sorry. Is that better? No, still, all right. How about here? How far can I get? Another thing the public does not realize is that they pay both supply costs and delivery costs for their energy, and that the fuel supply costs are basically just passed through by the utility. This also hides the fact that delivery costs have risen quickly over the last decade, even while fuel costs have been dropping. OPC's recent report on Maryland's utility rate and charges, which has been explored here today, lays this all out clearly, including how rate increases started moving well above inflation soon after STRIDE began. The PSC should consider requiring the utilities to disclose their historical supply and delivery costs in a bill insert to give the public more insight into how strategic their utility has been in managing their energy delivery costs. While not directly addressed in this, is this still going?
But that's, I mean, no, you're
It's
fine.
okay. All right. While not directly addressed in this proceeding, it's important to highlight that continuing to provide fossil gas appliance rebates through the Empower program will only exacerbate many of the challenges and risks to customers I've already outlined. Incentivizing continued investment in our gas system is unstrategic and puts customers at risk. Because these appliances last 10 to 20 years, we need to boost sales of electric equipment now to make sure they're 100% electric by 2045. We lay this out in Rewiring America's Pace of Progress report, which you can interact with at pop.rewiringamerica.org. And we recommend the PSC eliminate all gas appliance incentives through Empower and any other energy efficiency programs. Now that the 2024 Empower Reform Act is law, so-called fuel switching from fossil gas to electric is allowed, as is measuring impact through emission reductions and not just energy saved. We recommend the PSC establish a strategic electrification fund financed by both gas and electric ratepayers. Finally, I want to talk about the justice aspects of switching from fossil fuels to electricity. If people, as has been discussed at length today, especially low-income households, can't afford to leave the gas system, their rates are going to keep going up. And even if the gas pipelines end up as stranded assets with nobody left on the gas system, the taxpayers of Maryland are still going to be on the hook to pay off these PSC-approved expenses for decades. And then beyond the economic costs, there are the generational justice issues, such as my 10-year-old daughter and all of our kids and grandkids who are going to keep having to live with the results of these unstrategic decisions we've already made and keep making for the rest of their lives. So please, I implore you, let's stop talking about what we know we need to do and start doing it, and we make truly strategic decisions, starting with the future of gas docket. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sushman.
Nothing.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions.
Mr. Richard.
Maybe just as you're talking about the economic justice issue, obviously we have to manage any kind of transition. How do we, come up with the resources to help all members of our society make that transition? Because as we've heard, I think we all agree with one fact, that it is expensive to electrify.
Yeah, so we would argue, it was mentioned earlier, that when you're in a hole, you should stop digging. And this idea of spending money to replace pipelines that we essentially, the law, the Climate Solutions Now Act says will become stranded assets if we meet our goals. We should consider what the lower cost alternatives are for not replacing those pipelines and just fixing them, and diverting money towards strategic electrification as needed, so we can potentially contract the gas system. We should, the Inflation Reduction Act has provided subsidies, and the state of, the Empower program provides subsidies that are ratepayer funded to try and help offset the costs. My organization is trying to help kickstart the market and accelerate the transition so that normal market forces of increased production, decreased costs. And the hope is that the default options become electric. Similarly, you see this with rooftop solar, distributed energy resources, batteries, etc. You can imagine a time in the not too distant future where, in addition to a normal roof, everybody also has solar panels. And not necessarily a stationary battery, but everybody has an electric vehicle, because that is the better economically viable solution that works with their also economically viable rooftop solar to make their all-electric home resilient to power outages. And so I would just also add that when WGL or other gas industry utilities say that the redundancy that they provide as a secondary gas system to our electric system is necessary going forward, I think that's a false choice. I think that if we can convert all of our fossil infrastructure, all the centralized fossil plants to renewable plants backed up by batteries, as well as distributed energy resources, both on like local housing and microgrids, we will get that resiliency that we want. And so we just need to be more strategic about it. Yes, right now it's expensive, and we have a long way to go, and it's hard to envision, but we have to just take the money that we're essentially wasting on making the problem worse and start making the problem better.
Great. Well, thank you for participating today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so one of your suggestions is that we should, instead of having the STRIDE program, that we should instead direct the gas utilities to pursue pipe repair options and repair technologies. So if we were applying the STRIDE law the way it was intended, the way you described it, this sort of leak prevention thing, how is that different than what you're saying we should be doing?
Yeah, I mean, OPC this morning estimated that the cost of pipe repair is 1/25th, I believe, the cost of pipe replacement. It's not currently rate-based, and so, performance-based requirements, maybe there's some way to help incentivize them to do repairs instead of replacements, while also allowing for strategic electrification and, and consolidation of the existing system. This is not my area of specialty.
Sure.
I'm just looking out into the future at where we legislatively want to go as a state and as a country and as a hopefully world,
Sure.
and sort of working backwards from that. It's a wicked problem in that it goes through everybody's house and it goes through regulatory bodies like yourselves and it goes through existing for-profit businesses like the ones who testified earlier. We just have to take this more seriously than we've been doing as a species, really.
Okay. And then regarding the elimination of gas appliance incentives through Empower.
Yeah.
Now, given the fact that natural gas is still a legal source of energy in this state, should we take that action? What's our response to the gas companies and the gas customers who say, hey, we have a legal product that, is still can be offered as a fuel source in this state. We should be allowed to get incentives to make our appliances more efficient and less emission emitting.
Yeah, so, you said the word itself. It's an incentive. And so what is the incentive that we want to incent? The incentive should be to stop burning fossil fuels. And even though you can go from an 84% efficient gas boiler to a 98% efficient gas boiler, you could also switch to an electric heat pump, which is 300% efficient. And so I'm not saying that gas should be made illegal, and I'm not saying that even as of right now that that fossil-fueled appliances should be outlawed. I'm saying that if you want to take seriously the idea of an incentive, that you want to encourage people to make a decision, you should not subsidize things that you are trying not to get rid of. And, I could use cigarettes as a good example, where when, historically we had a cigarette tax, and that was meant to, it's a bit of a punishment for people who want to smoke. And when we wanted to seriously curtail smoking, certain states really jacked that cost. Similarly, if you want to get people to switch from one product to another, but you're offering $600 for one and $2,000 for another, people might say, oh, well, they're also offering $600 for it. Why shouldn't I just buy that one? It's cheaper overall. But if you're trying to move the market, I'm not saying that the gas appliance should be illegal, although, if speaking personally, I wouldn't mind if they were essentially taken off the market and the default choice became the thing that we as society wanted to encourage. I'm saying that it makes no sense for us to incentivize those appliances if we're looking to reduce our emissions over the next 15 years.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, so.
All right, hello. I think I'm going to beat Miss Miller here with the name Sean Kelly, SHAWN KELLY. So first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Chair and the commissioners for the opportunity to present comments here, and specifically Chair Hoover from the very beginning, calling this the role of gas proceeding or the future of gas proceeding makes it a lot easier, so thank you very much. Again, my name is Sean Kelly, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Advanced Energy United, which is a national association of businesses, all united in our mission to achieve 100% clean energy in America. our companies are actively engaged in states across the country, including Maryland, help them meet their clean energy and climate goals. I'm a director at United, covering state-level regulatory matters for our eastern states, including Maryland, but more importantly, as a former resident of Maryland, who, along with my wife, raised my daughter right here in this great state. It's inspiring to see the strong leadership across the board, all the way from the top and Governor Moore down to the commission staff, specifically on clean energy and climate initiatives. We had the honor or the pleasure to participate in some of these work groups, so I'll talk more about my preferred preference here later. On the electric side of the business, that was the Distribution System Planning Work Group and Energy Storage Initiative. And these were great opportunities to see some proactive thinking on the part of the commission, utilities, and a collaboration of stakeholders. So we look forward to seeing that same sort of proactive thinking on the gas side of things, and look forward to participating in a future of gas proceeding. Last October, United submitted comments in this proceeding, and that was 9 months ago. In those comments, we largely supported the OPC's request for an official proceeding, and we continue to wholeheartedly support that request. And on the topic of the OPC, I would like to commend them on their great presentation today and all the work that went in to providing such a comprehensive and compelling report. They provided a great deal of numbers that, like I said, are very compelling, and we think that most specifically it highlighted the precarious situation we are in right now if we continue down the status quo of gas planning. We believe we're in desperate need for a changing paradigm. And I know changing from the status quo is hard. Electrifying buildings is probably one of the hardest challenges we face on a transition to 100% clean energy. And we're also under no false illusions that this process is going to be easy, and we're not here today to lay out prescriptive suggestions or try to suggest that we know the exact path that Maryland needs to take. What we do know, there are processes and solutions right now that we can take advantage of. We don't have to rely on an unproven technology and hope costs come down greatly and we develop these technologies in the future. We have what we need right now. So, in particular, we support a process for a non-pipeline solutions framework where the gas utilities have to require solutions such as gas demand response, building shell efficiency measures, and high efficiency ground source or air source heat pumps. All this done through a competitive bidding process that taps the competitive market and innovation so we arrive at the best deal for customers. In other words, when I say the best deal, safe, reliable, and even more affordable. So all of these solutions, I'm going to repeat what a lot of people said today, they help mitigate the need for multi-billion-dollar pipeline replacement and capacity expansion projects. And we really don't know if customers are getting the best deal unless gas utilities are required to explore non-pipeline solutions. So for this reason, we would recommend or suggest that the Commission take urgent action and open up an official role of gas or future of gas proceeding. And finally, to go on Ms. Miller's comments, I do also find great value in some of these working groups, but I think one big difference is you have to have all parties coming in with a general agreement on the end goal. In the DSP and energy storage working groups, there's a lot of constructive dialogue. Sometimes there's tense debate, but we all want to get to the same point at the end. I don't think in a proceeding like this you're going to have that same end state. I think we saw it from the different diverging perspectives of some of the other commenters and the gas utilities that they see a future of expanding gas. So to end my comments, I would recommend a fully litigated proceeding with evidence and discovery, and I'll end it right there. And again, thank you for your time.
Okay, Commissioner Barvik.
So let's talk about work groups. You know, even within the environmental community, there is disagreement on which ways to go. For example, rooftop residential solar is 5 times more expensive than utility scale solar, generally speaking. And it seems to me, as a commission, if I don't think we're in a position to be prescriptive to say, let's only do this kind of solar versus that kind of solar. I don't think we have, as an organization, maybe I'm wrong, I've only been here a year and a couple of months, but I don't think that we have had a work group that looked into something as specific as that. And so I understand, you know, your desire to say, tell us what the end point is and then do the work group, but you know, when you look at the I'm looking at the Lazard, as everyone will know in this commission, I love the Lazard levelized cost of energy charts. And I'm looking at them, and anybody who looks at these things with a unbiased eye would have to say that as a commission, we would have to decide what forms of renewable energy and what forms of, you know, fossil backup, if we want to go that way, what we would have to, and I don't think we're in a position to know that because we haven't analyzed it. That's why I just don't think we are right now in a position where we can say, do this, this, and this, go to it work group. I think we need to do more consideration around issues such as those, so I'd like you to respond to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I don't disagree with anything you said. I think the difference here in this work group is we're not specifically at this point saying, tell us what to do, and then we'll go in a work group. I think within this, an official adjudicated proceeding, you get to hear the evidence from all parties. You get to see the data. I just believe when you have some parties in a work group that see a completely different future, it's not going to be productive. And I fear that 2 years down the road, we realize that, and then we start a litigated proceeding, and we wasted a lot of time.
Thank you.
Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also I thank you for your testimony and for your submission. Advanced Energy United, you do actually have a number of very, I think, specific ideas. I think 7 of them here, and I think they're all very interesting. I mean, some of them, like the clean energy standard, clean heat standard. I know that's something that our governor has, and I think it was an executive order, and MDE is working on. But are there examples of other states or other companies that have got into the things like the transparent and robust long-term gas utility infrastructure, you know, planning process, you know, really getting into the details of an integrated gas and electric system planning? These seems like all on their own to be big undertakings, and I'm just trying to figure out how, you know, and as we contemplate what we are trying to achieve in this proceeding, how these big good ideas would fit into our process.
Yes, sir, that's a great question, and in our written comments, we definitely weren't trying to be prescriptive and to say follow New York, follow Massachusetts. We wanted to show that there are processes in place that other states are doing. I guess in that example, I would pick out Massachusetts, like Ms. Miller said. That was a long process, but it was a full evidentiary process with testimony. And in that proceeding, even there, they didn't make all the decisions in there. They said, here's guiding principles that now we believe in. We recognize we're going to have to open up other proceedings. The line extension, they're doing investigation on that. I'm not quite sure if they went so far as to do a coordinated gas and electric planning, but that is definitely something at United we believe in, because all the parties agree we don't want exacerbating costs on ratepayers. The worst scenario you can have is where you have independent planning on the electric and the gas side, where both utilities are planning for a future of their customers using their product to heat. And then you essentially overbuild and you're double paying. So that's definitely a huge thing that we would like to present. But like I said, we don't want to, in these early stages, be prescriptive on any specific recommendations.
Okay, well, all very interesting, and I'm particularly interested in some of the financial and rate-making tools that you discuss in your filing. So, again, appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
I appreciate you having me.
Commissioner Schlesman.
Yes, just very quickly, have you prepared anything sort of looking at processes in other states in terms of looking at the future of gas? Have you been involved in other state proceedings? Is this so this is not your first one?
That's a good question. This is personally my first one.
Right, but
United, no. I believe we've been involved in like Colorado, at a relatively higher level in Massachusetts. We have heavy involvement in New York on all clean energy issues.
Okay. So have you prepared anything that would be useful for us to look at in terms of how other states have looked at this issue, and also how you've engaged in those processes? And if you have something, if you could submit that, that would be very much appreciated.
We would be glad to submit such a thing, and this isn't exactly what you're asking for, but we also have a study on different rate-making options.
Okay.
So I'd definitely like to share that
Please.
with the commission.
We never say no to, or at least I don't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, this idea about non-pipeline alternatives, I'm pretty familiar with this concept as applied to the electric industry, where there's required examination of other options other than building a transmission line or other building a power plant. But I guess explain to me how you think this would apply in the natural gas world, particularly given some of the arguments we've heard earlier today that, well, look, a lot of what we're doing is just fixing the stuff that's fallen apart to keep the system operating as opposed to expanding new things. So.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. So it is very similar to non-wires alternatives on the electric side. Where it's similar is you're trying to avoid infrastructure build out where you have other opportunities. Mm-hmm. So on the gas side of the business, one example would be that the gas utility is projecting that they need to replace a pipeline or even expand their system, but that's based on a premise of a certain amount of throughput, the age of the pipeline. We want them to explore opportunities that don't necessarily fix the problem forever, but they delay a need for these large capital infrastructure expenses. Gas demand response would be another one. If a utility says we have growth and we need to expand the pipeline, we want them to look at, well, that expansion's only needed for certain times of the year. Can you do other solutions that don't require you to spend these multi-million dollars? I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay, all right. And, along the lines of Commissioner Suchman's questions, to the extent you have other ideas that, that weren't incorporated in your original comments that you want to supplement, feel free to, file any and all more information you want to provide to us. So.
All right, thank you for that opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and all the commissioners. My name is Ashita Gona, spelled A-S-H-I-T-A, last name G-O-N-A. And I'm a senior policy associate at RMI, formerly known as Rocky Mountain Institute. We now are all over the world, so we've changed to RMI. Our organization is a clean energy research nonprofit whose mission it is to transform the global energy system to secure a clean, prosperous, zero-carbon future for all. We're here today to discuss actions the PSC can and should take to align gas utility regulation with state policy goals. As we noted in our previously filed comments, the OPC's petition raises important issues of both near and long-term importance, and it details a reasonable path forward. The Commission has an opportunity to initiate and lead a proceeding that will ensure utilities are able to meet state climate goals with enough planning to avoid negative impacts to ratepayers. Today, we want to emphasize 3 points for the Commission's consideration. First, Maryland's leadership in climate policy necessitates proactive energy planning. We applaud the state's pursuit of its nation-leading whole-of-government approach toward addressing climate goals. Policies include Maryland's goal of net zero emissions by 2045, empower reform that's focused on emissions reductions, and the state's intent to pursue zero-emission heating equipment standards. Gas demand in buildings in Maryland is expected to fall by 60 to 90% by 2045, and at the same time, gas utility spending on infrastructure is expected to continue, with billions of dollars projected to be invested during this period of declining gas demand. This trajectory presents a risk to gas ratepayers in the future, especially low and moderate income households who will be left with increasing gas bills and limited means to exit the gas system. But there are ways to mitigate this risk. Second, there are options available to adjust the way gas utilities promote, procure, and plan for customer demand to be in line with state climate goals. In the near term, there is an opportunity to eliminate practices that increase dependence on gas. These include modifying line extension allowances, avoiding marketing gas to customers, and phasing out incentives for new gas appliances, which you've talked about a lot today. In parallel, it's important that the Commission help guide the development of a long-term gas planning framework. This process should consider changes to both the gas and electric systems and identify the most cost-effective strategies to meet Maryland's climate goals. The Commission can develop alternative strategies to address expensive pipe replacement programs. Customer-side demand solutions like efficiency, electrification, and demand flexibility can support the critical need for safe, reliable service while reducing burdens on future ratepayers. These alternatives can offer tremendous value, but they will require leadership from the Commission and stakeholders to develop at scale. This proceeding is also an opportunity for utilities to reshape their business practices in line with state goals and to play on their strengths as direct communicators to customers, data collectors, and energy service providers. Third, accomplishing all of this will rely on leadership from the PSC to create an inclusive and transparent process and to exercise its regulatory authority to make tough decisions along the way, as you know. Utilities won't be able to do it alone, and the voices and concerns of other stakeholders worried about emissions and energy equity must also be considered. We encourage this Commission to, 1, ensure a timely proceeding with ambitious deadlines and goals, 2, exercise existing regulatory authority on certain issues that are ripe for Commission action, and 3, include opportunities for public input from a variety of stakeholders in a transparent and accessible manner. We lastly just want to note that by opening a Future of Gas proceeding, Maryland would join a number of other states across the country that are proactively addressing the risks of an unmanaged transition to a decarbonized future. In fact, 1/3 of the U.S. population lives in a state that has engaged in a gas transition proceeding. Thank you for your time. RMI looks forward to continuing to support the Commission if this proceeding moves forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Fleshman.
So I guess same question. Has RMI is Amory Levin still there?
He's kind of like retired. He's around. We still see him.
Like emeritus.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a character.
Yes.
Yeah. Has RMI participated in other proceedings, and have you sort of prepared anything in those proceedings that you would be able to share with us?
Yes, we have participated in other proceedings in several states, and we're happy to share with you some memos and documents.
Okay,
so.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
That was sort of the question I was going to ask as well. I note in your filing that you have worked with other states. This, a number of people have said they hope we open a proceeding. This is the proceeding, 9707 is the proceeding, so it is open.
Yeah.
So I guess what we're trying to gather here is actually what we are to do, and that's what this is about. I mean, I think we've gotten a good amount of input from various stakeholders from the companies. So you've had a chance to kind of hear what the various positions are. I think what we've been, kind of listening for is next steps. We hear that just an open-ended work group is probably not going to be efficient, but we need to provide some guidance. But from you're working with other states that appear to be just a little ahead of us, what would your recommendation be for our next step?
So this is my first, future gas proceeding. But I have colleagues that have worked across many states, and so if it's okay, I would love to file something talk to them and get you something for the record.
Great, thank you, and I appreciate again your filing and your comments today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so along the lines of what you've heard from my colleagues, some thoughts from your organization as to next steps and the way forward. But the one variation I would add to it is, for those states that have already gone through this process or going through this process, if there are lessons to be learned, like don't do this or do this, that actually would be very helpful to us. That may save us, some missteps along the way, and no sense ignoring experiences from other places. So as you're talking to your colleagues, if you could sort of include that in the discussion. And I know not actually in this proceeding, but in a different proceeding having to do with staffing and other needs of the Public Service Commission, I personally actually relied a lot on a report that was done by RMI on specific efforts about what commissions ought to look for as far as hiring folks and restructuring their internal processes. So I found that document to be very helpful in what we were trying to do here. So in a similar way, hopefully we can take advantage of your experience and expertise in this one. So.
And for what it's worth, we're already sort of looking at best practices from other states, so we can definitely get you something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Dunning, BryanDunning. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Center for Progressive Reform. The Center for Progressive Reform is a nonprofit research and advocacy organization focusing on clean energy, climate justice, and responsive governance. I would like to thank the Commission for holding this hearing on the future of gas today. And in particular, I would like to thank the Commission for having provided a forum for Marylanders, ratepayers, and advocates alike to come forward and speak and voice their concerns related to the economic, climate, and health impacts of gas infrastructure here in the state. The Center urges the Commission to open a future of gas docket. Yeah. And I'm here. Hooray! To proceed with the docket. Thank you. And include in it the spirit of public engagement that has been present here today. This will ensure that the future of gas in the state of Maryland is not only in the public interest, but truly reflects the values and concerns and priorities of Marylanders. The Center encourages the Center encourages a two-pronged approach to the future of gas proceeding, including a robust evaluation of what the long-term planning and strategic guidance will be to ensure an equitable gas transition, as well as concurrently addressing short-term, current and near-term planning to avoid broadening the potentiality of stranded assets, essentially the business as usual model that exists today. As has been discussed, gas prices have been increasing year over year, while reliable electrification options have already and will continue to drive voluntary transition by ratepayers away from gas in the state of Maryland. Similarly, state climate planning aimed at carbon neutrality by 2045 and 60% reduction by 2031 dictates a switch away from natural gas. I believe at this time the greenhouse gas emission inventory for the buildings section is 13%, and I believe it's roughly 10% of that is natural gas. As has been discussed, there's not any one mandated reduction from any agency, but that still indicates that in order to reach state goals, that reduction must occur. Can you still hear me?
Yeah,
Perfect, thank you.
we're good.
These facts would suggest that a reduction in gas investment based on economic realities and policy priorities would be occurring. However, the opposite is true. There's been massive investment in new infrastructure. The future of gas proceeding needs to recognize and address this fact and take steps to ensure and protect the state and ratepayers from the possibility of future stranded assets. In terms of long-term planning, this commission should incorporate robust analysis of the economics, climate, and practical proven technologies in applying a strategic transition in gas. I'm very thrilled to hear that the Commission is already taking note of the possibilities of future technological issues. And I would like to highlight, in addition, for instance, hydrogen, that it is not just the issue of what it does to the gas lines or energy efficiency, but also there's an opportunity cost to be paid for all of these systems that are being projected, whereas we have proven greenhouse gas reduction and cheaper investments in the form of heat pumps already. I would also urge the Commission to include equity in its planning and its engagement and ensure that those ratepayers who are least able to make the transition are not the ones who are left holding the bill for legacy systems in the state of Maryland. I would thank you all for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, Commissioner Fleischman. No questions. Commissioner Richard.
No question. Thank you for being here. Well, may I have one just short question? Have you had a chance to work with other states? It looks like your organization deals with a lot of public policy questions, and you act as a convener. I'm just curious if you've had a chance to really grapple with states, and particularly regulators in states, and how we might facilitate a managed transition of this kind.
So I will answer that. This is our first engagement with a future of gas proceeding. We do engage with regulators in, for instance, and it's not just PSCs or PUCs, although that is true. We're engaged fairly heavily with the North Carolina Utilities Commission, which has slightly different priorities perhaps, or at least Duke Energy does. We also engage with a number of environmental, so for instance MDE, we show up there quite often, and that's something perhaps to consider. I know MEA is supposed to speak this afternoon as well, but I think that cross-agency collaboration is very useful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barvey.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I guess my only question is the very last comment you made regarding equity.
Yes.
Any suggestions on how we do that?
I think that for equity, that is a large question, especially as I would say two things. One is that in addressing this from both long-term planning and the near-term planning or current planning, that I believe OPC used the term "stop the bleed" earlier this morning, which is to say that the sooner that you stop having additional capital expenditures that will have to be paid off over time, you're reducing the impact over time. That doesn't change the fact that there is the possibility of, colloquially, a death spiral as people transition off the system that is going to necessitate meaningful investment and prioritization for low-income ratepayers to have access to making this transition to electrification, weatherization, et cetera. I would also highlight that this might not be perfectly in line with talking about gas distribution systems, but when we talk about gas appliances and so forth, that we don't subsidize, for instance, a low-income ratepayer with a new gas furnace, which sounds great, except for the fact that in 8 years it's going to be untenable, and now they have their own capital expenditure to address. I also 100% acknowledge that this may be beyond just what the Commission can decide at this time, that the legislature would have to be involved. But for the Commission to highlight that to the legislature and make that abundantly clear rather than having this back and forth between the two will be extremely useful. Finally, timeliness is obviously a priority in this.
So I actually just have an observation, less a question, and this is really for the whole panel and for everyone here. I mentioned earlier this morning about an affordability docket that we have in place, PC 59, and and often we end up even in in larger proceedings, they end up being siloed because it's impossible to have a fully integrated review of issues. But clearly, I mean, we've talked a fair amount today about the concerns about impact on low and moderate income customers, to the extent that there is a smaller base for sharing the cost of build out. And so, as we sort of continue with this proceeding, I would encourage folks to be mindful of what we're doing in PC 59, and we will be mindful as well, to the extent that we have to sort of take on issues that are there and bring them over to here, and vice versa. But importantly, I mean, we're going to be dealing with affordability there, and there's a lot of affordability in future of gas as well. So.
Okay, thank you very much. So, is there anybody here from IBEW? Okay, so why don't you just come to the podium, just and identify who you are and make any statement you'd like to make to us. So.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Morgan Bigelow with the law firm of Lubin and Enoch. I'm here on behalf of Local 410 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
So actually, I need you to spell your name for our court reporter. So.
I gave him my business card, so he
Oh,
should
okay.
have it.
You're way ahead of me, so go ahead.
I'll just be really brief. First, Local 410 did file comments to the docket on October 24th, 2023. And then second, we do support a fully litigated case in this docket. And then I will turn it over.
So I'll introduce myself. I'm the IBW 410's Assistant Business Manager, Brian Twilliger, and I'll spell that at the end of my card. Brian. Last name is T as in Tom, ERWILLIGER. I'd like to first just clear up some facts. So IBW 410 only represents Baltimore Gas and Electric's employees. We have about 1,450 of them, 420 of which work on our gas system. So I'm only here to speak for them, not the other unions. I recognize the other gas workers. So to talk about those 420 Marylanders that are clearly going to be adversely affected by the decisions that are made by this commission, I would like to first start by talking about BG's infrastructure. To clear up other infrastructures that we talk about, especially with regards to Stride, BGE is the oldest gas company in the country. It's not 100 years old, it's well over 200 years old. In fact, just a few months ago, we dug up a wooden main just down the road here, about 20 feet of it. So when BG talks about, hey, the Stride, we have all these things to look at, age really is the thing we look at. Our infrastructure has generational gaps, right? So we have from wood to the most up-to-date stuff for our pipes. So I kind of want to gear towards the Sierra Club a little bit because they spoke earlier, and I wish I could have spoke after them. In November of 2023, they put out a publication about Maryland's on track to close their coal fire plants, and I kind of want to put that in perspective. So 13 years prior to this letter going out was the first time that they started talking about closing coal fire plants. And when they did that, if you'd walked into a coal fire plant and said, hey, we're planning on closing these, you'd have been laughed out of the room. Nobody's laughing today. I want to put that in perspective to BG's employees. BG right now, their employees think when you talk about eliminating natural gas are going to laugh you out of the room. It's by far the most recognized heat source in Baltimore. So when we say we want to downsize or we want to eliminate, our employees are now thinking about the coal fire plants. They're thinking about where they're going to go, how this transition is going to work. And it's going to be extremely difficult for Baltimore Gas and Electric to retain employees. These employees are extremely important for the safety and reliability of our gas system, not just for tomorrow, but for the next upcoming years that we're going to have it. So our ask today, as we follow through these proceedings, is really to look at the workers, work at the companies, and think about how we're going to continue to keep those employees employed because they're going to go elsewhere. They're forward-thinking people. They're highly skilled craft workers. Miller Pipeline talked earlier today. These employees can pretty much go anywhere in the country and get employed. You're going to see a mass exodus if we start talking about we're just going to decrease without any transition period. That needs to be the forefront of this conversation. I understand the elimination of greenhouse gases. I also understand that the Climate Solution Act of 2022 has extremely aggressive goals, but we also have employees. We have residents of Maryland that are going to be greatly impacted by this. So I just want to make it clear that that is going to be our number one priority, making sure that the residents of Maryland are taken care of. So to that, I'll clean that up.
Okay. Any questions or? Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. So do I need to? Yeah, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break to see if we can deal with this sound issue, and then we'll come back to Montgomery County and Somerset County.
Testing, testing, testing. Yeah, it's a little bit better. He turned it down.
Emily,
All right.
my daughter loves nectar, but she loves to spend like $8 on stupid juice things. So I'll go with her. Oh, if they're like the most ridiculous, and they're all like $8 or $9, and it's just it's like
500 calories each.
well, they're all, but there's like okay, they're all natural, but they're full of sugar and.
Well, that's.
Totally see that from her. Okay. So,
Testing, testing. Sound better?
yeah, and then of course.
Okay, back on the record, and Montgomery County, go right ahead.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Garrett Fitzgerald, Garrett-Fitzgerald. I'm here today representing Montgomery County, where I serve as Section Chief for Climate Programs and State Policy. Our current natural gas system is not sustainable. The state's 2023 greenhouse gas reduction plan, our own local climate action plan in Montgomery County, even the E3 analysis that BG&E commissioned, all point to a near-term future in which we burn significantly less methane. We know we cannot continue our status quo use of gas. And to speak to a question that came up earlier, real policy steps are being taken on this. The state's Climate Solutions Now Act requires all larger buildings across the state to reduce on-site gas combustion to net zero by 2040. That's 16 years from now. That's sooner than the end of the useful life of any new equipment we put into any of these larger buildings across the state. Montgomery County, our own county council, passed Bill 1322 a year and a half ago that requires the development of all-electric building standards. And we see jurisdictions throughout the U.S. taking similar measures. IRA funding's out there right now, helping to support customer adoption of efficient electric appliances, which, as Commissioner Barbe noted, are available and regularly becoming cheaper. So if we know we need to use less gas, we know that that transition is indeed getting underway, it does not make any sense to continue to plan and invest in gas infrastructure in a status quo manner. We appreciate the Commission opening this proceeding. We support OPC's suggestion of a two-track or similar format that might enable the Commission to make more near-term decisions on things where that might be possible. Of course, exactly what those things are needs to be figured out. I'll echo suggestions we heard a little bit ago here that it would be very helpful for the Commission to make policy decisions, or at least to identify key questions of interest early and on a regular schedule throughout, whatever this process becomes, however long it takes. Having milestones along the way where if there is a work group commissioned, that work group is getting very specific direction from the Commission regarding what questions we're trying to answer. I've been in a lot of work groups to date, and I do think this is a space where there's potential for a work group to fall apart if there isn't really specific guidance from the Commission around what that work group is trying to solve. We all know the energy system is incredibly complex. The need for intentional strategic planning is really clear. I think there's, the question for us today is not to have a proceeding, as you mentioned, but really what the scope of that proceeding should be, and at least in the first phase. And a lot of interesting ideas have come up today. A few of the questions that stand out to me, I'm just going to give you 4 examples. So, number 1, should we be using any ratepayer funds to support the expansion of natural gas infrastructure and the serving of new customers with gas? Seems likely to me that gas line extensions are already today not necessary technologically, and that they're not probably in the long-term financial interest of ratepayers. It's probably also not a wise use of ratepayer dollars to subsidize gas equipment in new or replacement settings, including and in power. Number 2, how should non-gas alternatives be considered as we evaluate proposed investments in our gas infrastructure that we do have today? How do we make that real within the rate case process, that we're actually thinking about what we could do instead of spending that money on the repair and replacement as we do now? Number 3, how can we achieve the transition away from gas use justly for ratepayers generally and for those hardest impacted by that transition, including the existing gas workforce, as we just heard about? How should we be paying for actions that accelerate the transition away from gas, including things like electrification incentives? Where should that money come from? We've been talking about that within the Empower proceeding. Some really interesting policy question we need to resolve. How should ratepayers pay for gas infrastructure as customers leave the system and as portions of the gas infrastructure essentially become stranded assets? And how do we mitigate the energy burden on lower income customers within the way that we're paying for this infrastructure? That probably needs to evolve from how we've been paying for gas infrastructure to date. And number 4, what approaches could be taken to accomplish a reduction in gas use in a manner that really would lower overall costs to ratepayers? I thought Mr. Frayne made a really interesting observation earlier. when he noted that if customers leave the gas system, and I'm paraphrasing, if customers leave the gas system, but those customers are diffusely spread throughout the territory, BG&E may well need to maintain the entire gas system because you got to do that to serve the customers who are still there. We could end up with a scenario where half of the customers leave the gas system. But if the way that works is every other house on every block leaves the gas system, then we end up in a situation where we still have to pay for the entire gas system to make sure that we have a safe and reliable system for all those customers who are there. But we're paying the same full cost for half of the people, and we're paying twice as much on a per customer basis. It sure doesn't sound like a future we should unintentionally fall into. So how do we think more proactively about that? What approaches could be taken to achieve the transition away from gas use in a strategic way that would actually help us control future spending and ultimately lower or minimize ratepayer impacts? Are there opportunities to achieve cost savings through a targeted shuttering of portions of gas infrastructure, where we stop spending any money replacing pipe, repairing pipe in an area, and we instead spend that money on electrification, on the other improvements that might be necessary? How do we think across gas and electric spending in an integrated way when we're making those kinds of judgments? What might need to change in the way utilities plan and the way the commission considers those plans, the proposed investments, through rate cases to help us make a societally beneficial decision there, rather than just thinking about things in the context of the gas rate case or the electric rate case? I don't know the answer to any of these questions, but I think they're great questions. How could we use incentives through programs like Empower, or the concept of performance incentive mechanisms, to appropriately incentivize and support gas utilities in helping to drive an overall reduction in gas use and potentially the number of customers? I think you all have opined that the whole concept of PIMs, the performance incentive mechanism, PIMs haven't worked very well. They haven't accomplished what we hoped that they would accomplish. And one of the problems there might be that only the utilities with certain corporate interests have been able to propose PIMs in the past. Is it possible to do something with PIMs that would actually help gas companies to be more willing partners in helping to drive overall reduction in gas use? So those are some of the questions that we hope will be part of the proceeding. We look forward to participating as it moves forward. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Richard.
No questions, but thank you for being here and for your support of the proceeding. And yeah, these are all great questions. I was hoping you had answers to every one of them, but thanks for being here.
Next time.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions, but thank you for coming out.
Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, so I have a question, and I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer it. But at least I don't think we are expecting answers, because everybody would be disappointed if we stopped the proceeding now. We had all the answers. We're looking forward to many, many, many more proceedings. But I was actually very much intrigued by the testimony we heard earlier from Mr. Coronado Flores from CASA, who was talking about this sort of portion of Montgomery County where 80% of the homeowners in this sort of area are gas users, and gas users in very inefficient housing stock. And so I'm very much concerned about the transition and how the transition is going to impact customers who can barely pay their energy bills now, being faced with increases in gas prices and without easy alternatives to electrify. So I'm not asking you to have an answer to that question, but it's certainly something that I would love this, whatever we're calling this proceeding, to think about is the impact on those customers. We cannot leave them behind if we're doing a transition. And the transition doesn't have to look like what we think it's going to look like now. It could be a different kind of transition, but wherever we go, those customers cannot be left behind. We cannot have a situation where energy is a privilege. It has to be a right, and we cannot leave them behind. So, I don't, and you're welcome to comment, but actually your comment can just be, I'm gonna take this back, and we're gonna think about ways of making the transition more equitable for those customers.
Yeah, we think about that same question on a very regular basis in the county and are very concerned about it. And I won't answer the question, but I'll expand it if possible, which is to say that, that example, I don't remember specifically how Jose described the folks in that particular neighborhood, but you mentioned the word homeowners. Our assumption is there are many, many, many places where renters are in properties where they're using gas. They do not have the option to electrify. They do not have the choice to do that. So they're stuck on gas equipment, whether they like it or not. And if this transition moves forward in a way where customers do fully leave the system and fully stop paying for it, and costs end up just being concentrated on everyone who's still in the system, there are a large number of lower income Marylanders who do not have the opportunity to make a choice to join folks who are leaving the system, who will be very disproportionately affected here. So there clearly needs to be a solution to this that can't be we just continue to pile the costs on whoever's left. There has to be a different approach, and I'm very curious about policy approaches that are being considered in other states on how might you deal with that. Has anyone come up with anything interesting? I hope that kind of thing will be part of the proceeding.
Okay. So the only question I have for you is, I know the county's had fairly aggressive and fairly aspirational plans and goals in dealing with climate change, and in some ways, ahead of the state on some of this. During that process, when the county was creating its climate action plan and the other parts of it, was there regular contact with the utilities to get their opinions, or what role did they play, if any?
Yeah, unfortunately, I joined the county right after we wrote the climate action plan.
Well, actually, if you want to check with folks and then let us know, that's fine too. If you don't really know off the top of your head. So.
Happy to report back on that one.
Okay, all right, yeah, because I'd be interested to know, again, because if I remember right, the county's plan was pretty aggressive and pretty prescriptive and pretty specific. So I guess I'd be very interested to know, were the utilities aware of this? Were they participants, or were they just, reading it, when it got done? So
I can tell you that at current time, we do try to engage the utilities in having discussion about proposals that they bring to the commission, both in rate cases and their empowered plans. Doesn't always happen. The sharing happens beforehand, but I think we and the utilities both have aspirations to be in closer collaboration on those things.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi. I was getting ready to say good morning.
Actually, I need you to just pull that mic a little close to you, and then just state your name, spell your name, and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Commission. My name's Danny Thompson, D-A-N-N-Y, last name Thompson, T-H-O-M-P-S-O-N. And I'm the Somerset County Executive Director for Economic Development in our county, and I'm speaking on behalf of our Somerset County Commissioners and Deputy County Administrator. Somerset County had been exploring the concept of bringing natural gas to Somerset County for over 20 years. Following COVID, Somerset County experienced a significant increase in economic development. Since that time, Chesapeake Utilities was awarded a natural gas contract and pledged to support Somerset County's efforts in business attraction, retention, and future business expansion. I want to read a press release, and I'll have copies for the commission. This press release was January 25th of 2024, and it was by Secretary Kevin Anderson with the Maryland Department of Commerce. When measuring Maryland by GDP, the state's most populated areas ranked highest, with Montgomery County ranking first, followed by Baltimore, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, and Prince George's County. These 5 jurisdictions make up more than 70% of the GDP, nearly totaling $300 billion. When looking at trends over the last 3 years, 4 counties on Maryland's eastern shore demonstrated the most growth: Somerset, Cecil, Wycomico, and Caroline, as well as Baltimore City. Together, these jurisdictions grew more than 30% in 2022, with Somerset County representing half of that at 15.7%. I read that because of what I just said, the growth that happened. That growth happened simultaneously with the previous administration with the natural gas pipeline that was extended from Wycomico County down to Somerset County. It was only about 15 miles. That is a direct result. Those stats that I just read to you. It's funny because my colleague here representing probably one of the most wealthiest jurisdictions in the state, and I'm here probably representing the most economically challenged jurisdiction in the state. But natural gas played a big role in that piece to it. So I thought it was interesting from the commissioner's comments about the equitable transition. And here 80% have natural gas in Montgomery County, one of the most wealthiest counties in the state. In Somerset County, we just got natural gas a year and a half ago. We use probably the most highest energy cost in the state, and we're one of the most economically challenged counties in the state. It's critical that we have economic development and the access to natural gas. I was the past president for the Maryland Economic Development Association, acronym MEDA. We had our summer conference yesterday. Pam Ruff is the director of that. And our conference yesterday was infrastructure, and we had site selectors that were presenting from all across the country, even Canada. And the two main things that site selectors pick is infrastructure, access to utilities, and also workforce. So you heard the union, speak about the workforce. Governor Moore at the Maryland Municipal League Conference in his speech in Ocean City this past MML referenced the growth that Maryland has made in his year and a half. I can't remember exactly what they've moved up, but they've moved up. And the momentum is there for Maryland to continue growth, and some of the growth is based on infrastructure. When Somerset County or any jurisdiction goes, there's a template that Commerce sends to each economic development office when a client comes in, and there's a checklist. There's a checklist that you go down. Do you have the acreage, the zoning, water and sewer, electric, natural gas? For those that have been around a while, or at least in Maryland, in 2004, when I was on just came in as the director, Walmart was considering acquiring a site in Somerset County right next to ECI. And when we were going down the box to check, and we were competing against Delaware. When we were going down the box, we could not check the box for natural gas. That was 20 years ago. And our commission, the Economic Development Commission and county, made it a priority to get natural gas for economic development. It didn't end up coming. There was, if you remember, there's things that happened in that place, but that would have gotten almost 1,000 jobs. Our unemployment rate is one of the highest in the state. But when you look at the numbers, that's on percentage-wise. But when you actually look at the numbers, it's only around 1,000 people, right? Even though we're the highest. And this was going to bring 1,000 jobs. They all wouldn't have come from it was a regional aspect. But that's one of the big things about natural gas. Mount Air Farms with the natural gas have committed to investing $5 million, 5 to 7 new jobs. Peraton, which is the old Northrop Grumman, they were acquired by Peraton, investing $6 million, 10 to 15 jobs. Princess Anne Industrial Park created 2 different companies, $4 million with 35 jobs. Somerset Crossing, a 63-acre site on Route 13 in Princess Anne. It's a mixed-use facility, 150,000 square foot building. The Somerset County Industrial Park, the same one that I told you about Walmart was going to. When they didn't come, it ended up going back to private sector. The county was able to acquire that at an estate sale, and we actually were able to buy it. And now we're creating an industrial park. We have two potential clients that's looking to go in there. One of them is a cannabis cultivation site, and they want natural gas in there. It's the only one that was selected in this last round that is for Somerset County, so it wasn't like there was 10 or 15. So anyway, that's my story, and I'm all open for comments.
Okay, thank you very much. And Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, not so much a question as it is when we wrote the CSNA, we made a specific exclusion for using natural gas for agricultural processes. So just want you to know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
No questions, but thank you so much for being here today, and that's an important perspective that we need to make sure that we keep in mind, and also and make sure that you have the opportunity, and all the counties of Maryland have the opportunity to engage as we try to move forward with this state policy. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Sussman.
Well, and I'm going to echo what Commissioner Richards said. Hearing from the counties and sort of hearing about what you're doing and the challenges is going to be really important for us. But I think it's also going to be helpful for you to be engaged as well, so that you can hear about potential other opportunities that you can bring to Somerset that may not be natural gas, but can still give you the kind of development that you need. So, thank you.
Thank you. And along those lines, I actually was involved in trying to bring an energy project to Somerset County 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but we had some problems with your neighbor across the bay at Pax River. But but anyway, so I myself understand, just like the rest of us do, the challenges that you have, and we will try to keep that in mind as we're making our decisions going forward. So the last 2 entities that we have on the schedule are the Maryland Energy Administration and our own staff. But given the fact that it's 5 o'clock, I don't necessarily want to jam the 2 of them in facing a deadline. So we're actually going to pick another day for the 2 of you to come back. But in particular, with staff, one of the recommendations that was in your written comments was when we were trying to figure out how to deal with this going forward, was to replicate the process that was used in the 1999 restructuring cases after the Deregulation Act was passed. There's probably only maybe 1 or 2 people in this room that were physically around when that process went forward. So I guess what would be helpful for us is a little more definitive description when you testify about just exactly what you are envisioning when it comes to replicating that process as one of the ways of going forward. So, and for MEA, I mean, I suspect we're going to have a lot of questions about your role and how this is, as we're going forward with that. So again, that's why I want to have enough time for us to have a long, extended discussion with your folks. So with that, we will adjourn, and we will be in touch about what the next date will be. It will not be too far in the future, but thanks everybody for coming today.